Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families watch, soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes new gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gates. In this court, no room for haste.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hello, good morning, Paula. Good morning, Stephanie. Cindy from South Florida. Oh, is it? Wait, hang on. Good morning. I know I forgot something. Cindy from sunny South Florida. I know I forgot a name in the middle of there, but good morning. It is Tuesday. Paula, I'm so sorry you're feeling stressed. I hope me coming live is helping a little bit. Well, you can hear my annoying voice for a little bit. We might have come a little bit early because there is a couple bits that we still need to do before our trial starts, and I am not gonna lie, I am a little bit nervous, and I'm gonna tell you guys why. I am nervous because uh our trial. There you go. There you go. I'm in the middle of the screen now. Hey, um, uh, do I look refreshed? Well, I don't feel like I am refreshed, but thank you very much for that, Stephanie. I appreciate that. I mean, I put a little bit of a lipstick. I'm matching the t-shirt I'm wearing, Garden Bot's favorite t-shirt. So yeah, I did not sleep good very last night, but anyway. Good morning, Denise. Hello, my love. How are you? Hi, hello. Hopefully, well, I am a little bit stressed, a little bit tiny, probably not as much as Paula, and I hope your day gets better, Paula. But I only have one feed for our trial, and sometimes it's not the most reliable one. Lauren Grandma hasn't put the feed up yet for our trial. It still only has the new trial that they are starting today. And yeah, I do not know, but we'll be okay because we'll be all right. They will eventually start, But good morning. I hope you guys are okay, and I hope you guys are cool because I am toasting. It's another hot day in UK. Probably not hot for you guys, but for me, you know me. I I spoke with my boss this morning. First of all, about the debacle that happened last week or the week before, and second about the heat in the bakery and how I don't do well with the heat. So he allowed me now to have my neck fan in the bakery. So yay! I am not gonna go overheat anymore. Hopefully, I mean that's the goal, not to overheat, but we'll see what happens. Um, so yeah, I might have come a little bit too early today, but I do want to see the start. Every day they start with and Bev starts with a good morning to the jurors, them going out. Ouch. Yeah, at here is hang on. I was just looking at that. Right now it is 69. Very good number of the of temperature that it here is right now, 69 degrees. It is warm for the UK. It is very warm, but it is also like wanting to thunderstorm, like a little bit rain, not a lot. But in Portugal, where I'm from Lisbon, where was it? It is 82. No, 87. Sorry, my bad. 87 in Lisbon, where I'm from right now. God, I would be. absolutely not okay with that. So it is a bit hot here in the UK today. Again, I have my fan working. It might be not the only fan, but it's a fan. It keeps me cool. Hopefully, it will help. There's another thing that is not helping, but well, for now, we need to kind of stay until I figure out the solution. Um, so yeah, it's been already a busy day. I had to go see Anya today, my niece, because my sister-in-law was not doing well. She wanted to clean her house, which is normal, but with the baby, the she had some shots yesterday, the baby. So she was very unsettled today, so she couldn't just leave her on a cot and then doing her stuff because she would just cry. So I went there to be peacemaker of it all and just having my cuddles, which was awesome, and help her out so she could at least try to get some stuff done. But then, sadly, eventually, I had to come home to like chill a little bit before. Um, yeah, she needed her anti cuddles, and I did put her to sleep. So, 59 currently. Wow. Oof. Denise, remind me not going to Idaho right like around this time of the year, because that ain't gonna happen. That's definitely not gonna happen. Wow. Definitely not going to the US in the summer. I'm sorry. But no. I would not do very well. I'm saying that's definitely would not do very well over there around that time. Oh, I do need coffee. Thank you very much, Stephanie. Oh, yes, coffee fan. Thank you. Hello. Oh, thank you very much, Stephanie. I mean, I started hearing noises. Hang on, I'll show you what it is. Oh, of course, I'm dumb dumb. So where is it? Okay, I started hearing this from the Karen Reed one. So the like the bird noises and everything that is on.
Thank you.
So I was hearing that, and it scared me when I was thinking Stephanie for this, and I really, really appreciate that, and definitely gonna need some coffee because it's gonna be a very couple busy weeks. I'm gonna be working a bit more in the bakery as my bosses asked me for my help, because my other colleague, the one that had a go at me on a chat, she's off on holiday for 3 weeks. Woohoo! But means that he needs a little bit more help. So I'm gonna do an extra shift this week on Thursday, which nothing is gonna bother the streams. The stream's gonna go ahead, but I might need a little bit more coffee. And then I'm doing this Thursday. Then I'm off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, because I have the hearing of Chris Brown, and I want a few days off. And it is gonna be hot. I want to take advantage somehow. And but then next week I'm working Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, having Saturday off, working Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So it's gonna be working a lot, doing trials and everything. But I mean, it is going to be extra money. Me and Garden Bot, we are still trying to save for the house. We are so close of getting the funds that we need for the house. So we need just a little bit of a push to for this final what how a stage, that's the word, final stage of the gathering the funds, and then the craziness it will start of finding a house. But we want to have the funds available first. But that's just my predicament. That's just me blabbing away. um but I also am suffering as well, and I spoke this on the Facebook group. I'm suffering a FOMO. I mean, there's two trials starting today. One actually is a retrial, and guess what? It's also from South Carolina. So it is that's that one that's starting today as well, in South Carolina, and there's one in Connecticut as well. And that one, it seems a very interesting one. It's called Preppy High School Red Rum Trial, and the name is Raul Valle. So it seems so. I mean, you guys know me. Any trial to me sounds interesting because I'm a true crime addict. I am an addict. I have a problem. If there was, I, yeah, and so now I'm gonna be suffering from FOMO because I want to cover the trial, but obviously we can only do one trial at a time. I might listen to the other one on speed watch, one of the other ones on speed watch, and the other one we might stream because our trial over here with Megan might be finished this week. And what I'm thinking is, if we finish before Thursday, which I am not saying that is impossible. That's like it's not impossible, and it's very possible that it finishes before Friday, before Thursday. I mean, we have Thursday, that is a day that probably courts are not going to be working. We can catch up on one of the trials on Thursday or be very close to catch up because we can always watch at 1.5 speed, skip breaks, skip sidebars, and skip lunch breaks and all of that. So we can do maybe 2 days in one day and catch up on one of the trials like that. And maybe on Friday, going live. That is not very, not, it's not undoable. We've done it. We've been doing a lot of hearings and everything at the same time, so it is absolutely possible that happening, and we can catch up. But we just need this trial, the Megan trial, to finish either today or tomorrow, which is a possibility. I mean, I don't know what you guys think. I think it is. Oh, I think it is a possibility. Not saying no, but because I know prosecution said on Friday they were gonna, rest on Friday, but they didn't, and they might do today. They might rest today, and then we have the case of the defense if they put any case. If not, we might even finish this case today. I don't know. I don't think so, but hey, weirdest things have happened. Sorry, I need a drink. So weirdest things have happened. So we might finish this case today. So who knows? We um I don't know what kind of defense case can the defense put on. Absolutely, I have no clue, Stephanie, and that's it's a great question. I need to move myself for now. And gone 1 second. I don't know what case they can put on because it's. I mean, they have proved they have done, but there is in my opinion, I want to say she's guilty, and she sounds guilty, and there's evidence to support that. But there might be a little bit of a reasonable doubt. I mean, there's more guilt on Christopher part than actually her, because you can see him buying all the stuff, the tarp and everything. You don't see her that either. She was manipulated enough to do to manipulate him into do that, and she actually did have a part in it. But I don't know. So they might be more. I think the jury might be either a lesser included or a not guilty. I because there he did they like we see him on the supermarket buying the stuff. We only see her on the forest or the lake side to do that. So I don't know. I'm struggling with this one. I want her to be guilty because she looks guilty and she had the reason and the motive to do it, absolutely. But I'm not sure, and that's the thing. See, that is where it causes prison to pull out into everything, and that's where the jury might have a bit of a struggle to actually convict her. Oh, I'm crazy, but because we might have like either a Nicole Rice. Okay, wait, excuse me. Can someone find a real cat? Yeah, we seems to have an imposter running the street. It is me. It is me, Denise. I know. See, I'm becoming wiser, Denise. But that is funny. I don't know. See, it's like you making me think. You guys always making me think and me coming, like, even though I want her to be guilty, I think learning after what happened with Colin Griffith and Nicole Rice, I am not so sure of always coming in with a thing. So you have doubt. Oh no, please don't. I've been having hiccups all day. I literally have already had about 4 times hiccups today. I cannot have hiccups again. Trying to. Oh no, they're back. Oh my days. Oh no, it's okay, Paula. I'm sorry. I have the hiccups now, apparently. But we are just talking a bit. But good morning, Paula. I hope we can. Oh, sorry. Oh my days, this is gonna get annoying. I'm sorry. I have the hiccups, and I've been having hiccups all day. I started in the morning, got rid of it, and then yeah. Hey, you live. Yeah, you did not miss much. We are just talking about things, and now me hiccuping, and I have doubt in terms of this case of the Megan trial. I am not 100% sure if the jury is going to find her guilty. I want her to be guilty, justice for Gregory, but I'm not sure that there is enough to actually convict her. Hang on, sorry. I am really struggling with the hiccups right now. Hopefully, one of the courts is gonna start soon, because otherwise, oh my days, please tell me that you cannot hear my hiccups. I am trying not to think to show them on the microphone, but trying. It is hard when I have to talk and I'm always hiccuping. But good morning, Benny. How are you, my friend? Oh, thank you very much. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have the hiccups. This. Ah, I'm so sorry, but thank you very much, Denise. Enjoy lurking. I know what to do to get rid of the hiccups, but it's something that I cannot do right now because I'm talking. I might put some music. Oh no, I might not. I think I might just shut up. You're crazy.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anybody since we met yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no. So, Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate.
All right, so court, please.
Jimmy?
Here's follow me.
All right, we'll see if have to deal with anything. I might put a little bit of music while I'm trying to deal with my hiccups, but I know I don't. I've been having them all day. Just I'm trying to just control them a little bit, but it. Good morning. Ahí vamos. Buenos días. Hola. ¿Cómo estás, mi amiga?
Seated the court in session.
So, I've been sending a note in at 4 o'clock, so I would like counsel here at 4 o'clock. All right, so if you just plan on being here at 4 o'clock, it would make it easier in case the jurors want to go home. So, all right, Ms. Giannetti, it wasn't until I was here that I noticed you were not in the courtroom.
They held me downstairs, Your Honor. I think the jury was being brought in, so.
Okay. No one told us otherwise either, so.
Understood.
All right, thank you.
All right. What's the recess to exit court?
Okay, I am trying to control my hiccups, but they haven't gone yet, as you can see. I hope you guys cannot hear them as much as I can, and um, so I'm trying to talk through it. So verdict is ongoing. Good morning, everybody joining in. Yeah, we got held up uh by the jury coming in into Karen Raid. They are resuming deliberations this morning again. They are gonna come back at 4 o'clock p.m. So if a verdict is not in by then, or any questions or anything that is happening, if there's nothing by then, um otherwise we are starting our trial in about 13 minutes. um yeah, the only fan is in. Good morning, Robert. I am so sorry. I just, you guys are aware, I'm having a very bad case of hiccups right now. Try not to uh, to let them think, but I am suffering. I'm trying not to talk and hiccup at the same time, but I hope everyone is fine. I'm fine. I'm fine, but I'm just having a lot of hiccups today. Apparently, I don't know how to breathe, or air doesn't know where to go, apparently, today. But anyway, the hiccups are driving me crazy. I'm gonna go crazy today because the hiccups are gonna drive me crazy. Um, so before we go back to our trial, maybe we can do a little bit of a recap. Hang on. You sound so funny, not crazy. Thanks, Benny. Okay, I'm gonna hold my breath for a minute. I'm gonna put some music on while I do that. So, but I need to get rid of them because this is really really annoying me.
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True Crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. She's got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning dough to midnight files, she dances between the day and trials. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. Portuguese pride in the UK sun. She'll solve every case till the morning comes. Daytime bakery, nighttime sleuth. Our true crime addict revealing in the truth.
Right, let's talk now. Let's try to talk, see if the hiccups are gone, but no, they're not gone. Right. Megan Jackson trial starts in about 8 minutes, so we are gonna go there pretty soon. Oh, hello. Good morning, 80s music man, Neon Gamer. Good morning. How are you? Hi. Uh, you have come here to compress. Oh, thank you. One would say things to people, the ones that think. I know, I get you. I completely understand you, my friend. I am sorry. I have the hiccups today. I've been having a case of hiccups again. Trying to get I'm gonna probably go and try. I'll put some more music. I'll be right back. I really need to get rid of these hiccups because they are making my head spin. It's the fourth time I have them. So I'll be right back. I'll put some music again and try to control them. Give me just a moment. I'm so sorry about this.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air. Faces tense as stories tear. Truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families watch, soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes do gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gates. In this court, no room for haste. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? International eyes on the scene. Lines of right, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. On repeat. On repeat. On repeat. No retreat. Families watch, soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes to gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gaze. In this court, no room for haze. In this court, who holds the past? In this court, who holds the past? On repeat. On repeat. No repeat. No repeat. No.
Right. Let's see if that worked. I did the sugar thing, and then I did a drink again. So hopefully both of them combined it worked, but we'll see. Yeah, so Benny, we do have a playlist that you can a link that you can go to and have all our music, our the songs of the channel that we have so far. Stephanie did a new one yesterday actually. I need to grab it. 1 second. Let me go grab it because Stephanie did one yesterday, a new one, and it is amazing. Let me just grab it. The song. Um, where is it? I loved it. Where is it? Da, 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 da. Scrolling up, scrolling up, scrolling up. There you go. Yeah, give me a moment while I grab it and put that there before our trial starts. We can listen to it. Our trial starts in about 15 minutes. So there you go. Share this tab instead, and let's play the new one.
You can't afford to slip. Judges whisper, gavels click, time's ticking fast, every second slick. Waiting for the verdict. Oh, what's it gonna be? Eyes on the clock, yeah, it's all up to destiny. Oh yeah. Holding her breath, oh, she's got no plea. Waiting for the verdict, gotta set her free. Ooh, baby. Sweat drips down, hearts in a race. Every glance feels like a chase. Truth or lies, it's all in the case. But she's standing tall, keeping her grace. Can you feel that groove? Let it take you there. The truth's about to surface, hanging in the air. Judgment's coming, can't run or hide. But she's got the rhythm, funk on her side. Waiting for the verdict. Oh, what's it gonna be? Eyes on the clock, yeah, it's all up to destiny. Holding her breath, oh, she's got no plea. Waiting for the verdict, gotta set her free. Ooh, baby. The jury's back, faces stone cold. Every moment feels like it's solid gold. She's ready now, her story's been told. No matter the outcome, she's bold and bold. Waiting for the verdict. Oh, what's it gonna be? Eyes on the clock. Yeah, it's all up to destiny. Holding her breath. Oh, she's got no plea. Waiting for the verdict. Gotta set her free. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby's bound, hearts in a race. Every glance beneath. Sweat drips down, hearts in a race. Every glance feels like a chase. Truth or lies, it's all in the case. But she's standing tall, keeping her grace. Can you feel that groove? Let it take you there. The truth's about to surface, hanging in the air. Judgment's coming, can't run or hide. But she's got the rhythm, funk on her side. Waiting for the verdict. Oh, what's it gonna be? Eyes on the clock, yeah, it's all up to destiny. Holding her breath, oh, she's got no plea. Waiting for the verdict, gotta set her free. Ooh, baby. Oh, the jury's back, faces stone cold. Every moment feels like it's solid gold. She's ready now, her story's been told. No matter the outcome, she's bold and bold.
I absolutely love that. I absolutely love that. Stephanie, you did amazing. Court should start pretty soon. Feed is not up yet, so we're still awaiting for court to start. I just need to put that on. But Stephanie, you did amazing. You are absolutely fantastic. So we are on day 5 of our case of Megan Jackson, South Carolina. We're gonna carry on that one. It should start momentarily. So the Corona affair, red room trial, we left on the very boring time that we had a detective on the stand, Detective Wells, I believe. And he was talking about the text messages and everything, and I think we were on the cross when trial broke for the weekend and for off for yesterday. So I don't think they have much left to go. Yes, see, I I'm there. I love the beat too. Yeah. So Wells is on a stand. Is I think it's Cross that is doing, and this I think was is the last witness for State. So State's supposed to rest after this witness. Um. Well, which we don't know if okay. If the state if the what was the name defense, oh my days, if the defense has a case or not, we shall see. Ah, there we go, finally they do have it. Yay. I prefer a certain feed than others, and every person has their own taste, obviously, but I prefer this one. But anyway, and they just went live, which is awesome. See, there you go. We are back in our courtroom. We are live. This is live. We're not recapping. We are just on a live trial because we've been following this for the last couple days, the last 5 days, well, 4 days. Today's the fifth day. So we also are on verdict watch for Karen Reid. So state my arrest today on this trial, and we might move along to yeah, to the defense case if they have some. I have a case. Sorry, I forgot to do something before I put that on the screen. 1 second. Oh, it is done. So we they might have a case, they might not have. There is a possibility they do have, or they were just pretending that they had, like Maxwell Anderson did. But I know I love music. I Every time that I get, I'm listening to music if I can. So, ooh, they might come. Hey, Cindy from sunny South Florida. Good morning. I hope you are okay. Court is just about to start. We are having some hot mics, which I think is from this court. Yes, I'm hoping. And that is from this court, because otherwise I'm listening things from other courtrooms. But hello, good morning, happy Tuesday. It is Tuesday. We are almost halfway through the week. Trial is here. We are. Um. Oh, hang on. Yeah. Oh man, the bunny's on the way. They're talking about federal holiday. Are they talking about Thursday? Because Thursday is a holiday, isn't it? The Juneteenth. Let's see what they say. Oh, I love a hot mic. I absolutely love a hot mic moment. Oh, they turned off the mic. Come on, I was just listening to it. Oh, they're playing with the mics today. They're definitely playing with the mics, man, because they keep on off. It's like, don't play with the mics, you're gonna ruin it. But yeah. Oh, good morning, Lydia. Sorry, I'm in the wrong place. Good morning. Hi, hello, good morning. Welcome in, my friend. So good to see you. Here we are just waiting for court to start. It should start in the next, what, 10 minutes ish soon. So, but welcome in. Good morning. Oh, I know. I have the music quite loud in the bakery, but to be fair, I'm there by myself, me, myself, and I. No one comes to say hi apart from my boss, but I pause it when he comes in, obviously, to talk to him. But apart from that, nobody else comes in, so I'm just there grooving to my music, and that's why my phone is always dead by the time I come home, because literally I'm listening to music from 5 a.m. that I start work until literally that I leave. So yeah, that's me always playing music, but it is a good way to be. Exactly, that's the and in a car, I don't turn on the music in my phone on a car, because by the time my phone connects to the car, I'm already home, because I live so close to work. That is crazy, that it's not worth it. But whenever the radio is playing music, because the radio, I think, in my opinion, some radio stations, and especially here in the UK, I don't know how radio stations are in the US. They yeah, they play a lot of ads, and um it's not concert, it's competitions and stuff like that. So they take like forever to play a song. So more often than not, I get an ad or a competition that's going on, and I really only listen to one. uh one radio station, because the other ones, I don't know why, I'm not interested really in radio, so there's only one radio station that I hear. It's Heart Station station uh, that I listen to. The rest I don't. But yeah, apart from that, I don't listen to the radio. But it's good. I like it. But it's they play more ads and everything. Like by the time that ads and competitions and everything start, I'm home and I don't live that far away from work. So sometimes I don't sit in silence, but just have to listen to the to the competition or something or whatever's going on. But 99% of the time I'm always listening to music and grooving to something, or I'm playing music in my head, you know. Gotta got this shoulders going, bobbing to the music. Yeah, it's the only way to do it, of course, because otherwise, Benny, you have to listen to the music and get into the groove and everything, because otherwise you're just gonna I'm gonna just put my name on a honk, because my hand on a honk, because otherwise it's the only way. It's either music to distract me from crazy drivers on the road, or is me beeping at everybody, because sometimes people, especially when I finish work, like I finish work around 11 o'clock in the morning, um you know, I there's a lot of older generation driving, which they bless them. I know it is hard. They need to get out of the house, they need to do their stuff as well, but it doesn't help. That, ugh, yeah. So, and the younger ones as well. Oh, talking about the youngest. So I was getting out of work this morning, right? And I saw this kid on the driver's seat, right? And I know probably is of age, and most likely it is of age to be driving, which is 18 here. Um, he did not look a day over 13 or 12. Honestly, he did not look a day older. He looked so young. I was looking at him. I think I kind of stare a little bit. Um, oh, it was not good. It looked so young. I was like, I look so old compared to him. Oh, the best way to clean. I'll go from limp. Oh yes, to Michael and PYT to Frankie. I do that as like my playlist. You can have all the emotions and all the feelings with my playlists, but you better get ready for the roller coaster, because once you listening to Linkin Park and just going at it and going Fall Out Boy, Linkin Park, all that genre, and then all of a sudden it can go to Michael Bublé and go to a ballad or something from a singer, and then it goes up again from like to rap, Eminem, Lil Wayne and stuff, people like that, and then goes back again, and then all crazy, and then there's and 180. Oh, my playlists. I think you need a seatbelt for my playlists, because it's all over the place. And no one is ever knows where my music is going, so I have to step away for about 10 minutes. I'll keep you on. Oh, that's all right. No worries, Cindy. I'll see you very, very soon. Court should be started by then. I think we are just a little bit tad early, because obviously I wanted to come a bit early, because of course, Karen Reid deliberations has started, and I wanted to watch that and kind of start it that way, and then we can catch up on the day occurrences, because it's already been an eventful-ish day for me, so we can catch up on that and see where the day leads us. But talking about music, my playlist, I do need to do another playlist. To be fair, I need to find the time. Funny. I need to find the time to do another playlist, because I like be surprised of what music is gonna come on. um but even if I do a shuffle on this playlist, it's still I already know what songs are there, so I like to refresh. Oh, Stephanie and everybody, to think about moods, there's also languages. So my music goes from English to Spanish to Portuguese, back to English, and then it's all crazy. I listen to several languages. Oh, and I have a couple Japanese and German music there as well. So it's also multi-language, my playlist. So we never know which language of music that I'm listening. There's one. I wish I could play music on here, but you guys can see that it's called Jefe, um from Shakira. I love playing that song at my work when my less favorite manager is on, because you guys can listen and then tell me about that song. I'll put the name on the chat. Jefe by Shakira. And so that's one song that I like to put on blast and just singing along. And it is Spanish. I love Spanish music. I love this as Jesse. Oh, I haven't heard. He won a contest show where, oh, hang on, where called Rising Star. As soon as he won, they tried to change his style. He went from his own preaching like the Pope. Okay. I might have a look. Oh, I love Shakira. I listen to her to both versions, the English and the Spanish one, but I prefer the Spanish versions of the songs. But I am obsessed with this song, Jefe, at the moment. It is amazing. Obviously, it was directly at our ex PK, the soccer player, but it's so applicable to many other situations. I absolutely love it. It's that one and the other one that she did, calling him out on everything. I absolutely love Shakira, and I can do. I like other artists. I'm a bit variated. But I think the only kind that I don't like, it's like jazz. I'm sorry, I don't really like jazz. Maybe because I've never been shown how to appreciate jazz. That's probably why I don't like it, because pretty sure if I knew how to appreciate the song, um I would like it. But I'm not. Yeah, I've never been submerged to it. But maybe one day. You never know. People change opinions and tastes, and you never know. But yeah, that's my currently obsession about the song. And I can play it until I'm absolutely cannot listen to it again, because there's a song. Was it, oh, Payphone by Maroon 5? That song I cannot listen to it. Um oh, it's a hit and miss. Like, that's the thing. I don't know how, for me it's just instruments playing, but I think I've heard people saying that you need to learn how to um appreciate jazz and have like the hearing for it and everything. So, and I don't have that, so it's probably hard. So I need to either teach or learn, teach myself how to appreciate jazz. And just to say, because I say I don't like it, but to be fair, I've never really learned how to proper listen to it. um y- you know Sorry. So that's why. But I was saying that the one song that I cannot listen, because I have listened to many 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 times, too many times, it's Payphone by Maroon 5. But I prefer the version that it has with Wiz Khalifa, that version. But I can't listen to that because I've listened too much, too many times, that song. And also because it remind when that song got released, I was not in a good time of my life, so I normally associate that song to that time of my life, so I always skip that one. I think that's the oh, there's another one. There was another one that I cannot listen to, but I don't know the name. I know when it comes on the radio, something that I don't like. I need to find which one. Ooh, love some reggae. Absolutely. R&B as well. Yeah, pop, and of course disco. Yeah, all types. And that's the thing. I would be For me to go to a concert, right? It is very hard because I might like one or two songs from an artist, but I don't like all of them. So that will be, oh, Sugar. That is so good too. Absolutely, yes, Benny. Absolutely. Good morning, Hannah. Oh my days, please. StreamYard is slacking. Can you guys still hear me? Okay. Because apparently StreamYard is having issues. Oh no. Please do not. It's either StreamYard or my internet. One of the two is not working very well. Are you guys still hearing me? Okay. Hopefully you are. But good morning, Hannah. How are you today? I hope you are well. We are just waiting on court to start. Yeah, hopefully yeah, hopefully Scott will are good. I sound great and I'm good. Okay, it's just StreamYard is struggling. Great, amazing. I do not like that. So still partial asleep on my friend. I'm so sorry about that. Hopefully we can wake you up. Oh, you miss me. You missed me having hiccups on stream. That was not fun. That was definitely not fun at all. Getting notifications. You need some coffee, and I don't think I need any more coffee because I just had a coffee at my sister-in-law's house. Port, obviously, as you guys can see, you do not hear. But see this. I was gonna say this one. It's good, but then are cute. Are they, Hannah? I've been having hiccups all day, literally since what 5 o'clock this morning, ish. I've been having hiccups on and off all day. It's been horrible on the hiccups department today. Um, hopefully this will sort itself out because I'm not liking how thingy is. Let me do something. See if that improves. Yep, I knew it. You were gonna go down like a river. Sorry, in 1 second. Trying my cat to make me coffee. Anna, the day that you train your cats to make you coffee, please let me know how because I can train Garden Bot to make coffee. No, I'm joking. He does coffee all the time for me. Hey, good morning, Lois. How are you? Hey, good morning. How are you, my friend? I hope you are well. Happy Tuesday. We are just waiting for court to start. I think we should start any moment now because we are normally about 2 minutes late. It is so good to see you as well, even though I'm hiding behind the comments right now, but I'm here. Hello. I hope you're okay. I need to be careful not to have the hiccups again because even though I like sugar, I don't want to have to go all the way to the kitchen to do the trick because I think the sugar and the water that I did actually quite helped those two and not breathing thing to get rid of this last episode of hiccups. Oh, I know. I hate them too. I've been having them all day today, so I'm like, I know I'm probably gonna get them again, and I don't know why people like. I've heard so many theories on why hiccups happen, but I don't know if any of them are. Um, yes, I'm hiding, Benny. I'm hiding. Yeah, I'm just behind. I have to stay here with the comments when I show them. They go there. I don't know. I don't think I can move them. So, which kind of sucks sometimes. But hey, it's okay. Court still hasn't started. Um, this courtroom hasn't been the most on time ever. You know, so he hasn't been the most on time courtroom, so we are sitting and waiting for court to start. I was gonna say that by the time they start, can you imagine if there's a verdict by the time they started? So I saw some on TV show there was a girl living with, oh my days, I would not like living like that. I mean, they are so, nah, sorry, I feel so bad for that person. I'm sorry for that girl. It's horrible living with hiccups. Having hiccups. I already think that because I have hiccups for like a couple minutes or something, I'm already gonna not do very well. Can you imagine permanently living on with? Oh no, I feel so bad. Poor girl. Oh, I think the judge is coming. Yay! Here we go. Yay! Whoop whoop. Work is starting. I think. I hope. And then we're gonna have to pause again for the jury.
Your Honor, just as a housekeeping matter, we went over the exhibits with the court reporter. 99A through J, she does not have specifically admitted, but she does show that Your Honor allowed us to publish them. So I would just ask that they be formally admitted. This was where we had 99A through J and 99A2 through J2. It would have been during Lieutenant Wells' testimony on Friday.
got 99. Got admitted into evidence over defendant's objection. 99A2 through 99J2 admitted into evidence without objection.
So it may have just been that I wasn't clear. As I said, in that case, this was, I believe, the HGADE email. And so 99 was the portion of the report that showed the HGADE email. 99A through J would have been the images. Let me just double check that.
Yeah, I don't have 99A through J. I got 99A2 through 99J2.
Right, and so I probably just was not clear when I spoke. I handed Lieutenant Wells both 99A through J and 99A2 through 99J2, and we went through them at the same time. So 99A was the IMGDB image from the HGADE email, and then 99A2 was showing that that image had been cached on the defendant's phone prior to the email being sent.
So you're seeking to admit now 99A
A through J.
Through J.
Yes, Your Honor. And I believe we did go through them at the bench.
And all of this is part of State's Exhibit
99.
99.
Yes, so in 99, Your Honor, you can see smaller versions of the images. So then Lieutenant Wells testified that he went to that image and then was able to show that image on the defendant's phone.
All right, what's the defense position?
Your Honor, we objected to them as they were coming in. What the record shows, Your Honor, the record shows you're not in. You're not in.
All right, I'm going to admit State's Exhibits 99A through 99J. Since State's Exhibits 99 is already admitted into evidence, and these are just a portion of that.
Yes.
You good? Okay.
And then, Your Honor, there's some question as to 62 and 63. The state shows that they were admitted during Detective Edwards' testimony. Those are discs of the surveillance from Lowe's. So it would have been the point of sale surveillance and the parking lot video.
Jury, whose testimony?
Detective Drew Edwards. I think he would have been Wednesday.
He was.
I believe he was Wednesday.
You were talking about Defendant's Exhibits what?
State's Exhibits 62 and 63.
Yeah, they were never put in. What's the defense position?
It's fine, Your Honor. They're not in this. I don't believe we.
There was art for identification never admitted into evidence. What's the defense position?
Whatever the record shows, you know.
All right. State's Exhibits 62 and 63, they want to put in. I'm not putting.
That's fine.
All right, anything else on the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
Bring the jury. Here comes the jury. There's a new poll on stream just to know where you are with the guilty, not guilty. But just a very funny thing. It kept saying 99, 99, and there's a song by Iggy Azalea and Ariana Grande, 99 Problems, and every single time they would say it's like got a 99 problems. But anyway, but I find this dynamic very weird. She's there in the middle. The lawyers are so far apart, right? And two attorneys swap places. The no socks guy. Ooh, see, that's why I'm still not 100% sure on this one. I'm leaning for sadly not guilty, but Daddy's back. If Daddy's back, who's Daddy's back? Who's Daddy? If oh, who's Daddy? Which Daddy?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Hope everyone had a good Father's Day. You're ready to resume the trial of this case. Please make sure you have your own notepads and no one else's notepads. State and call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state rests.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the state has rested their case, and now is the time of the trial where I have to take up some matters of law with the defendant, with the parties, the state and the defense. As I told you earlier, when we discuss the law, it often requires us to reference factual issues, and we don't want you to be influenced by anything that I say or the attorneys say. So I'm going to choose you back to the jury room for just a few minutes, and we'll bring you back out in just a second.
Good morning to everyone coming in. But yes, state rests. Wow, I was not expecting starting today like that. But yeah, state is rested. Let's see if defense has a case or not. We'll see. I guess.
All right, any motions?
Motions.
Your Honor, we move for a directed verdict on a conspiracy charge. Testimony in the case from all witnesses is that there was no agreement between Jackson and Mr. Dontel. Of course, that's required for a conspiracy charge. He testified very forcefully. He knew nothing about it, had nothing to do with it, hadn't agreed to anything. So, under the facts and the law, that charge should be dismissed.
All right, the state's position.
Your Honor, we would ask that you deny the defense motion. In order for a directed verdict to be granted, there must be a failure of competent evidence. And in this case, we believe that there is ample evidence that the defendant and Mr. Dontel acted together. We believe that the conspiracy continued through the disposal of Mr. Rice's body. Certainly, there is evidence that they went to the preserve on the 29th, the 30th, and the day that Mr. Rice was murdered to engage in target practice. There was a text message indicating the defendant, I believe, said, "I'm all for popping a tire now." Mr. Dontel said, "I agree." I believe that's a question for the jury.
You're saying Mr. Dontel lied on the stand when he said he didn't know anything about it, she jumped out and started shooting?
No, Your Honor. I believe that the way his testimony came across was that he thought she was kidding, and he actually testified at one point. She said, "I hate my kids, I hate my mother, I hate this person, I hate that person." But the conspiracy certainly lasts through putting Mr. Rice's body in the back of the van, storing him at the Myrtle Beach funeral home, and disposing of his body.
No, conspiracy is a pre-arranged plan prior to the act. Disposing of the body is the accessory after the fact. Conspiracy, you have to have a pre-arranged plan between two or more people to commit the crime, and that they actually carry out that crime pursuant to the pre-arranged plan. What evidence do you have that there is a pre-arranged plan between this defendant and anybody else to commit murder?
Your Honor, I would just point to the evidence that I've already highlighted, but I will leave it in the court's discretion, certainly.
All right, I'm going to grant the motion as to the conspiracy charge. I don't see where the state has presented any evidence of a pre-arranged plan between this defendant and any other person to commit the crime.
Your Honor, on the remaining charge of murder, as I understand it, that would be the only charge.
That's correct.
Remains.
That's correct.
We would like to have that dismissed also based on this theory that the reliability of Mr. Dontel is so flawed. Either the prosecutors brought out that he lied many times. he returned, he said he was afraid his returning to his relationship with Ms. Jackson. So our position is no reasonable jury could find there was murder here because they would have to believe Don Tell. And his testimony is so flawed that that wouldn't be a just verdict.
All right, I'm going to deny the motion. I think the fact that he has testified at least creates a jury question as to whether or not he's believable or not. So I'm going to deny that motion. All right, any other motions?
That's all from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, do we want to go ahead and let me question your client on her right to testify?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
If I could get you to stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Your name is Maegan Marie Jackson?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Jackson, at this time, I'm going to explain to you certain rights that you have. If you do not understand anything I say, please let me know. If you want me to explain anything in more detail, please let me know. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. We've now reached the stage of the trial where you may present your defense. You have the right to claim the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. This amendment states in part that no person shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. This means that you cannot be required to testify in this case. You have the right to testify on your behalf. However, no one can make you testify. This is a personal right, and no one can waive this right except for you. If you decide to testify, you will be subject to the same rules that govern other witnesses, and you may be questioned and examined and cross-examined on any relevant issue in this case. In addition, if you have any convictions involving dishonesty or false statement or for crimes punishable by imprisonment for more than 1 year, and this court determines that the probative value of admitting this evidence outweighs its prejudicial effect to you, the solicitor will be able to introduce your record to attack your credibility. Now, are there any prior?
No, Your Honor.
All right. If you decide to testify, this decision on your part must be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made with the knowledge of the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution and the consequences of your decision to testify. If you decide not to testify, I will instruct the jurors that they cannot give the fact that you did not testify any consideration whatsoever, and that there is to be absolutely no prejudice to you because you did not testify. It's left entirely up to you whether or not you testify. You may talk with your attorney, your friends and family, or anyone else, but the final decision will be left entirely up to you. And you understand what I've explained to you?
I do.
Do you have any questions about what I've explained to you?
No, sir.
Have you discussed with your attorneys whether or not you should testify in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you feel like you need to talk to your attorneys any more about this issue?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Is there anybody you feel like you should talk to about this issue before making a decision?
No, sir.
Have you made a decision as to whether or not you wish to testify in this case?
Yes, sir.
And do you wish to testify in this case?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And is this your decision?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything further the defense wants on the record regarding the defendant's right to testify?
No, sir, Your Honor. We talked to our client thoroughly about her right to testify, as have you, and this is her decision, and we stand by her.
All right. Anything further the state wants on the record regarding the defendant's right to testify?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Will the defense be putting up any other witnesses or any other defense in this case?
No, sir.
No, sir.
All right. So I guess all we have now is closing arguments, charges, and deliberations.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's take about, I've got some of the charges done. It's probably going to take me about another 30 minutes. I'll finish up the charges and get you a copy. You can take a look at it. You can do one of two things. If you want to submit something, you can submit something. If you want to wait and get my proposed charges, review them, and see if you have any objections or additions, then you can do that as well. Okay?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
quick question. There was discussion about charging the jury before and then closing, or closing and then charging.
Right.
We would prefer to charge before. I didn't know if the state had any preference, or if you had any preference, Your Honor.
Well, I generally charge after unless both sides agree. So
That's fine, Your Honor, and
Whatever
whatever the state would like, that's
We
fine.
prefer after, Your Honor.
okay, I'll charge after.
That's fine.
So in the closing argument, since the defense has not put up anything, the state will close in full,
Yes,
then the defense will close in full.
Yes.
That'll be all closing arguments.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's take about a 30-minute break. We'll come back. Okay, yes, sir.
Let me ask this, are we concerned about one charge you're gonna be asked to give, which is hand of one is hand of all? We'd like to be able to address that before we make our argument.
All right. Well, let's go over that now. Is there a hand of one? I mean, you're saying she committed the act. So what evidence is there that Mr. Dontel committed the act and she was there aiding and assisting in the commission of that?
well, Your Honor, without being able to read the defense's mind, I'm sure they are going to say that Dontel is the one who killed Mr. Rice.
I'm sure they
Therefore, the presence of both the defendant and Mr. Dontel throughout the night, including going to the preserve, it's up to the jury to decide whether or not they were acting together for hand of one, hand of all, but I certainly think there's enough evidence in the record with them being together the entire night. Dontel actually driving Ms. Jackson's van to the location, helping to load Mr. Rice's body into the back of the van, again, all the way through disposing of the body. It's up to the jury to decide whether or not Mr. Dontel knew what was going to happen or not. I believe that that's a question of fact to the jury.
But the question is, for this defendant to be guilty under the theory of the hand of one is the hand of all, you have to have Mr. Dontel committing the crime and her there aiding and assisting in the commission of the crime. If you have her committing the crime, it's not the hand of one, unless it would be Mr. Dontel guilty under that. A hand of one is the hand of all, is that you are there aiding and assisting someone else in the commission of the crime.
But again, Your Honor, if we're trying to forecast the defense argument, it is likely, I would think, that they argue that Mr. Dontel pulled the trigger. It is therefore up to the jury to decide either way. They can believe all of his testimony, none of his testimony, or part of his testimony. So it would certainly be within the jury's purview to say, well, we believe most of what he said, but we think he pulled the trigger and not her.
But what I'm saying is, what evidence has the state presented that he did pull the trigger and she was there aiding and assisting him? That's the hand of one is the hand of all. What has the state presented in its case in chief that shows Mr. Dontel committed this crime and that she is guilty as a principal because she was there aiding and assisting him in the completion of the crime?
I think that given the fact that the jury can believe all, some, or nothing from Mr. Dontel's testimony opens that possibility that he is the one, again, as I'm sure the defense is going to argue, that he is the one who fired the gun and not Ms. Jackson.
What evidence do you have that he is the one that fired the gun?
We don't believe that he is the one, but certainly there is that possibility within his testimony if the jury believes only part of what he said.
Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'd like an opportunity then to do more research if Your Honor
Yeah,
is
let's do
considering
some
that.
research on it, and if there's anything in the record, anything in the evidence that goes to the jury that shows Mr. Dontel is the one that committed the murder and that Ms. Jackson was there aiding, assisting in the completion or commission of that crime, then you've got the hand of one as the hand of all. But as I look back, and I'll look back over my notes, I don't know that I recall the state putting up anything that shows Mr. Dontel is the one who committed the crime. Now, they can argue that, but I don't know that there's anything in the record from the state that shows Mr. Dontel as the trigger person, so to speak. I'll look back over my notes, you do your research, and we'll come back and readdress it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thanks. Let's take about a 30-minute break.
Oh my days. This is absolutely wild. I did not expect to be this wild today, right now. Yeah, she read him, she got rid of him. They did. So I need oh, Cindy, I'll take your coffee out of your hands if you want to. I'll do the sacrifice, Cindy, if you really want to. I'll do that. I'll take the coffee out of her hands. But wow, who knew? Well, to recap, state rested. They did two JOA, judgmental of acquittal. One of them was granted. So she was facing the conspiracy for red rum, and then the red rum in itself, and that one got dropped, the conspiracy of theory. So she might get away with it. I don't know. I don't know. It's either going to be a hung jury or is it going to be a not guilty? I am feeling that one. It's thank you. This is wild. This case just opened up real crazy, and now the defense now wants to obviously present on closings that Christopher did it. He was the one in charge of this because she doesn't have the conspiracy anymore. So oh my days, can't believe she can walk free. I know. I don't think don't try. I don't know. It's yeah. You. It is so hard on this one. I don't know. I am so divided on this one. I'm not sure at all. But this now has presented this with an awesome possibility, which I'm calling it awesome because it is awesome. So, as we talked earlier, there is two cases, two trials starting today because this one we might be finished today. We might be finished by the end of the day by 5 p.m. We might have a verdict. We might be on verdict watch for two trials tomorrow, which it's as yeah, they proved the red rum, but I don't know if they proved that Megan actually did it. That's my problem. That's my issue. I believe Christopher 100%. She wore the pants in all the relationship. She's the devil. You might be right there, Stephanie, but I don't know. If we were to deliberate right now, and I know closings are not evidence, but if we were to think right now, yeah, they did a terrible job. I agree with you, Janie. I did. Well, I am hoping to be wrong. It's yeah. They better find guilty. Yeah, I agree. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to agree to disagree with you guys, but I am more than welcome to be proved wrong. Absolutely, Benny. Absolutely. You and Stephanie and everyone probably are right, and I am not saying that, and I love that. I would love to be proved wrong, but yeah, I was talking earlier, I'm having doubts. Let me send. Yeah, we can send them some socks, Hannah. Absolutely. I did believe his story. I don't, but I have my doubts. I have my questions. Like, I don't know. Oh, so confused. I do not know. I do not speak English. I would like not to speak English. It's just it. It's the reasonable doubt, that is caught me. It's the fact that we have his story, but we have him the one by that. I'm not saying not guilty. I'm saying probably hung jury. I'm just saying that the state did not prove, in my opinion, that they it did it. Lois, thank you so much for that. I'm sure you forgot the message there. I'm assuming it's for the coffee fund, and I appreciate that very much. I can drink coffee. Yay! Trying to drink more coffee. Thank you very much for that and for helping. You always help the channel just by being here. Every single one of you does help, and I really appreciate it. And good morning as well, William. Nice to see you. So yes, I don't know. I think I'm on those lines, but let's see. Maybe um in the closings my mind will change, but I would, if I know she's lurking, and our verdict expert can weigh in if that would be possible. What do you think, Denise? Because Denise is our expert of opinion on verdicts. If you know, want to weigh in our verdict, I would like your opinion as always, and everybody else's. I appreciate that. You forgot your message too there, Stephanie. Good morning. So yeah. s- No inglés, yeah, no comprende, no hablo inglés, no. So now we have 30 minutes where we are going to be waiting for them to come back. Um, what did they say they're going to do? Jury instructions first, right, and then closings? Because I was thinking we could just skip that. So the other trial, thank you very much for Hannah for that. There's two trials starting today. Literally, there's one. I'm gonna struggle saying the state connect connect icut Connecticut. I know it's wrong. Sorry. So there's one from there that is a set. I'm gonna read the snippet of the trial. So Raul Valle is currently facing a trial for the red rum of 17-year-old Jimmy McGrath in May 2022. At the time of the incident, Valle was just 16 years old. Police alleged that he was involved in a fatal pokey pokey situation outside a home during a party attended by students of rival schools. The confrontation reportedly stemmed from a heated group text exchange between students, which escalated into a violent fight. Vale faces one count of red rum and three counts of assault. So that one is from Connecticut case. But then in South Carolina, same state we are in, there is a retrial ongoing. They're starting. It's going to start later on today. That is Michael Golucci. Where is it? So Michael Golucci is accused of strangling his wife, Sarah Lane Golucci, with a garden hose outside their jewelry store in 2015. He says she took her own life. Prosecutors say that he staged the whole thing to look like a suicide. His first trial ended in a mistrial. Now is back in court. So there's that. Connecticut. Oh, thank you very much, Danny. That helps a ton. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. My pronunciation absolutely horrible there. I appreciate that so very much. So these are the two trials. What do you think? Do you want to go for the high school red rum or the husband that unalived his wife? I if I nailed it! Yay! Thank you very much. I think I might take a screenshot of that one if we do stay in Connecticut. If we stay there, yeah, if we stay there, I might have to take a screenshot. I am more inclined. The retrial sounds interesting. The garden hose, but the school one, the high school one, I don't know, sounds more appealing, sounds more interesting. What do you guys think? High school red rum trial, because I'm interested in that one, and I like just by reading this, because I don't know much about this guy, um but just by reading the snippet of the trial, right, is I don't know, it sounds better than the I'm sorry to say this. This sounds very bad. The other one is a plain old unaliving the husband. What was the motive? Yes, that would be interesting to know. But it's a teenager. He's seven. No, this happened in 22. So 22, 23, 4, 5, 3 years, 16, 17, 18, 19. He's 19 now. So it's a young person, and I'm really interested to learn what it took him. They haven't even started yet, so I don't know if they are in jury selection yet, or they are just behind, so they haven't even started either. um Oh, thank you very much for the responsibility, Cindy. Oh, they actually just started now. So, um, s- let's watch that one. The yeah, because it's the same. I don't know if you guys know, but allegedly speculated she was doing one from exactly the same state, the Jose Morales. We did the first 4 days, and I think it's the same courtroom. Look at this. This is the courtroom for the trial. So look, that is almost, I think, the same courtroom. I think Hannah knows the trial that I'm talking about, the Jose Morales, and I'm sure you guys know. So this is the high school one. He looks like a baby face. I don't know. Apart from this, I don't know anything about the trial. I don't know if he's out on bond. I need to do some investigation about it and everything. But it sounds very, very interesting. All over, like I am so interested. I think this one speaks to me more than the other one. I'm sorry. But I don't even know what is the time zone. The school one. Okay. All right. I think so far the majority goes for the school. We shall do the school one. The other one we might be picking. I mean, on Thursday we don't have much to do on Thursday. We probably on Thursday we could do the openings for the other trial. Maybe just have a pick of what's going on. I know there is a hearing that I want to watch because Colin Gray, the father of, I always mix up them two, Colin and Colt. Right. Colt Gray is that Colin Gray is in jail because of the Appalachia school pew pew incident last September. He has a motions hearing today. And I was thinking that on Thursday we could watch that one as well, to catch up on that motions, because that is a trial that I want to follow, and we've been following since the beginning of that whole situation. Um, the school one, Janie, he killed a rival, a kid of a school, of a rival school. So the name of the victim is where is it? Um, where is it? The name of the of start doing, because he killed Jimmy McGrath. So they were from rival schools, and yeah, and they were at the party. Things got heated. Exchange, there was an exchange of messages, and that was a pokey pokey, incident that happened that led to the unaliving. So he's facing one count of red rum and 3 counts of assault. So that is the school one. And well, that's gonna be our next trial. I just decided it's so it's in fight, and it's gonna be, wow, I was not expecting to be doing a double verdict watch today, which is absolutely crazy, because so yeah, it is gonna be, I think I am interested in that one. The other one sounds interesting too. I'm gonna have FOMO for the rest of my existence on these two trials now, because I want to cover it all. I wish, like, in a way, I think I could, but I don't think I would be able to pay attention to both trials if we were doing both. That would not work. Even though the South Carolina one, the new one from South Carolina, only says that starts in the afternoon, so they might still doing jury selection this morning for all we know, but we'll shall see. How long ago did they break already? Was it? Please tell me. It was only about 12 minutes ago. So we might actually go watch something while we wait for court to come back. Pokey pokey. Yeah, I have to sadly, there's sometimes things that I have to say in a way. Uh, Otherwise YouTube will, just go crazy. Let me see if there's any like news uh reports of anything about it. So apparently it looks like he's on bond, because you, like, look at this. Let me play this. 1 second. Share this one. I need the sound. Go back. Do this. It looks like he's on Bond. Look at that. Let me again. Sorry, but this one instead, and let me play. Oof, that was a bit loud. Wow, that's him walking into the court. Wow, and that might be the family. Oh, that's the McGrath family. Yeah, that's the family of the victim. Oh, wow. Oh, poor family. Yeah, so that was the first one was the defendant walking in into the courtroom, and the second one was the family of the victim of Jimmy McGrath. Yeah, thank you, Janie. Like that sound, I don't know if you know, but that was from Friends. There's a scene, the yeah, that's Phoebe is doing the thing, and I'm like always do it. I know it's crazy. Mom hides it. Yeah, I don't blame him, Cindy. I mean, it's oh wow, it must be a hard. So that is what is going on right now. So that is our next trial. There's not much going on, so we might like I don't know. Because the thing is, I don't know how long that we're. Oh man, where did the? Oh, here. Huh? Oh, it's already happened. Okay, right. An hour ago. That was early hearing. Oh wow, it's already right. Okay, so I've got a question though. What is the time zone of? I'm gonna Connecticut. What is the time zone? Because I was like, yeah, we'll do that one, but what is the time zone? Because please say Eastern. Please say Eastern. Do not say. Please do not say Central. Please, please, please. Yes, it's Eastern. Yay! Sorry, I'm just celebrating because it is the great time zone for us. Um, the Eastern time zone. So our court is it's Eastern. Thank you very much, Paula. Whoop whoop. I'm happy about that. I'm happy that it's Eastern and we are no problems whatsoever with that. I don't know how long the trial is gonna be. Probably it's just gonna be a week or so. I don't know. Still nothing from Karen Reed. Still nothing from our Karen trial, and we seem to be back. I mean, I don't want to start listening to the jury instructions and the court and the openings of the trial, and then we have to pause, going to do hours. I think that would be just too much. It's Eastern. Thank you very much, Cindy. I appreciate that. I'm so happy that it is. And I don't think we have that one on the map yet. So bonus. We might have another yeah, another one to scratch off another state to cross off and say that we've done a trial. So that is good as well. Always have a hard time deciding when it I know, yeah, the lack of knowledge of consequences make me just bad for those kids who see pokey a classmate. I get that, Janie, but I don't think this one looks like an accident or looks like a lack of knowledge of situation. I don't know, obviously I haven't heard of what it is, but um, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't sound to me that it was an accident, but I don't. I'm not gonna judge yet because we haven't heard exactly what happened, what possible defense that he has. Um, so I absolutely no clue. Oh, thanks, Stephanie, for that as well. Appreciate you, girl. But that's another thing that I wanted to talk about. The of our current trial, Megan Jackson, right? She um I don't understand Yeah, the hormones and testosterone can make teen boys vicious when they are really good people. Yes, that is true. And I don't know, it's just hard to judge someone without listening to all the evidence and without the information, obviously. So it kind of goes on how the trial happened. And I'm not saying that, it's the victim's fault, but the victim also probably has something to play there. There was an altercation from both sides, so we'll see what exactly happened. We'll find out on the trials, and that's why we watch trials, to see exactly what happened and not like jump to conclusions. But yeah, we shall see. But I was just gonna say, because it is actually interesting, right, that this this trial, the Megan Jackson trial, is the second trial that we are having, right, where the defense seems that they're going to put on a case, but then they decide not to. They literally rest without putting in a case, and then hope that the jury finds their client not guilty, even though they don't put any case. I think, to me, speaks volumes. It spoke volumes on Maxwell Anderson. This trial, not so much. I'm not 100% sure. So it might claim self-defense. In order to claim self-defense, the prep must have a right to occupy the space they are in. True, they were at a party. I don't know who was there that shouldn't be, because it was rival schools. So yeah, don't know. On the fence with this one. All the fine. Yeah, on the school one, absolutely, Hannah. Same. Um, add the ego, exactly, of peer pressure, exactly, and possibly alcohol, knows, exactly, absolutely, Cindy. There's a lot of factors there to consider. Not that you always have to pay for bad decisions, but I just, yeah, I get it. I absolutely understand that, Janie. And it's two families that get ruined all the time. It's the family of the defendant that, no matter what, it's gonna be ruined, and it's the family of the victim that is also, yeah. I absolutely agree. You all great. I am actually really interested in that case now. My pick is interested. I want to know how um what's her name, Megan Jackson, finishes, and then we're gonna be on verdict watch, and then we can start doing the Connecticut one, um, and then we'll see what happens. I'm hoping the court sound is good. I mean, we can check it out if the court sound is good, actually, because they are talking right now. Hopefully, fingers crossed that it is. We've been really, really blessed with that. So let's have a look if it is good or not.
Substitute information with your client.
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
It appears to the court the only change in the substitute information is the lessening of one of the charges that count.
Right. Okay. We're not gonna listen too much, but the courtroom sound is good. So good. I'm so happy. Sorry. You don't know. It is a little bit low, but I can bump that. That is fine. That is easy peasy to do. That is the one of the easiest things to do. But oh, you remember the judge? It's the same judge. No way, Hannah. It's the same judge as Morales. Oh no, that is not good. That is not good. I like that judge, but that judge takes more breaks than anything. Judge P. Yeah, I know. She takes so many breaks. She's like breaks all the time for her voice, right? Both family are affected, yet the one who lost their child is impacted the most. Absolutely. Because the other one, the defendant, is still, alive still. Even though he goes to prison, they can still visit and have contact with and everything. The other one, you don't. So I absolutely agree there, Cindy. But oh man, so this judge, she sounded amazing on the trial with Jose Morales, and sounded amazing. She's I think she's a very good judge. But oh yeah, I can see if they show the judge. Hang on. Yes, Hannah. It's her. It's her, Hannah. Here. It's on the screen. It's her. So this judge is awesome. She's very good. She has a very good voice. She's very fair. But she drinks a lot of water and takes a lot of pee breaks. That's gonna be annoying. No, I'm joking. That is gonna be the one struggle with this trial. and it's gonna be that. She is a good judge, but yep. Oh, that is gonna be fun. That is gonna be hilarious. That is gonna be absolutely hilarious doing this trial, but it's gonna be good. It's gonna be okay. We can do this. Um, absolutely. We can do this as a collective, and um, we're gonna just have to talk a lot and make sure that I have a drink every day because otherwise it's not gonna be good. Um, that was very, very good memory from you, Hannah. Check you out. Well done, my friend. Oh, hang on. I cannot lose. Yeah, sorry. Our trial hasn't started. I'm just checking that if he has started because I lost a little bit. But I don't think we have much more to wait. I think we only have. Yeah, we have about 5 minutes to go until our trial is back. Um, I hope she got a lot of problems checked out. I hope so too, because like I this is absolutely incredible. She is a good judge. I'm not gonna lie, but she does have some bladder issues. we m- it yeah, that is gonna be fun. It is gonna be a good trial. I'm excited. Oh, obviously I'm not excited that the situation happened. Um, don't get me wrong, but I'm just excited. I always get excited for a new trial, and I will love new trials. And about 5 days, it's the perfect length that I don't get crazy with my ADHD. I don't. It's not diagnosed. I self-diagnose my own ADHD, but I lose focus and interest on things rather quickly, which is very. Oh yeah, sorry. Which is very see my concentration, which is very interesting that I haven't lost interest in doing YouTube. I'm actually having lots of fun, and it's being great to do it. But yeah, I know, Katya Squirrel, where? Huh? I literally was talking to you guys, and I saw something on a monitor on the screen because I'm just scrolling YouTube as you do while I'm talking to you guys. Um, and I saw something about this trial, and I was like, "Oh, what does this ad say?" And then I forgot that I was talking to you, and then my mind went, "Yeah." See, this is what I mean. I first of all, I can talk a lot. I don't know if you guys have noticed that I can talk a lot. Um, and then I can just talk about anything, and I lose concentration and reasoning of thought very easily. So yeah, it is amazing. I have such a great thing. All my days, Colin Gray got so fat. Oh, sorry. I mean, I'm sorry. When he went to jail, he was skinny little lad. Now, hang on, I'm gonna show you guys. And his haircut looks very interesting too. Um, who you? No way. I know, no way that I talk a lot. So I don't know if you guys remember, but this is Colin Gray, the dad of the accused of the Appalachian School Pew Pew event last September, and it was like half of the size of this. Let me see if I can find like a photo of him before prison. That's Georgia. Let me see if I find. Yeah. So this was him before. This one here where my mouse is. I can't go. I can. So that's him. That's the dad, and that's the son. That's Colt Gray, and then that's Colin Gray. So that's him before. This is him after. Oh, sorry. That's him after. Like, wow. Oh, on purpose for sympathy. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh no, don't touch. No, Stephanie, be careful. Do not touch any buttons, y'all. No, no buttons. But yeah, sorry. Me just showing the how, I think it's like all the carbs and everything, but just the difference. Touch it. No, Hannah, do not incentive. No, Hannah, behave. No, I'm joking. But it's just crazy how he changed and how people. I'm interested how he looks. I don't know when Cold Gray has his next hearing. I need to look at that to see when he has. Oh man, really? There was a police chase 14 minutes ago while I was talking and yapping. Yeah, Yeah, I know that one looks. Yeah. Um I remember that case. I remember too because that's when around the time that I started doing this YouTube and stuff. That's the first case that happened when I was doing the thing. That's why I'm like very interesting in this. But hey, good morning, a name here. Hi, good morning. So great to see you again. Hi, good morning, my friend. We are just waiting for court to get back. We are waiting. I did not touch the button. I did not touch button. Put clear gelatin in everything. They can fill them up and oh, okay. Oh wow, that's crazy. I like that name. I love that name. A name here. It's absolutely amazing. I love it. But apparently we lost the police chase. Well, it was not the longest police chase. It only took 6 minutes. What? Press the button. I know it is a great name, Lois. I mean, we can watch it. Our court has it's not back yet for another. Ugh, it should be back any moment now because it's been 30 minutes. Um. Oh no, and I don't know. Uh, I don't know. Maybe it's a well. I don't want to tell you to press button, Stephanie, but probably it's a button. Uh. Oh, it's absolutely. We had was I Vamos I name a changed name? Someone was good, but I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, our court is coming back soon, so we'll watch on the next break the speed chase. I can't even speak anymore. But yeah, so you're welcome. I hope you enjoy it. There is a few videos, members only videos that you can catch up on. It's just more of a background of my life, my personal life, with just a little bit snippets of it here and there. Just yeah. Um it could be settings, yeah. Probably could be. Um Hey, you touched them all until all lit up. That's awesome. And hopefully you did not break it. Press all the buttons and it will fix anything. Yes, he did. She did. She did. She did. Yeah, she did press all the buttons. I saw some heads rolling on the camera. That's why I swapped to here because I saw heads rolling. Not in that like never mind. Let's not talk about that. So they should be back any moment now. What is gonna happen is I think they are gonna having jury instructions first and then closings and then we'll be on verdict watch. Did they say I was probably not paying enough attention. Did they say how long was going to be the deliberations on this case? Because I want to. Oh, hang on, sorry. No, it's just a normal tweet. I want to time it for some reason. You might. I don't think it's gonna be long because it's was it a 5 day trial, so it's. I don't think it's gonna be that long of a deliberation anyway or a closing of it, but it shall be interesting. And judge need. Can you imagine? All right, I was just thinking. Can you imagine the verdict for Karen Reid and the verdict for this trial to come at the same time? What would Will do? Um, yeah, except that this one, hey, that's good. He did say to put the name, so he did. It worked, and we love it. Absolutely love it. But can you imagine if the Karen Reid verdict and this verdict come on at the same time? What will do? Which one will we watch it live? One of them is gonna have to be rewatched because obviously we can't watch two verdicts at the same time. But oh, I can't even imagine that. That would be absolutely crazy because I'm not kidding, right? They deliberate here. They're gonna start deliberate here about like lunchtime. If it is a if it is um if it is a quick verdict on this one, if they come around 4 o'clock both times because they are both on the same time zone. Oh, that would be crazy. That would be absolutely insane. Both and how, like hearing Judge Canone from one side and then this judge from the other side. That would be wild. I'm like, oh my days, what we will do? Both verdicts come in at the same time. I don't know. I think I don't know. I don't know, honestly, I don't. That would be absolutely crazy having both verdicts at the same time. I mean, it's not impossible. The possibilities of happening is probably very slim that of happening, but wow. I was just thinking, I was like, it would be nuts. It would absolutely be crazy. You have faith in me, Hannah. Like it's I'm the wrong person. I'm the wrong person to have faith, and obviously this court is behind it. By this time, we could have watched the chase. Judge, it's been 35, almost 35 minutes. We knew it was not going to be half an hour. Well, at least I should have known. That was not going to be half an hour. You know what? Let's watch the police. Let's watch the police chase that happened earlier today. We'll swap to our trial when it starts, and then yeah, yeah. I think we might do a poll actually about that. Yeah, Bev should go on a corruption charge. Yeah. Oh boy, just read the history of this guy. Oh boy. Oh. It is a good one or a bad one, Stephanie? You scaring me. I like a speed chase, and this one is a quick one though. It's only like lasted about 6 minutes, so let's watch. Because basically, court is back. I can hear them in the background, but it's fine. We're not missing anything. But wow, that was crazy. I know, Norma. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane on my days. But I love police chases. I'm actually getting very excited about them. But I don't know, but probably at this time of the morning over there, I'm not sure. But let's go back to trial. Judge is talking about it. We can discuss it a little bit. But yeah, crazy.
It came out that he was charged with murder and conspiracy, and that he worked out a deal in January. I think it's January when this case was called for trial. Whenever his case was called, I think that creates evidence that yes, he may have been the one that actually pulled the trigger, and therefore the hand of one is the hand of all, that she was acting with him. The fact that came out during his testimony does show that there is some evidence there where the jury could believe that yes, he's the one that committed the crime as the actual perpetrator. That's why I included it. Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Yeah, respectfully, we maintain our disagreement with court on handle one and of all. There's no reason to argue that.
I understand. And your objection's on the record, and before I started reviewing notes and going over the charge of the hand of one is the hand of all, I was inclined to agree with you. But then I do recall Mr. Dontel's testimony where he was charged as the principal, and then the day of his trial, he made the deal with the state and pled to accessory after the fact. So I think there is evidence there that he committed the crime and she was acting. And that's the reason I want to get on the record and reason for my decision. All right, anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
Your Honor, if I can just have a moment. I was waiting for the final ruling to make sure I didn't need to make any adjustments to my PowerPoint, so I just need Ms. Dean to set it up.
That'd be fine. Oh, and as she can go ahead and do this. I'll do however y'all want to do, since it's just one indictment and it's going to be just guilty or not guilty. Typically on that, I just send the indictment, let them write the verdict on the indictment, rather than there's no lesser included offenses or anything where I need to do a verdict form. Is that all right, Mr. Say?
It's fine with the state, Your Honor.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is just the state version.
I guess we are waiting now.
bring the jury in. The state is rested. I'll ask the defense, is there anything you can say the defense rests?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
We rest, Your Honor.
Yes, sir,
But
Your
I'm gonna let
Honor.
you rest on the record in front of the jury.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sorry, I was just typing on chat. The fight against.
I'm sorry, if
Uh,
the defense is going to renew their motions after they rest, would it make sense to argue them now rather than
Well,
having the jury come in and out?
and I've never really understood that. I don't know if they can make motions after they rest when they don't present
Right.
anything, because there's nothing new
Different.
presented, and I think their motions and objections are already served.
Okay, I wanted to avoid them coming in and out.
All right, anything from the defense before we bring the jury in?
I believe, Your Honor, that would do it if we're gonna be done with arguments. That we just have our objection to the one hand wall, which is noted. Besides that, I think we're ready to proceed.
All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Bring the jury. Here we go. Hopefully, we'll get jury instructions done quick, because they sometimes are boring. And then we can start our trial after on verdict watch, which I'm excited for, and I need to edit everything. Yay! But it's good. Sorry, I'm keeping looking now because I got the speed chase now as well. I really want to watch speed car chases now. I know it's the daughter testified on the first day. I think she was the first witness testifying, and it was heartbreaking, absolutely, to watch that. Absolutely, I agree there. It was absolutely heartbreaking to watch. Oh, that's our. Hang on. Huh? Oh my god, no. Oh, sorry, I was just reading something. Hang on, sorry, ADHD, undiagnosed ADHD. Yeah, exactly. All we got. I think she has more kids, but only one testified, and I think only one really is of age and probably knows more, and it's more relevant for the case. But yeah, it's just crazy the whole trial. I still have my doubts. I'm not sure, but I am. I don't know. I do not speak English. I do not. I do not know. No hablo inglés. I don't know. I don't know how I'm still feeling about this case yet. She doesn't look very happy right now. Is she? Oh, I was gonna say, is she frozen? Is she okay? No. So still again, nothing. The update on Karen Reed, nothing. It's gonna go on the second hour of verdict watch today. Almost 11 hours altogether of verdict watch, and yeah. Well, that was straight up in the beginning there, Hannah. But yeah, no, true. Yeah, absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please make sure you have your own notepads and no one else's notepads. The state has rested their case. The defense wishes to present.
Your Honor, the defense rests.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the defense has rested their case. So all the evidence has been presented to you, and now is the time of the trial where the attorneys will make their closing arguments to you. Now, just like their opening statements, these closing arguments are not evidence. It is simply the attorney's contention as to what they think the evidence has shown and the law to be applied in this case. If at any time an attorney references a factual issue that is different from the facts as you find them to be, or references the law that is different from the law as I will charge you at the close of their arguments, then you're to disregard that portion of their arguments, because this is not evidence and it's not a charge on the law. It is just the attorney's contention as to what they think the evidence has shown and the law to be applied. All right, state wish to close?
May it please the court.
Yes, ma'am.
is a tale as old as time, as you were told in the opening. It involved an affair, a pregnancy, and a murder. But there was a fourth aspect of this case that is equally as important, and that's deception. The defendant was the center of the affair, certainly the pregnancy, and most definitely the murder. But the evidence has also shown that she was the center of the deception. In fact, she is a master of deception. I guess the correct term would be mistress of deception, but master of deception is a little bit more common. As you learned during the trial, the defendant and the victim had 4 children together. You actually heard from their oldest child. And think of the strength that that took Savannah to come in and testify against her mother in the murder of her father. They had 4 children, but they had been separated for about 10 months to a year before Greg Rice was murdered. They still had that connection of children, as you always do when you share children with someone else. And as you review the exhibits, because you'll get to bring them back into the jury room with you, you will see that their conversations were mainly about the children, about Greg wanting to pick up the children. When can he see them? So that was the tie that bound them together. The defendant, meanwhile, was involved in body transports. She comes into contact with Christopher Dontel during the course of her work, and she sets her sights on him for some reason. She begins to show up at his favorite restaurant. She ingratiates herself to him, and they begin an affair. She infiltrates the Dontels' marriage and life. She moves to their community. She showers them with gifts. She and her children spend, if this was COVID, Erica Dontel testified that they spent almost all the time together, her family and his family. And then she began to spin her web of lies because she wanted to destroy the Dontels' marriage. But she also wanted to get rid of Greg. And so she started to frame him for revealing information about the affair. You may recall that during the trip to Florida, that was the defendant, Mr. Dontel, Savannah, and one of Savannah's friends, the defendant showed Dontel one text message. All I can say is wait for the storm. And based on this text message, she told Dontel that she was terrified of the victim. Didn't want to be near him. He was hell-bent on hurting her. You have to come with me. I'm going to confront him, but you need to be there because he is going to hurt me. Remember, all I can say is wait for the storm. But, and I know it took a little bit for Lieutenant Wells to read through that whole conversation, but especially here, the context of that one text is extremely important because you should recall, and again, you will have the exhibit in your room with you, that the conversation was about the children. Greg did not know that the defendant and Dontel were in Florida. He thought they were in Ohio. He was caring for the other 3 children, and the defendant had stayed away longer than she had told him she would. And his job was suffering as a result. He couldn't work because he had to care for the children. And so that's what he continually caught her in lies. You told me you were going to be home yesterday. You told me you had a court date. I'm tired of all these lies. So the storm was to expose the lies. I don't trust a word you say. Everything is always riddled with half-truths and lies, so I'm going to start letting people know the truth. Not, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to hurt you. It's, you lie to me, and your lying to me affects my life. And people need to know that they can't trust what you are going to say. Again, if you look at the entire conversation, you will see that Greg is saying, thanks, just text me when they're ready, please. Hope your day is going well. Boy, that sounds like someone who is out to hurt someone, right? When can I pick up the kids? I hope your day is going well. Greg was not threatening the defendant. Greg's only concern was seeing and caring for his children. The defendant, on the other hand, so go ahead and run your fucking mouth again. Thanks for being an ass about it. Who in that text conversation was more aggressive? It was the defendant, not Greg Rice. Greg Rice had no intention of hurting Maegan Jackson. So the defendant comes up with this scheme that she is going to expose her affair with Christopher Dontel, but she's going to pin it on Greg Rice. So she begins with these text for free messages. One of them included the list of the 4 people who had gone to Florida. That couldn't have come from Greg because he had no idea where she was. He thought she was in Ohio. He certainly didn't know that she was with Christopher Dontel because otherwise that would have come out in the text. So this text came from Maegan Jackson. How else do we know that the defendant is the one who sent these text for free messages? If you look at, there was one IMDb link that you can make out. This is what pulls up. At the top of that is Christopher Dontel's number, meaning that this is a photo, not even just a capture. This is a photo, someone taking a photo of the defendant's phone and sending that, uploading it to IMDb and sending it to Erica. Lieutenant Wells showed you that text conversation in the defendant's phone. How would Greg get the defendant's phone in order to take a photo of this text conversation and send it? How would he even know about this text message? And if you read the content of this text message, believe me, it was specifically chosen to hurt Erica the most. Then, when that didn't work, the defendant started this, she sort of upped the ante a little bit. She started talking about a package is going to be coming in the mail. And already she's, again, blaming Greg. And let me actually backtrack for 1 minute with the text for free messages. Don't forget that when Erica said to her husband, call her now, and they called the defendant, who did the defendant say was sending those messages? It's got to be Greg. There's no evidence in the record that Greg cared a whit about who the defendant was sleeping with. All he cared about was his kids. But when the text for free text did not work, she begins this campaign about a package coming in the mail. And again, she's blaming Greg. So this is really a win-win situation for her. She's telling Dontel to intercept the package. Okay, well, if he doesn't intercept the package, then number one, it hurts Erica, perhaps drives a bigger wedge in their marriage. But Dontel is going to think that Greg is trying to destroy their marriage. But if Dontel does intercept it, again, there's still that notion in the background, look what Greg is doing. Look what Greg is trying to do to your marriage. So she had started this little...
Excuse me. I was just informed that somebody he's just informed.
So, Counsel, why don't you come on up?
Of course, we start with the sidebar. Of course. But we are back in Karen Reid. Wow, that gallery is empty. Wow. There's one person on that gallery. Wow. But we are pausing our closing arguments for now because there's a question in Karen Reid. So how many plants in the jury? So there is a question in Karen Reid. So that's what's happening. There's a jury has a question in Karen Reid. So we are stopping our trial for a moment. My apologies. And we are going to go back again. So we're going to go back soon to our closings. But there's a question in Karen Reid. That's what we're watching. It's yes, there is a question from the jury. I don't know if she's allowing it or not. Oh, mom and daughter are watching today in green color. But yes, exactly. That's what I was thinking, Nancy. Thank you very much. And that's exactly that is gonna tell how they are leaning. How many jury's members have been paid off? Who knows? I don't know. I don't know. At least maybe one that is keeping this as a hung juror. Oh, this hiccups today are gonna be the unaliving of me. Uh, that verdict clock, it's not mine. It's the law and crime one. It is not mine, but yeah. I'm trying to open the computer for the clock for the other one. Yeah, yeah, Ali. I mean, all you need is one. A name here. All you need is one juror that's a holdout or is being influenced or something or whatever happened to for verdict not to come. So it's oh no. Sorry. R. Kelly has been rushed to the hospital after suffering an overdose in prison, which was caused allegedly by one of the staff members. Oof, I knew. Oh, anyone considers she's actually guilty? I think there's a couple people that consider her guilty. They have their own opinion about it. I don't know. I did not watch enough of this trial. I don't remember enough of the other trial, but from what I saw, she's not guilty. But that's from what I saw. I did not see the whole trial, so sorry. I do not know how you OD in prison. I have no clue. Oh, seems like we got me back, but suspicious about that one.
Kind of hover.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't.
Oh, I cannot do this. What he was saying? Who was that? Alexei. Oh, hiccups. Go away. Sorry, I get frustrated with the hiccups. So, who was talking? Talking. Was that Alexei or somebody else? Interesting. Come on, hurry up. Oh wow, that is crazy. A name here. That is absolutely crazy. Oh, I need to do the sugar trick. The sugar trick earlier worked. Sorry. The sugar trick worked earlier. All you had to see was arm scratches, and that happened to the dam's arm at 25. True. I agree there with you, Janie. But again, I did not see enough of this trial to make a full thing. But from what I think, from what I saw, it was yeah. But I guess it can go either way. Sorry. Oh. That is the sad thing, though. A name here is that we might not know ever what actually happened. We might not actually ever find out who did it, who didn't do it. I mean, it might remain a mystery for all times, and that is the sad part of it all. And it's not the part that is liked. And no, she won't say. What you mean? She won't say what? Um, who won't say something? I know. I need to know. I need to fix this hiccups. 1 second. I don't think it is a verdict, so it's a question from the jury. I think we are. Oh, no, we aren't Karen Reed right now because there's a question. I think from what I know, it's okay. It's absolutely fine. Someone probably inspired and alive them. Very easy to. Yeah, that it could be it. Oh, there's a huddle there. They are analyzing the question. I don't know. I'm not expert on reading people, so do not ask me to read. I'll just like them to hurry up so we can go back to our trial. Hang on, let me just adjust the fan speed because it's getting a little bit chilly. Interesting to say that. We are just waiting on see what's happening. John fell back, cracked open the back of his head. That could be a very big possibility. You made it just in time of the question on Karen Reed's. So we paused a little bit our closings. My hiccups are back, and we are just pausing a little bit so we can hear this question. But yeah, so they are Turtle Boyle says that Karen Reed's lawyer are vigorously talking and writing things down, like we can see. They passed the note to the prosecutor, which is also writing things down. The next one, it's one that I need to open my phone for, because people talk. Oh, apparently Sue O'Connell wrote down, members of the Karen section are crying. Karen is crying. Don't know. Huddle, we are calling a run play defense is showing. Yeah.
Counsel, what I'd like to do is I'm just going to read the questions to you now. So please take your seats. So I'm going to read the questions. I'm going to have them marked. Then I will take a short recess, let you all talk about it, and then come back.
Thank you.
So, all right. So I received 3 questions from the jury. The first one is, they appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? So I will give you some time to consult. I think the first one, I'll hear from you as to what the time frame is, and I don't need to hear from you now. That's pretty clear cut what they're looking for. The second one are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them? Well, we know they are evidence and they can give them whatever weight they want. I would also be inclined to give a humane practice instruction, and tell me if you want the digital evidence instruction. It's a little awkward because it would be something like, before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who appeared in the communication was in fact Karen Reed. So think about that when I come back out. But I think it's appropriate to give a humane practice instruction, and also tell me what you think about what to say about the weight. The third question is a little bit more, I think, unclear as to exactly what they're looking for. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? What I'm proposing, I gave you both a verdict slip where I included the language. I know yesterday I said they have to be read hand in hand, the jury instructions with the verdict slip. I've incorporated the language from the jury instruction into the verdict slip. I've given each side a copy. When I come out, I'd like your input on whether you think this is appropriate. I would instruct them, as I did before, that they start at the top and work their way down. That's the only thing I did not specifically put in here, but I think it takes it step by step, an analysis to do it. So how much time does the defense want to be able to respond to me?
Perhaps 15 minutes.
Okay. And the Commonwealth?
That will suffice.
Okay. So it's 7 past. Why don't I come out at 25 after? Give you 20 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Right, I need help because I do not understand these questions. So the first question is, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? And apparently I googled it. OUI charge is operating under the influence, so it's the DUI charge. And then the video clips are evidence. And then how can they consider them? And then the third one is, does convicting on OUI charge affect the overall charge? So what third boy says is that all these questions indicate that they are hung on the OUI charge and on the OUI charge only. And I think, yes, I think the juries are lost. They are completely lost because um the verdict forms, yeah, they don't know what evidence, what is evidence. Yes, they don't, they don't know if the clips are, how to consider the clips, because there was absolutely no contest of those clips, because that is one of the days that we watched. Sorry, I have to do my hair. um and they just present, the Commonwealth just presented the clips, just play the clip, and that was it, nothing else, no explanation or nothing. So I think the jurors are definitely confused about that one. um True, but the thing is, a name here, if she only gets DUI, she can get time served, can lead up to 2.5 years in jails, a fine. But I think with all of this, I think she would get time served. You know, they are on trial. She'll probably get guilty on that, but I think if she gets guilty on the OUI charge, she might be remanded, but she might get time served on that one. Or so yeah, they did about those things they did. Step outside, then return, and then find Karen not guilty. I agree, Anna, for the jury. So they are going to come back at 25 past. Knowing this court, they're probably going to come back at half past or something. Shall we go back? We can carry on discussing on the chat. Shall we go back very quickly, finish our instructions, so then we can have more time for this, for the instructions, for our closings. And my other computer is not working, which is, it's a very old computer. So it's completely not working. It stopped. So yeah, I agree. They are confused, and she should have not done any interviews until all of this were is confusing them. The interviews should have not aired until she was done. And I absolutely agree. Yeah, well, true, but also didn't might have not helped, because taking it out of context like the Commonwealth did, they could have literally just taking out of context and just played the parts that were relevant, and that's probably what it's confusing the jury. So yeah, but I think that I don't know what you guys think. Do you think that this question shows that they are thinking of, like, in favor of her or against her? They are thinking about the OUI charge only, and that's it. They're not talking about the unaliving. They're not talking about the other charges, just this one. So it didn't look morally wounded. Quote, hurts most. Yeah, true. No one else on the screen heard it, allegedly. Yeah. That's interesting, but it's just Twitch is absolutely going bananas with this. Yeah, we might get a verdict on the OUI charge, and that only, not yeah, they have, yeah, I think they have agreed on the other charge and only hung or this on this one. And I think that's what happened last year on the other trial. I think they had as well a verdict for the case, but for the charges. But like, this jury is asking, does a guilty on the OUI charge affect the other one? So if he has to be guilty on the OUI, then she has to be guilty on the red rum, and that's what maybe they are hung on and stuck at. And I think that's what happened last year, in my honest, humble opinion. Um, OUI charge, paid the one holding out, causing doubt. Yeah. Everyone might be very surprised they're guilty. I agree there too, and Nancy. They don't know where their evidence, though. Come on, jury, you know what is evidence. Because they don't know what contest was the interviews brought at. I think that's the thing that they are stuck on. I think this is about the lesser. Yes, it is about the lesser charge. Proof that the form was confusing again. Last year happened exactly the same thing. and she didn't pull them or let them ask questions. Plus, there wasn't a non-guilty option. True as well. See, and that's, I think that's where last year happened, and this is happening. I'm still saying not guilty on all but OUI, but Bev knows that form is confusing. She does, but this happened exactly the last year as well. It was the same thing that happened, and they got the hung jury at the end. But and that's what they appealed afterwards, was that they probably found her not guilty of the charges, and they had confusion on the lessons, and that's why we're all over here all over again. And there was jurors that come out saying that, was a not guilty overall, but they probably convicted her as well last year, only on the OUI. But the thing, but I like that question number 3, that was like convicting on one affects the other charges. I like that part, because they are clearly showing that they are, the correct thing. So I don't know. Yeah, I think this is showing that they are only stuck on that one, and they are wanting to be clear, because I think they want finding her guilty on the OUI, okay, on the driving under the influence, but not on the murder or the red rum. Sorry, oops, my bad. Um, I don't know. So jury has questions. The defense will be back to respond with the judge at 11:25, which is in about 10 minutes. So my proposal is we go back very quickly to our trial. We can carry on the discussion in chat, but just listening to our closings, and then we can come back again when Karen Reid has an answer, so we can just get a move on the
Campaign
day.
about the package on September 28th. And then on September 30th, we see, and I tried to put the exhibit numbers here so you'd be able to reference them if you wanted to. We see on her web searches that she searched for the location of both the UPS store and the FedEx store, or that she was actually at those two locations, further indicating that she is the one who sent the package. Even more telling is the fact that she deleted her search for the location of where the FedEx store is. How many people here have ever gone to the trouble of deleting a search for a location as bland as FedEx? Further evidence that she was trying to frame Greg for sending this package. So Dontel was able to intercept the package. And you may recall that he said, I opened it up, I didn't look a lot at it, I just brought it over to the defendant. But it was photo collages and pictures of text messages. So then we move on to the notepad, the links in the defendant's notepad. Now remember that she started these text messages about the package coming on the 28th. Well, on the 27th, she starts uploading all of these images into IMDb, setting the stage. And again, notably, October 2nd, she sends that to the trash. But Lieutenant Wells was able to access each one of those IMDb links, which she was also able to show you were cached in the defendant's phone. Now, these are just some of them. I think it was exhibits 100A through S, right? But if you look at these text conversations with Dontel's number at the top, photo collages, exactly what Dontel saw in the package. And then also, while this is going on, while the defendant is feeding Dontel this pack of lies about Greg is trying to expose the affair, I'm so scared of Greg, we have evidence of further malice towards the victim, where there was a text message about popping a tire. I'm all for popping a tire now. So the package still doesn't work. Dontel is still married. He's still married to this day. Whether you agree with her decision or not, Erica Dontel did not leave her husband when word of the affair came out. Did not leave her husband when word of the pregnancy came out. Did not leave her husband when he was arrested for murdering his lover's baby daddy. Still has not left him. So the defendant's campaign to destroy that marriage didn't work, but she kept trying. So then we get to the H-Gate email. And if you recall, this H-Gate email, which was sent on October 1st, but there was evidence that the defendant's phone had accessed that account on September 27th with a password that was stored in the keychain of her phone. So she's accessing that email account a full 4 days before this email is sent. And the email is sent, so let's widen the web a little bit here. It's not working that I just send things to Erica Dontel. Now the defendant's including Erica Dontel's sister and father. Maybe this will work. Maybe this will break up the marriage. Again, trying to blame it on Greg, but how is Greg going to get these images? These are all clearly from the defendant's phone. And Lieutenant Wells told you that he found them in the defendant's phone. So while she is saying at every chance she can get, Greg is doing this, Greg is trying to expose the affair, this is all Greg's fault, it is clearly her fault. And when this still doesn't get the desired result, the next step of the plan goes forward. So this email was sent on October 1st. Now we go to October 2nd. And they go to the preserve where they had been on the 29th, the 30th, and now the day of the murder. And they engage in target practice. So on October 2nd, they were together all night. Christopher Dontel told you that, but the evidence tells you that also. As you think through Christopher Dontel's testimony, think of how it's corroborated by phone records, surveillance videos, LPR photos, starting when they left their community, the community that the defendant moved into, knowing that the Dontels already lived there. So they're leaving their community within moments of each other. And the phone activity shows the same thing. They go to the preserve, again for target practice. We see both cars leaving. We saw them coming in as well, but there they are leaving. There are the phone records showing that both phones are hitting off the tower that serves the preserve. Then they go to Abuelo's, seated at the bar together. Again, the phone records show that they were together all night. All the way through to 11:06, 11:07 p.m., the last connection that Greg's phone makes to any tower. We ran the surveillance video for you from Just Ask Hal, or the Lowe's food parking lot. You see the defendant's van and Dontel's Ford Explorer. You see them, you never see Greg. Why? Because he was being stored in the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home cooler. We know that the defendant was the last person to talk to Greg Rice. Twice. First, she calls at 9:45, and then again at 9:58. And at that point, Greg Rice starts walking towards the Clay Pond Road entrance to the Arrowhead community. They leave Arrowhead at the same time. Again, supported by the phone records. And we know what happened during that 6 or 7 minutes in the Arrowhead community. Christopher Dontel testified he was driving the defendant's van. As they're pulling down Arrowhead Boulevard, they see the victim walking down the road. Dontel begins to pull over, and the defendant says, "No, turn around, make a U-turn and pull up in front. Don't be awkward." And then as soon as he pulls up, the defendant jumps out of the car and fires multiple shots, killing Greg Rice. And what's interesting is every single shot is on the left side of the body. So picture this, that the van is in front of me. I'm Greg Rice, I'm walking up, door opens, I see the defendant hop out with a gun in her hand, and I start turning to run for my life. Shot, 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 shot. He saw it coming. Now, the defense made quite a bit of, well, everyone, like Captain Wilson, did you park in the lot? Did you go to the sidewalk? Did you walk up to the apartment? Did anyone say shots fired? Did you see any crime scene? Focusing first on whether or not there were any calls about shots being fired, I suggest that anyone who has lived in Horry County for any length of time has heard gunshots. And quite frankly, if you called the police every time you heard gunshots, you wouldn't have time for much else. But what you should also consider is where the shots happened. Next to this 8-acre tract. And there was testimony, I believe it was by Sergeant Jones, that a shot from a .22 caliber, which is what the murder weapon was, is much softer than, say, a 9mm or a .357 Magnum. But the fact that no one called in shots fired is really of no moment. Again, we go back to the last data connection that we have with Greg Rice's phone. And as you were watching that sort of animated slide, Sergeant Marcus loves these animated slides, puts them in every presentation. But if you looked at that animated slide detailing the last sort of life of Greg Rice's phone, you will notice that Greg's phone is tracking with the defendant. At one point in that animation, it was geolocation data of the defendant with Greg Rice's phone. Christopher Dontel also told you that after they had stored the body in the funeral home, at some point in the evening, the defendant wanted to go back and get some of Greg's belongings so that she could plant them at the apartment and kind of give life to this missing person story. Well, how do we know that that is accurate? Because he told you about a trade embalmer. I learned a lot about the business of death in this case. I never knew that there was a trade embalmer, someone that would show up at a funeral home at midnight to embalm a body. But sure enough, they did. And again, geolocation data shows that the embalmer's wife, Joanne Cusack, was at the Myrtle Beach funeral home at the same time as Maegan Jackson, her geolocation data. And that's at 12:38 at night. So based on everything that we had seen so far, all the evidence that has been entered, the defendant was charged with murder. Now, typically, the prosecution and the defense fight over just about everything. But I cannot imagine a reasonable argument that Greg Rice was not murdered. Shot a minimum of 5 times and dumped in a river to be found 5 weeks later. So then what it is up to you to decide is the defendant guilty of the murder? Certainly by Mr. Dontel's testimony, she is. If you have any hesitation about that, then South Carolina has hand of one, hand of all. If they were acting together, and you heard that he had originally been charged with murder and criminal conspiracy and accessory after the fact, entered a plea with no agreements with the state to criminal conspiracy and accessory after the fact. So if you think, well, maybe Dontel did it and not the defendant, you go back to this hand of one, hand of all, which says that it doesn't matter. 2 people can be guilty of killing another when only one of them has a gun and only one of them fires a shot. But I would suggest to you that there should be no question in your mind who fired the multiple shots that killed Greg Rice. Because all you need to do is look at who benefited from his murder. Christopher Dontel and Erica Dontel never met Greg Rice. Never. The news of the affair and the pregnancy was already out. So what benefit would it be to kill Greg Rice? You can't stuff that secret back in the bag. And as I said before, the news of the affair and the pregnancy did not end Dontel's marriage. The defendant is the only one who benefited from Greg's murder, and I think that's evident in the seeds that she planted along the way. In a moment, after defense closing and the judge's charge, you will be asked to render a verdict. Verdict in Latin means to speak the truth, something I would suggest the defendant has an extremely difficult time doing. But it is your job to end the defendant's continued deception and speak the truth and convict her of murder. Thank you.
Yes. Your Honor.
She's just going to take a stand on herself.
Good morning. What you're going to hear in the jury charge in terms of reasonable doubt.
I'll hear you on the first question, the time of the OUI. Any suggestions?
Your Honor, do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay. On question number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge, offense 002, section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? Our suggestion would be something along the lines of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have the evidence. It's your decision.
You are the fact finder.
You're the fact finder.
Mr. Brennan, or whomever from the Commonwealth?
My suggestion would be 12:45.
And why is that?
The case has always been focused at that time. I don't think there's anything specific in the indictment regarding the time.
Do we have the indictments?
No.
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
Understood.
All right.
I agree with the court on principle. I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember if we can pull that up.
There's no time? I don't expect that there's any time.
All right. So I'll say you have the evidence, and remember, you are the fact finders, or something to that effect. All right. Are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it.
Sure.
Yes, the videos are evidence. Give them whatever weight you think is appropriate to give them. And then I would give the digital evidence instruction and the humane practice instruction.
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
All right.
If any.
Okay.
Thank you. Otherwise, it's fine.
Okay. What's the Commonwealth's position?
We have a different perspective on that.
Okay.
The first part of the question, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer should be yes.
Okay.
How can we consider them? I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would evidence. Since they've been introduced substantively, they are like any other piece of evidence. There's no difference, and there shouldn't be any reflection of a difference in the answer. We didn't introduce any evidence in this case and say you should give it any weight, if any at all. We didn't provide a limiting instruction in any way, and these shouldn't be so limited. This is just like a photograph. It's no different than a physical piece of evidence. And so I think the answer should simply be yes. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence. I do not think the court should give humane practice or digital evidence. It suggests that there's some deterioration or further analysis that is different. Those instructions were already given during the charge. In addition, those instructions are in their hand in the written jury instructions. And so, to put it most simply, as I think that we should, is this is a piece of evidence, and you weigh it like you would any other piece of evidence, whatever they decide. rather than give them guidance to curtail it or to limit it in any fashion.
My only suggestion, Your Honor, is that every single piece of evidence that's provided to them, it's in keeping with Massachusetts laws and keeping with the responsibility that they have. Every single evidence is given the weight, if any, they deem appropriate. That is not a misapplication of the law. I think the Commonwealth's suggestion suggests in the answer that they should or they have to give those statements weight, and the law is they don't have to give them any weight. So I think the appropriate comment by the court is exactly as the court suggested initially, which is you give it whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
Sorry, I probably should be speaking because she's not speaking. Sorry, I'm listening to the jury instructions that we are going to be able to skip an hour trial because yeah, closings are done. Our trial is about to go on verdict watch as well, so we may watch closings sped up on verdict watch, chit chat for a little bit, and we might start our new trial. It's gonna be a crazy day. Verdict watch, 2 trials, right? Jury questions plus starting a new trial. Y'all, are you ready for the crazy train? Choo choo. Let's go on a crazy train of 3 trials in one day. My days. We're gonna be traveling all over the US again. But good morning, Maria. Hello. Hold on a minute. Yeah, hold on a minute. Valle turned down a 40-year plea. Wow. Oh my. Indeed, oh my, Norma. It's gonna about to get a wild day. New trial, 2 verdict watchers, jury questions on KR, which we're trying to see what is happening. But yeah, it's gonna be a good day. It is gonna be a crazy day. Crazy train. We're gonna be in 3 states, 1
Right.
stream.
So what I'm going to say is, yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, then I'll go and I'll read the electronic communications and the humane practice. That covers it.
I don't have a principled objection to it if the court adds the word "if any."
I understand.
Because I don't want them to think, for instance, the way that it's worded as the Commonwealth suggested it, they have to weigh it the same way they weigh other pieces of evidence. Every single piece of evidence is weighed in and of itself. It's individual to the piece of evidence that's presented. For instance, they could weigh the statements by Ms. Reed. They could give it no weight. Each individual juror could decide, I'm going to dispatch it altogether and give it no weight, while giving another piece of evidence, like whatever that might be, the testimony of one of the ARCA witnesses, complete weight. I think that we need to stress that the clips bear no additional weight, no additional gravity than anything else that they've considered. And the only way to do that is very simply, you give this the weight, if any, that you decide is appropriate. It doesn't, I think, comparing it and contrasting to other pieces of evidence in the case, it's unnecessary, and it tends to suggest they have to give it weight.
Okay. So your objection's noted. Now let's get to the third one. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2. And I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of, no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge 002, number 5, is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law. And then there are suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made to the verdict slip. And I'm happy to go over those with you and put those on the record.
Okay, go ahead.
With regard to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you, quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, comma, stop and sign the verdict slip, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following, I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right, I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on?
Under the guilty. So go ahead, I'll hear you further.
Going further, going under number 3, toward the bottom of the page, in the parenthetical that the court suggested, which we find is excellent, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter, we would simply add that clause.
So we'd have to add it in all of them.
Correct.
Which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
Hold on one second.
Of course.
Okay.
We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following. And there's a typo. It says the parenthetical
we fixed it.
Check one of. Okay.
Yes. So we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to, again, add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
On that page, going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
Okay.
Moving down under sub 5, the
We still
OUI.
need to say stop and sign the verdict slip.
Right. After the word stop and sign the verdict slip.
Yep.
And then under sub 5, again, the same thing. We just suggested that for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final edit would be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find, I think her should be
Yeah.
changed to the defendant. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested for the verdict
All
slip.
right. Mr. Brennan?
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think that the edits, this proposed instruction explains it.
All right.
I don't have any issue with if you state, if you decide on a lesser included offense, it does not include the earlier offense. And I'm not sure of the exact language that can be used. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to. But I think the form you filled it out with the edits is going to be sufficient for them to follow.
What do you think about the defendant's position that if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence, Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it, it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense. It would not include the higher offense.
All right.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain, if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
I don't have any objection to that. The only other thing is the digital instruction.
Yes.
We don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that we should reemphasize that, and we're not asking for it.
All right, so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes,
All
thank
right,
you.
I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, your computer, to amend this if we can, and we'll make copies. So we'll bring the jurors in. Let them know that we'll be bringing them in shortly, Tony. All right, thank you.
All right.
Right. Okay. Someone please explain to me, because I've got the verdict slip, right? Please don't ask any more, jury. So what was the count that they are stuck on? Because I'm lost. Because there is on charge 2, right? First, I've got on my phone. The charge 1 is not guilty of the offense charge or any lesser included. Charge 2 is guilty of offenses charged manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and then you have two other options under that of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol of 0.08% or greater. And then the third option overall is guilty of lesser included offense is voluntary manslaughter. Fourth is guilty of lesser included offense, motor vehicle or homicide, felony or UI, liquor and negligence. And then the fifth is guilty of lesser included offense, operating under the influence of liquor. So this is what I'm confused. 2.5, right? 2.2. There's not 2.5. Oh, 205. Right, guilty of less included, operating under the influence of liquor. Oh, see, this is why I'm confused. And yeah, the last one, yeah, I think it is, isn't it? It's repeated in a different language. So offense 2 is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Oh, so that's the lesser one. Okay, so she is either. Okay, not guilty and then a guilty. But what is the difference between 2 and 5? They are exactly the same. This is because it's count two, not point two. Oh, okay. The last one. Oh, the last one, right. But they sound the same. See, they sound absolutely the same to me. I'm sorry, but they do sound exactly absolutely the same. To me, it's confusing. It is okay, all right, no worries. See you very soon, Norma. We're probably still gonna be very confused by the time you come back because I don't know. This is so confusing. And this is, I think that's what, like, it's very guilty. It should just be guilty, not guilty, guilty on the lesser, and then an option on the lesser. And that's all. Not all this like why is like they like complicate things. The I really do though. It confuses us. How's the jury's going? Exactly. I don't know how the jury's going to figure it out. That's why they're asking, and then that's why a hung jury is going to it happens because they cannot understand the verdict. Difference in wording. They want her guilty, so that's how they. We are probably yeah. Uh, this is absolutely crazy. I mean, it's I. I wish we had a law expert like that could probably now. This is the only time I want a law expert. That is the only thing. But it's the wording. I think they are gonna come back soon, so there's no point of us going back to our trial and then come back again and then vice versa. But oh, hang on. I would try. I need to.
You can't have some jurors stop deliberations while other jurors continue to deliberate. But whatever you choose to do, whether you deliberate while you eat or if you want.
1 second.
You can do that as well. All right, I'm going to excuse you back to the jury room, but please do not begin your deliberations until you're told to do so. Thank you very much.
Right. So now that's confusing as well in our trial. In the Megan Jackson trial, jury is being excused, but not to deliberate. I'm gonna start the watch just in case. So I'm gonna just start the watch for that one just in case. But I hopefully we'll get a notification or something that the jury has started deliberating on the Megan Jackson trial. So two verdict watches ongoing. We'll watch the closing arguments from the defense shortly after this whole situation of the Karen Reid is sorted, and we are back. I mean, you can put your guesses.
I'm going to go ahead and do something. Thank you, Your Honor. If you anything else from the defense.
1 second. Oh, right. It's clear as mud to me. I think so, Cindy. This whole thing, it's so complicated that it's confusing me. Sorry. I'm just watching the some instructions on our trial. 1 second. Okay, they're just talking about the evidence and everything. It's just, I think, yeah. She can't do that in terms to send that till a guilty verdict. If they are hung after a certain while. Even she has to call it quits. That happened on a Christopher Shore trial. I'm sure the judge wanted a guilty verdict, but if they deliberated for 20 hours, and if they can't reach it, they cannot reach it. You can't force a trial, otherwise it will be overruled. She would, yeah, she probably would do that if she could, but I don't think even her corruption allows that even to happen. So she said about 5 minutes wasn't well. We know that in Judge Beth's word is going to be 10 minutes or 15 or even an hour to do it. But it's just why I wish I would understand more to explain to you guys and I could feel confident, but I absolutely don't know about it. But it seems like the first one, the first question went in favor of Jackson. That was because they wanted the time frame, and Spanky wanted to give them a time, but the judge said she didn't feel comfortable with that, so she kind of denied Hank in a way and agreed with Jackson in not giving a time frame of it. But for that, the second one, that's where things got very confusing and went downhill, was the clips of the interviews of Karen Reed, which the jury can consider as evidence for the case. But there's the specific instruction that Jackson wanted, and he got it in for that. So that could be either good or bad. I don't know. Do not know. And then the third one was everything exploded. Third one, I was absolutely lost, confused, and did not know which language I was speaking to. So it is wild. But I just remembered, and I was reading not only watch this in clips. Oh yeah, obviously I like with the in this case here and there we watch a few days, but then there was other trials that we were interested in that we started watching and that we were doing, and I couldn't do the whole thing either. We did a few days, and that was already very strenuous to do. That was very hard to do. So yeah, that's why we decided we're still following we followed the closings and the now the verdict watch because it's easy-ish to follow, and it's a little bit less, I think, in my opinion, confusing and crazy to follow. So that's why we decided to do it this way. But I was gonna say we are in triple verdict watch. So there's Carlos Dominguez verdict going on out of California. That one has been deliberating for 6 days. They've been deliberating on that case for 6 days now, I think, almost a whole week. Oh no, absolutely no problem. And I'm here. We tried to please and try to come to a common ground, and people agreed with the way that we did, which was awesome. And I appreciate every single one of you that you did. So yeah, that's why we decided. But yeah, so Carlos Dominguez out of California is still on verdict watch for 6 days. It's crazy how long that one. And I don't think there has been any questions so far. Not sure. I'm not following that one as closely, but I know there is Hannah interested in this one. And I know Hannah. Yeah. So yeah, that's what's happening. Megan, Rubber, we were in the middle of closings. Megan, we are on verdict watch on Megan Jackson. So double, triple verdict watch. And now Karen Reid, we still on verdict watch. So 3 verdicts possible today. Do you think we can get 3 verdicts today? That would be insane. Yeah. So we are just waiting for this Karen Reid situation to go away. So we can finish watching the Megan Jackson. We might have a little bit of a breather, and we might start on our new trial. We'll see. Oh yeah, absolutely, and I agree with that. Name here, everyone was covering Karen Reid, and it's not about I think of people viewing or not. It's just the polarized opinions and people literally getting so upset and getting so rowdy with opinions, which I respect everyone's opinion as long as you can respect each other's. And sadly, that case is a case that was getting a lot of people very polarized and out of the safety for the channel and even for my own mental health, I decided not to follow fully and just dip here and there and whenever I wanted and we wanted. But I do appreciate that, and I don't like long trials either. I knew from the get go that Karen Reid would be a very long trial. 1 second. Would be very long trial, and I don't like long trials. I like short little trials, like I was saying earlier about my attention span. It's yeah, my attention span is almost non-existent, and I would not be paying attention to 33 days of trial. That is way too long to cover. But yeah, but here we are out on verdict watch no matter what for it, because we have FOMO. Do you consider doing the college prep Yes. Yes, Nancy. I was looking at which name was. Yes, that is going to be our next trial. Whenever we finish, um, whenever we finish closings for Megan Jackson, we might take just a little bit to fight, like 5 minute break. A bit of a break before we jump on into a new trial, but absolutely that is going to be our next verdict, Nancy. Verdict. It is going to be next verdict, next trial. But yes, absolutely, Nancy, we are going to be doing the college, high school pokey trial. Yes. The lead investigator was fired for misconduct. Oh, hang on. Misconduct. For the judges should have been tossed out. They should probably be have been changed. The charges after the whole incident with Proctor and Karen Reid. I agree, but it's it is hard, and especially for the other trial, for the next trial that Proctor was involved, the Brian Walsh trial, that is going to be a hard trial to be tried without the lead investigator, because Proctor was the lead investigator on that trial too. So, but oh yeah, we're welcome. So yeah, the college, the high school pokey starring trial, red run trial is our next trial of Connecticut. It started today. Day one is ongoing right now, so we can zoom through it whenever we get around it. We'll be fine either today or tomorrow the latest. We are going to be picking that up. We will be catching up Thursday, because Thursday there's probably no courts working, but we can do a short stream just to catch up on our trial. But we should be live tomorrow with a new trial. We can do it. I believe in us. If they hurry up with this whole mess situation. So in our trial, Megan Jackson, they are just sorting out the evidence to go to the jury. So I don't think the jury has started deliberations, but we'll deduct always start the timer for that case. Are we waiting on a Karen Reid to come back, or are they not coming back anymore? I thought Bev said they were gonna come back in 5 minutes, about 10 minutes ago. Or are they gonna come back? Hang on, because it was about like 10 minutes ago. Well, not 45. Yeah, yeah, it was more than. Yeah, I know her times keeping is not the greatest from Bev, but are they gonna come back? Are they not? What is happening? I need to know, Bev. It's um, we need to know. I don't know. I don't know if we are. I don't know why are we waiting. Because I'm scared of like moving to the other one and then getting confused and then having to jump back to Karen Reid. It's too much jumping on and off, and I don't want to confuse nobody and still have in the straight way. She's probably figuring out how to stay face and having a quick baby. Bev is having a baby, probably. That is a good one. Oh, I'm actually gonna turn off my fan because it's getting a little bit chilly in here. 1 second. Oh no, I don't want more speed. Um, I don't know what to do. I don't know if we can carry on watching the only fan or move on to uh, our trial. I would like to go back to our trial if Karen Reid is not going to come back, but I don't know, because I know at the time that I'll move, it's the time that they'll come back. I just know. I just can see that happening right now. That it's what's gonna happen. It's when I move is oof. Oh wow. Oh, that's crazy. Ugh, that is crazy. So, oh, hang on, notification. No, no, not nothing interesting. Um, I don't know. I mean, if they take a little bit longer, I might just move and just not like do the rest part, because it's just the jury coming in, um, and then going out with their answers. So, oh man. was a sentencing live streamed. Wow, in the UK. Wow, sorry, just watching some things. Long trials get boring. Yeah, they do. I agree. They do get boring because it's this Carlos Dominguez was also a long trial, and I was going to cover it, but the time zone just messes me up. It was not good, but Karen Reed, yeah, 33 days. It's too much of a time. I think 5 days is the best day. I like 5 day trials. 1 week trials. Every week we can have a new trial. And just gets things moving. And I like judges that don't take forever on breaks as well, like Brev. That just like gets the work done. I mean, the jury's there, they are stopping their lives for all of that the thing, and they should be shown that there's some respect. And yeah, I don't know. Let me go back to see if Bev says she was gonna come back. Hang on. Because it's been what, like almost 20 minutes now. Like, hang on, let's see.
The influence, that language, I think if
I think
Let's go back.
planned on doing verdict slip, explaining them through the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and go through it like we do in civil cases.
I don't have any objection to that.
Yeah.
The only other thing is the digital instruction.
Yes.
We don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that we should reemphasize that, and we're not asking for it.
All right, so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes,
All
thank
right,
you.
I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, your computer, to amend this if we can, and we'll make copies. So we'll bring the jurors in. Let them know that we'll be bringing them in shortly, Tony. All right, thank
Okay, so she did say 5 minutes, 15 minutes ago. But her hot mic made calling a defense lawyer, and oops. I think definitely it's gonna be brought up. But now that you mentioned that the name here, so just before we came on with the jury question, right? There was a hot moment of Jackson saying, "I can't do this." Let me see if I can grab it. If I can go back and rewatch it. It's gone. 1 second. It must be before this. Hang on. See if I can. Oh, around here. Hang on 1 second. Let me see if I can find that moment. Yeah. Oh no, Cindy, I'm sorry. We'll try to get it. We'll probably move to our trial in a minute. In 1 second. Yeah, I can't do this. I heard I can't do this, and I was speculating something. Hang on. Let me see if I can find the exact moment. Probably we're missing something, but oh well. Hang on. Probably it was before. Nah, we can't hear it. It is fine. That's fine. No worries. It doesn't matter. But I was just gonna say that he said I only heard I can do this, and my speculation was that Eth might have thought it would be a hung jury and say I cannot do this trial anymore. All this crazy anymore. That's what I was just thinking. But well, nothing is happening right now. So not the hang on. So Third of Oil just tweet to say, in the hallway I saw Alan Jackson and I said, those are good questions. He responded, yeah, you think? Yeah, I know she does lie. She said 5 minutes and it's been like 15 minutes. Yeah, I think that's what it said. Well, it could be that, or it could be just like I cannot do this trial anymore. To be fair, I don't think no one can. But what I was gonna do is we're gonna go back to our trial, to finish off the closings. I'll monitor KR. If they do come back with the thing, we'll go back again, I guess. But it's just, yeah. I don't know. It's just she's thinking too long, and we have stuff to watch. We have places to be judged. We cannot always wait on Judge Bev all the time. So let's carry on with the closings on the Maegan Jackson trial for now, and then if Karen Reid decides to happen something, we'll move again.
You're gonna get a reason to hesitate. What you're looking for in this case is a reason to hesitate. And in this case, there are many reasons to hesitate. How about the first one? Every word that was just uttered to you would have been used in a trial to try to convict Chris Dontel of murder. Every single fact you have heard just 7 months ago, and it should scare you, would be used to.
Okay, great. So now we lost that.
So let's look at what you're going to hear. The court's going to tell you about not holding it against the defendant for not testifying, and take that to heart. It's part of your constitutional right. And think about this for a second. When it comes to who didn't testify, you can't consider Maegan Jackson didn't testify, but you should consider the fact that May never put up the chief investigating officer. He never took stand. You want to know why? He didn't want to co-sign this. He's ashamed of what this case looks like. Because he knows what I know, which is for you to convict Maegan Jackson, you have to believe Chris Dontel. And that's something nobody should have to do. Let's look at what they actually presented to you. Because once you remove Chris Dontel, what you start to see is there's not a whole lot of evidence of a crime, of an actual crime. They've shown to you Maegan Jackson wanted Chris Dontel to have the courage to go tell his wife about their affair. She wanted him to go tell him. That's not a crime. Now, did she do that in ways that maybe we wouldn't agree with? Sure. But her wanting that marriage, that affair to be outed, that is not a crime. And the fact that they're trying to get you over there and make that the case should tell you they have a lot of weakness in their actual case. An actual case requires them to prove things that happened at the time of the crime, which they can't do. Because for 4 years, they've been telling themselves and anyone who will listen that this happened at the Myrtle Beach funeral home. It wasn't until 7 months ago that they started telling you it's Flint Lake Apartments. How can you believe and not hesitate when they have shifted the crime scene 4 years later? That makes sense. So what they presented? Well, they presented some evidence about where phones were. You got some phone information. Okay. The problem with phone information is this. It doesn't put you in the actual what's going on moment. It doesn't tell you if Maegan Jackson drove Greg Rice alive back to the Myrtle Beach funeral home and dropped him off so that he could talk to Chris Dontel. It doesn't tell you she went inside. It doesn't tell you what's actually happening in the moment. And they knew that coming into this case. Do you think it's a coincidence that he wrote a statement out, Chris Dontel did, and hand-delivered it to Ken Marcus? And an hour later, the state hasn't changed? He hand-wrote a statement and told the state he did not see it happen. He was not present. He was not there. That is what he told the state. And an hour later, that's changed. Now all of a sudden, he's an eyewitness to it. If that doesn't give you a reason to hesitate, I don't know what else could. I cannot think of something more important than the fact that man would change his statement within 1 hour to assist the state to try to convict Maegan Jackson. See what that does? It tells you exactly what he's about. He's about Chris Dontel. He's about himself. That's the reason he wouldn't tell Erica. That's the reason he's pushing Maegan. And that's the reason he killed Greg Rice, because he is about himself. What else did they present? Well, look at some of the other investigators. I have never seen the investigators that took this stand. They looked sad up here. They were ashamed of this. And you should be. I mean, you spent 4 years telling everybody this happened at Myrtle Beach funeral home. And the one thing that changes your mind on that is the testimony of Chris Dontel. That's the only piece of evidence that changed what they believe happened that night. Can you count on Chris Dontel? They shuffled up 2 dentists. I don't know why. They shuffled up 2 ballistics people. I don't know why. I'll tell you, I do know why. Because if you don't have real evidence of what happened in terms of the crime, what you do is you expand this trial. You go put a bunch of evidence in, so when you go back there, you go, man, look at all this. But ask yourself as you're looking at it, does any of it actually prove what happened? You can piece it all.
All right, we are back in Karen Reid because Jury is coming in. They're gonna have the answers to the questions. So we're just gonna watch that and jump back to the closings to actually finalize those closings. So the jury has officially started deliberating on Megan Jackson case. So that verdict watch has started as well. So
Back in session, you may be seated.
we are here. We are ready.
All right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right, that's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question. So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, and it's still consistent with the jury instructions I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together. And I've got a copy for each one of you, okay? All right, so you'll see it really is the same verdict slip, but we've added a little bit of language to help you follow it through. So the first charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So first, in the above entitled case, we say the defendant is 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Now, then you go on to guilty of the offense of as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. That means on each one, when you stop and sign the verdict slip, that means you have a verdict on this indictment. So stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense. And first, under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you stop and you sign the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, your decision must be unanimous. All right, does that make it any clearer, hopefully? All right, so with that, I am going to send you back out.
Before the jurors are set up,
Sure, why don't you come on over?
Of course, we have a sidebar. Yeah, I think the jury's gonna talk for sure. There's no way the jury's not gonna talk. I'm confused again. She was clarifying, but now at the end, I was confused again. I know that's what confused me. A name here. That is what absolutely got me. That's confused me so much. That was good. Ugh. Right, so manslaughter is the main charge because I was thinking, I think she did. I was thinking that manslaughter was the main.
Myself say this, and I'm glad counsel told me I did. So if you go back and look at the form after 4, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below. I think I said, then find, I don't know what I said. I heard myself read the guilty of the lesser included offense. So if you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then you continue to decide whether the Commonwealth has proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty of operating under the influence of liquor. And if they have not, and if you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, then you go back and check the first box. So you follow it from the top to the bottom in this manner. Okay? Thank you very much. We're going to release you.
All right, to the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
I'm so freaking confused. So.
Jury's exited the courtroom. Please be seated.
Are you satisfied, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to ask everybody to stay a few minutes. I'll be back out in about 5 minutes.
All right.
She's asking everyone to stay for 5 minutes. Oh my days, this is so confusing. Can I just unsubscribe? No, I'm joking. This is crazy. What is? Oh, this is why I would love to be more understanding of what's actually going on. Because this is crazy. This is absolutely. Oh. She's gonna go rewatch and try to salvage this. I think she did a big boo-boo. She did a major boo-boo right there, and she's gonna try to salvage somehow. Because she just gave her opinion. Did you guys hear that? That's like, I just heard myself here reading the guilty. I took that as a, oh, I want this person to be guilty. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to cause a creation, but she just said something along those lines. I just heard myself. William, you just run all together, my friend. Just run all together because this is absolutely insane. Oh my days, this is absolutely insane. Sorry, England. I'm just trying to catch up on tweets from Turtle Boy that's in the courtroom was looking at many minutes as they knew about to do something. I don't know. I think they have a verdict, and maybe if this clarified, they will come back soon with the verdict or something. She did give her opinion, and it's leading the jury to a guilty. She did give her opinion, so that's like, yeah, all that she had. Yeah, but the thing is, the appeal the name here sadly is gonna take forever, and Karen Reed doesn't have the perfect health, and being in prison again. Oh, this is crazy. So, Judge, I need people on Twitter to talk. I need lawyers to talk on this because I need to understand. Calling it a hunch, we expect a verdict within 90 minutes. Says bedroll law. Um, as far as your instruction, this is so confusing. Exactly, absolutely. Like this trial. Okay, like this trial, then oh my days. I'm so confused. That's why I like simple, easy trials that I just like, okay, very straightforward. They are guilty and not with this all craziness and all this. Even Laurie Vallow was so much simpler than this. My brain hurts. I think my brain hurts. Absolutely hurts my brain. Now she said she was gonna back in 5 minutes. I hope not guilty because but I agree with you, Hannah, but I'm so confused still. And I'm refreshing Twitter like it is. I don't know. Uh oh, she's actually back on time when she said she would. She is. Well, true. Oh. Of course she comes back and she wants to see counsel a sidebar because no, you can't do anything on open. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind with just y'all. I'm absolutely losing it. Um, I'm losing my mind, and I'm trying to not show this, but it's jury is left. Judge calls out to sidebar. Yes, okay. We need to know what the sidebar is about. Of course, we're not gonna know because it's Bev, and it's always the sidebar about something. Even it is like there's no jury on there. Why can you not do an open court? Like this is what I loved about the judge in the Maxwell Anderson trial. Every time they had a sidebar after the jury leaving, they literally had they said what they're gonna put on the record and what the sidebar was, and it was so explanatory, so clear. But this judge, no, she doesn't like it. Oh my days. I just want to do this. I just want this to be over. I just want a verdict. Is that too much to ask? Um I think we are yeah. Sorry, the listen. So we might just wait what it is. Wondering if this when this trial, yeah, yeah. You'll never know. You'll never know. There's a lot of rumors about this trial that the FBI is involved. That everyone is involved in this trial. It's just absolutely crazy. There is. I think it's in the case of there is a verdict or something, or something else might be happening that they need the bailiff. I mean, the not calling him bald, but the bald bailiff is ready to jump on something on someone. Is literally ready. Is ready for something for action. The other two are the bodyguards, but the sorry, bald bailiff is ready to jump on something on someone. We are gonna be shortly going back to the whatever is happening in our trial. Obviously, just holding off to see if they say anything. I don't think they are gonna say anything, so just losing a bit. There's a fourth at the door. Where's the fourth? Oh, the tiny little one behind the no. Oh yeah, there in the corner. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen the one by the window. wasn't it? It's the one that you're talking about, the one by the window underneath my logo thing. Yeah, probably that's the one you're talking about. Um, I don't think we are gonna know anything that's gonna come out of the sidebar, but we'll hang out for a little bit if it is. Otherwise, we're just gonna go back to Megan. No. Oh, I don't know which one you're talking about then, Hannah. Um, it's just moved to the right of camera. That's the one by the window, behind the other two. Look under the red box. The red box. Oh, there's the red box. Oh, behind the other guy. Is there? Oh, wow. Your eyesight is great because you went closer to the bench. Yeah. Oh. I am not really looking at that. I'm looking mainly at chat on my screen that is in front of me where the camera is, and I'm looking on my phone because notifications are coming through about people thinking what it is. But all right, you'll move in a second. Okay, we'll see if he moves in a second. Until then, so they have 5 beliefs. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then that would be 5. I think they might have more, but I don't know. I mean, we couldn't even. Okay, all right. See you very soon. We'll come back. We'll go back very soon to the other trial. See you very soon, Cindy. I'm so sorry, my friend. But I do want to go back to the South Carolina trial. I want to just finish that one off, and then we are not like rushing through it because I don't want the verdict to come while we are on like verdict watch because this is crazy. Because I think Megan. I don't think so. A name here. I don't believe they are. I absolutely do not believe that they are. They did not. Oh, hang on. Are we going back? No.
You do Friday?
All right. All right, so we'll see everybody at 1:30. And
Okay, so they're back on 1:30. Why are they back on 1:30? Huh. Interesting. All right. Okay. So nothing is happening. We go back to South Carolina then. That was a wait for absolutely nothing. Great. Awesome. Fantastic.
All together. But when you get right down to it, you're always going to have to come back to trusting Chris Dontel. And that's the one thing the state didn't want you to have to do, but they can never get around that. Let's talk about some of the things they clearly missed. They want you to believe that she returned a wallet and keys the following day. You might have heard that. The wallet and keys are sitting right there in evidence. Guess what you don't have to go with this? A DNA sample. You talk about easy. You talk about simple. Send the keys off. Have the DNA checked. Comes back Maegan Jackson, you might have a little something. They didn't do that. Oh, make sure you look at that blanket or that sheet. They want to tell you that sheet is evidence that Maegan Jackson had that in her van. Remember what they told you about that? They told you it looked like it came from the Myrtle Beach funeral home. Guess what that evidence was going to look like 4 years ago? 7 months ago. 7 months ago, that evidence was going to be that sheet. That sheet is evidence that Chris Dontel was sitting there in the Myrtle Beach funeral home when Maegan Jackson brought Greg Rice there and he killed him. That isn't a Brian staff. She worked for Brian staff transport. That was a Myrtle Beach funeral home sheets, what they told you. It's sitting right there with Chris Dontel. The reason they didn't like that is because they can never prove to you, and still haven't to this day, what was going on in her mind. But I think we kind of know. She showed up on October 2nd with what? When they went to the shooting range, what did she have in her car? Blow up Betty. She's still trying to woo Chris Dontel. She got blow up Betty. She's not worried about shooting targets. She's looking to have more sex, and that's what their relationship was about. You can pick any night from the time they started dating, and they are together, they're swapping cars, they're having sex in their car. That's what their relationship was about. And she was true to that on the night of October 2nd. That's what she showed up to do. Do I think she wanted Greg Rice to help her out this affair? I absolutely think she did. Was Greg Rice an imposing guy? Yes, he was. If Greg Rice had a chance to talk to Chris Dontel and tell him, hey man, get your stuff straight, I think he'd have done it. Go tell your wife, I think he'd have done it. And that's what Maegan Jackson wanted him to do. She wanted Greg Rice to help her get Chris Dontel to man up.
Objection, Your Honor. This is all arguing facts, not evidence.
Because I'll let her go. Thank you. That's exactly what was going on. That's what they had proven to you, is that she wanted this affair to be out. That's what they had proven to you. And did she go about it the right way? Maybe not, but she wanted it to be out. What is also true, when we start talking about motive, her and Greg Rice's relationship, yeah, it's typical ex stuff. They talk a little vulgar to each other. You know, they fight over kids. It's typical marital, ex-marital. There's some nastiness in there. But Greg Rice, having him in her life was a benefit to her. They made a big deal out telling you she's not the best mother. Well, guess what a mother who struggling needs? Help. Getting rid of Greg Rice gets rid of her help. There is no motive there. But think about Chris Dontel on the other hand. Chris Dontel is getting word he's about to lose Erica. Could be losing Maegan. And that Greg Rice is complicating his life and is going to out his affair. There's a text. If he sees Erica, he's going to tell her. So the only person that actually has a motive, a true motive, to get rid of Greg Rice is Chris Dontel. And can you trust him? Can you trust him? Well, let's consider some reasons, or maybe not. Got a little list here. Reasons that you should not trust Chris Dontel. He doesn't even recall his plea. He doesn't even recall his plea. He sat up here 7 months ago, took a plea, or he slithered his way out of the murder charge. He doesn't remember. His handwritten statement to Marcus. His handwritten statement to Marcus that he changed within 1 hour. That's the second reason. He sat here and told you he was scared of Maegan Jackson, and then he's sleeping with her. After this occurs, and he tells you she did it, and I had to watch it. I had to watch it all. He's sleeping with her. Do you think that that's really? Can you believe that? No, you can't believe that. How about this, man? He slipped this right by you. The only person who has Greg Rice's blood on him is Chris Dontel. That's it, guys. It should be over. The only person with blood on their shoe is Chris Dontel. How about this? He tried to tell you that Maegan Jackson went home after this, went from Lowe's, they went home and she showered. She got all changed up. Had to get blood off of her. Well, guess what? You saw the surveillance video footage. When they go back to Lowe's, she's wearing the same exact thing she was wearing when she left Lowe's the first time. She hadn't changed her clothes. She was wearing the same black scrubs. Can't trust Chris Dontel. Who disposed of the body? Who disposed of the body? Chris Dontel. Does he strike you as the kind of guy who's going to do you a favor? Is that the guy you want to go to for a favor? He is the most selfish person I've ever seen. He sat up here and told you he disposed of the body as some kind of favor. You ain't buying that. You can't. You know what? He did a lot. I called him Chris Dontel, full of lies and cries. I'll tell you when he wasn't crying. He wasn't crying when he was shopping in Lowe's. Just grabbing cinder blocks and tarts, stick them in his grocery cart, and let's grab the Pepsi. He was mortified about what had happened. He looked pretty casual there to me. I don't know about you. How about that very sweet wife of his who sat up here and remains committed to him after he sent his heartfelt text about how much he loved her and was going to stay with her after he killed Chris Dontel. He's still sleeping with Maegan Jackson. Can't trust him. How about the fact he's seen sneaking around looking for a key in a broken funeral home? Can't trust him. How about the fact he lies to Maegan Jackson about where he found that key? Can't trust him. How about the fact that blow up Betty is not very good target practice? Not much of a marksman myself, but I'm pretty sure if you shoot an inflated object, it just explodes the one time you shoot it. That would be the worst target practice I've ever heard of. You would want something that would withstand some gunshots. Can't trust him. And if at all you find yourself in some crazy way wanting to trust this man, I don't think you would. If I told you, he's up here testifying, trying to get his plea reduced. That's why he's here. He's here for who? He's here for himself. That's what he's here. I'll tell you something that really makes me not trust the state, frankly. Not just them having people's phones, but what makes me not trust the state. How about how they're doing you with Chris Dontel? When it suits them, he's their buddy. Hand of one is the hand of all. Maegan Jackson, Chris Dontel's hands, they'll tell you we're in the cookie jar together. Well, then he takes a plea. His plea makes it impossible for him to be charged with murder. The state took his hand out of the jar. Here's what's wicked, man. You're so wicked. And they bring him back up here and let him testify in a way where they're going to ask you to consider the hand of one and hand of all. So what are they going to do? They're going to stick it back in the jar. Next citizen, we're going to stick it back in the jar. As soon as we leave here, we take it right back out. That's crooked. See what else they're gonna do? They're gonna ask you to believe a man they don't believe. They're asking you to trust Chris Dontel, and they don't trust him. You know why this conspiracy charge is gone? The court decided not enough evidence to support the conspiracy charge to no longer have it.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
That's right now. That's another law.
When it comes down to the hand of one is the hand of all, that is, and I knew it when I opened the check from the ringing bell, I knew it. We were in for a wild ride, because when you're trying to count on that to prove somebody guilty of murder, you know you have a weak case. You know you do, man. If you can't put Maegan Jackson on the scene, of course they don't have a scene here, you know your case is weak. I'll tell you what really worries me. They don't trust Chris Dontel. I mean, I know they don't trust Chris Dontel. You don't trust Chris Dontel. But what I find offensive about their position is they don't trust you. They don't trust you. Because if they trusted you, they would tell you that the case we put up here, the case we put up as a state, banks on Chris Dontel telling you she just jumped out and started shooting. I had no idea what was going to happen. That's what he told you. That is their case. That's evidence they put into the record. But now they want you to just bypass some of that. Good stuff. So what happened? Mr. Britton, give us some theories. Well, here's the evidence in the record. Pretty simple. You can consider reverse truth. Very common. Co-defendant will strike up here, testify against their defendant, and tell you exactly what they did, and put it on the other person. Maegan Jackson, sitting in the car with Chris Dontel, they pull up, Chris Dontel gets out, starts shooting. And she had no idea he was going to do it. And that is, you can believe that all day long. That is as likely, and when it comes to motive, much more likely than the fact that Maegan Jackson would get rid of her father, or the father of her children. But that's really not what this case, in my opinion, if you look at Flint Lake Apartments as a crime scene, it kind of falls apart. I don't know. I mean, they had a witness who tells you gunshots are fired there all the time. I don't know. Maybe you believe that. Maybe you don't. I find that pretty hard to believe. I find it hard to believe that when they're out there 9 times, nobody says, okay, listen, I'm going to tell you, we got gunshots out here all the time. I heard some, but I didn't say anything to you the first 4 times you were here because I didn't think it was all that important. Because we just, we don't have a report. I find that extremely hard to believe. I find it hard to believe that they claim she's out there picking up evidence the next day and nobody sees that either. In broad daylight with her kids running around. That don't make any sense to me. That don't make any sense to me. And it didn't to them either. So you should not feel bad about that. If that does not make sense to you, you should feel good with that because it doesn't make any sense. And that's why the state didn't believe it. And that's why the chief investigating officer didn't testify. It's because their original position on this is probably what happened. And then you can read into the evidence. She goes and she picks him up. And she gets him to the Robles Funeral Home alive. And their problem is they can't tell you what happened after that. They can't blame her. And since the snake has already slithered out of the room, they can't blame him. But I can promise you, as soon as once you make that decision, Flint Lake Apartments is an unlikely spot. You have more reasons to hesitate. And the rest of this case falls at the Robles Funeral Home where they themselves believe it falls. They, of course, indulge for a second, Your Honor.
All right.
Just in closing, I would just say, when you get back there, what you really follow the course instructions, but just ask yourself at the end of the day, do you trust Chris Dontel? The only way you can convict her is if you trust that man. I don't think you can. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, all the evidence in this case has been presented to you. The attorneys have made their closing arguments, and now is the time to call.
Right. Okay. So that was the closing by the defense. Just a wild theatric one, I think. It did not say anything concrete, and obviously even all the blame on Dontel and everything, that he was the one that pulled the trigger, that he was the one that did it. Obviously that his client is not guilty, but even though they did not put any case for it. So right now it is more than official. We are on verdict watch. No rebuttal, no, because they don't get a rebuttal, Hannah. This judge went into the jury instructions. There's no rebuttal at all. They go. I was not impressed with that closing. Looking at the things now, I think she's gonna get guilty. Yeah, she closed and then closed and then closed. I know, I agree. So we are on about half an hour deliberation for Megan Jackson. We are, and this is Garden Bot. That's my screen. So that is the time for Megan Jackson's. We are on deliberation, dual, triple deliberations, if you want to call it. It is. It's been a wild morning, absolutely. It's been one crazy of a morning, and I'm getting a little bit peckish. So, mm, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to listen to some music? She doesn't want not guilty removed. No, she doesn't. No, absolutely. And I like the black thing. I think I prefer the black. She does. That is. Oh, she does want the not guilty removed. Yes, she does. Absolutely. Um, I mean, they're just showing, this is what Law and Crime is doing on right now on while on Verdict Watch. They're just walking about, showing the Karen raid outside. Karen raid, that's what's going on. So there's not much. Well, there is a lot of stuff going on. I know we can jump on into our new trial if that doesn't get too confused, or we could just take a little bit of a breather, listen to some music. I do want to go grab some food because I'm getting a little bit peckish. But we did not even do the verdict game, but so you can still do it. It's fine. Let me know what you think. How long the jury is going to be on verdict watch for Megan Jackson? I think. I don't know. Thinking of that it was a 5-day trial, I think they're gonna take about 3-4 hours. So Hannah, I think if you are in the Boston area, in the area of that in Canton area, if Karen Reid gets guilty, y'all, and even if she gets not guilty, Hannah, it's still gonna blow off. No matter what the verdict is, that place is gonna go crazy. Um, Okay, we can go eat. I can put some music for a little bit. I just need to go to the kitchen, serve, and put on the microwave and heat it up a little bit. I can put the new trial on going. I don't mind because I can put the court on my phone and watch. Um, Still watch with you the new trial, but I don't want to be like too heavy for you guys, like too a lot, because we've been in Karen Reid, we've been doing closings on this one, we've been all over the place, so I don't want to like confuse anything for you guys if you um don't mind. But yeah, is Bev getting arrested afterwards? Guess we can only hope. Yes, yeah. Another one to the bench. Yes, that is well. Yeah, that's true. Maybe they were just helping out in the courtroom. I mean, I don't know. It could be that, but it also could be not. Um, hmm. I don't know. What do you guys want? Do you want to start watching the new trial? And I'll put in the background for now, and while I'm having food, because obviously we can skip the jury instructions on that trial. You know, we can just go straight into openings on that one, which is good, and we can zoom. I was thinking of playing at 1.25. I don't know how speedy they speak, but I don't want to because if it goes too fast, I lose interest and I will not listen. I listen better at normal speed, but in the efforts of trying to catch up on the trial, I will definitely yeah, but on 1.25. I don't know. Like uh I can leave this Karen Reid on and see what's up then. Okay. We can do that. I mean, I can leave this on if you guys want with sound. Or do you want music? Or do you want to watch this with music? Tuba lives by Beth. Of course, she needs protection. A name here, absolutely. I like. Otherwise, someone is gonna jump. Um, yeah, I know. All that fun at the break. I absolutely agree. I think you might be a little bit behind, but yeah, I think a name here is a bit behind. Um, so you guys do want to watch this with some music? I can put some music in the background. I think no, I can't. I can't. Oh, well, I can put the ones that I can skip. Well, yeah. Sorry, just talking out loud. Sure. Okay. All right, and I'll be right back. I'm not gonna take too long, and then I'll be right back. I'm gonna play. I know the same song we just heard earlier, but you guys like it, so.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines override, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families once so torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes new gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gaze. In this court, no room for hate. International eyes on the scene. Lines override, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? International eyes on the scene. Lines override, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. On repeat. On repeat. On repeat. No repeat. Families watch soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes to gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gaze. In this court, no room for haze. In this court, who holds the past? In this court, who holds the past? On repeat. On repeat. No repeat. No repeat. No. Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense.
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True Crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. She's got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning dew to midnight files, she dances between the day and trials. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. Portuguese pride in the UK sun. She'll solve every case till the morning comes. Daytime bakery, nighttime sleuth. Our true crime addict revealing in the truth. Java the Hutt's where we made our plot. Flirty attorney giving all she's got. Blonde in the weeds sipping lukewarm teas. Baby Huey's crying, someone hand them the keys. Toilet paper murder trial making them sweat. Evidence stacked up but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Blonde taking notes with her strange pink pen. Baby Huey tripping, falling over again. Flirty attorney winking, raising a brow. Judge slams the gavel, order in here now. Toilet paper murder trial making them sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Java's steaming hot, but the truth's ice cold. Blonde's got a secret that's never been told. Flir's got moves sharp as her file. Baby Huey's just here stumbling in style. Toilet paper murder trial making them sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Eyes on the clock, but it don't tick tock. Spinning in my head, let it all unlock. Courtroom vibes with a pop style flair. Truth and chaos floating through the air. No drama here, just a steady beat. Chains on my thoughts, but I won't retreat. Judges sipping soda, tapping their shoes. Motion denied, but I'm singing my blues. For watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm in clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe. Echoes in the hall, hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in the stiletto. With witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm in clicks. Life's a furry, throwing dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like great birds inside a new tribe. Echoes in the hall hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Boy, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. Watching pop. The gavel echoes, noise in the hall. I'm sneaking glances at the clock on the wall. A courtroom circus spinning its wheel. My stomach's growling, it's the real appeal. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's vote to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's vote to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. Outside the case, the sun shines white. The world is waiting just there outside. But here I sit in lost cold shade, tossing dreams of lemonade. The lawyer's words, they drone and pine, but my soul screams out for the food line. Justice might be served today, but I just want my lunch tray. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's vote to a plow. Drag me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's vote to a plow. Drag me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand.
Garden plots trending with a mechanical hum. Petals and pixels where the daisies come from. True crime addict sits and ghost and enthralled, sketching out trial scenes on the courtroom walls. Garden bot stumbles on a patch of weeds. Meanwhile the gavel falls with chilling speed. Colors of justice swirl in pencil gray lines, while the roses bloom soft in uneven designs. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms, and the sketches blow. Clues pile up in charcoal strokes and dust. Garden bot whispers just to trust. Spines of sunflowers twist towards the skies, The long paper truths hide in mascara lies. Who's the guilty party? The verdict's unclear. Guarding by the whispers just to just trust. True crime addicts' fingers smear their work. Injustice is heavy like rain-soaked dirt. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden but blooms, and the sketches glow. Who's the guilty party? The verdict's unclear. Garden box tangled but doesn't feel fear. True crime addicts' fingers smear their work. Injustice is heavy like rain-soaked dirt. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden but blooms, and the sketches glow. Flames dance on the couch like they've got no shame. Smoke wraps the walls calling out my name. A spark in the night that I couldn't ignore. Now ashes lie where we laughed before. Fire burns fast, and don't ask why. Truth comes out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. Screamed louder than a broken cry. He's on the pavement while the embers fly. Soap suds spin, but they can't clean this mess. Life's a cruel movie, no chance to press reset. Every heartbeat's a crackle, every breath's a flame. He played his cards but lost the game. She falls for towels like nothing's wrong, but her silence is louder than any song. Fire burns fast, and don't ask why. Truth comes out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. Ashes settle, but the guilt won't fade. She walks through the ruins of choices made. A van on the street, a heart torn apart. Life doesn't warn you before it starts. The man whose hands out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. It's a cruel movie, no chance to press reset. We're set. She walked in with her stare so cold, in a courtroom script where secrets unfold. A tangled web of lies she wove, in the shadow of faith she chose to rove. Questions flying like birds in the night, the truth a beacon but hidden from sight. The gavel echoes like thunder's call, a temple of justice amidst her fall. Oh Lori, why do the whispers grow? A tangled path where no light shows. The stories twist like a canyon scar. What's written in the stars, you chase so far. Oh, then promises and prophecies fake, blinding devotion, a soul to break. redemption found in this cold affair. Just a hushed prayer lost in the air. The clock ticks on the judgment's near, but mercy fades into the rearview mirror. Precision stands with fire in her eyes, defending the ashes of her alibis. A name now etched in infamous scrolls, a tale of spirits, dreams, and broken golden goals. The jury sits with the weight of fate as her own words begin to deflate. Oh Lori, why do the whispers grow? A tangled path where no light shows. The stories twist like a canyon scar. What's written in the stars, you chase so far. Olden promises and prophecies fake, blinding devotion, a soul to break. No redemption found in this cold affair, just a hushed prayer lost in the air. Olden promises and prophecies fake, blinding the path where no light shows. The story's canyon scar, what's a bringing scar, what's written in the stars, you chase so far. You chase so far. Promises and prophecies fake, blinding devotion, a soul to break. No redemption found in this cold affair, just a hushed prayer lost in the air. She walked in with a stare so cold, in a courtroom script where secrets unfold. A tangled web of lies she wove, in the shadow of faith she chose to rove. Questions flying like birds in the night, the truth a beacon but hidden from sight. The gavel echoes like thunder's call, a temple of justice amidst her fall. Oh Lori, why do the whispers grow? A tangled path where no light shows. The stories twist like a canyon scar. What's written in the stars, you chase so far. Olden promises and prophecies fake, blinding devotion, a soul to break. No redemption found in this cold affair, just a hushed prayer lost in the air. The clock ticks on the judgment's near, but mercy fades into the rearview mirror. Precision stands with fire in her eyes, defending the ashes of her alibis. A name now etched in infamous scrolls, a tale of spirits, dreams, and broken golden goals. The jury sits with the weight of fate as her own words begin to deflate. Oh Lori, why do the whispers grow? A tangled path where no light shows. The stories twist like a canyon scar. What's written in the stars, you chase so far. Olden promises and prophecies fake, blinding devotion, a soul to break. No redemption found in this cold affair, just a hushed prayer lost in the air. Olden promises and prophecies fake, blinding the path where no light shows. The story's canyon scar, what's a bringing scar, what's written in the stars, you chase so far. You chase so far. Promises and prophecies fake, blinding devotion, a soul to break. No redemption found in this cold affair, just a hushed prayer lost in the air. You're always online, chasing the thrill, in the dark corners where nightmares are real. Whispers and shadows, stories unfold, innocence lost and the secrets they hold. Reach out and touch cracks, leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass, feel the earth, feel alive. Sensational headlines, the dramas you muse, capturing moments, the heartbreak you choose. Behind every story, a life to reclaim. Remember the human, not just spotlights glow, don't forget to breathe. Disconnect to reconnect, it's okay to leave. Step away, take a break, find some peace of mind. True crime and drama, but balance you'll find. Reach out and touch grass, leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass, feel the earth, feel alive. More than stories that keep you up at night. Ground yourself, find the light, everything's alright. Reach out and touch grass, you'll be just fine. Breathe deep, step away, it's your time to shine. Reach out and touch grass, leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass.
All right. Yeah, yeah, I know, Stephanie, isn't it? That the song is perfect with the background. I think it is very appropriate. I like that too. Yeah, funny. Hio, I need to know which kind of donut you had. I need that information. Jelly donut, jam jelly, raspberry jelly, peach jelly. What kind of jelly? Don't just say jelly donut. I need the which kind. Like I need the information because I did not have the jury. Jerry. I did not did not have the jury. Oh my days. I did not have a donut today. I only had a cheese twist. No, I'm back at that. Um been feeling a little overwhelmed, so taking walk. Oh, I'm so sorry you're feeling like that, Maria. I absolutely I agree with you. Sometimes just go outside, touch grass, a jog. It's absolutely good. Aftermath bought me Krispy Kreme. Aftermath needs to buy me one too. I need to speak with Aftermath. I absolutely need to speak with that person. Absolutely. No, I did not have the jury. I actually had lasagna. Guess from where? Costco. I had lasagna from Costco, which obviously is the same as always. It's wonderful. It's great. Um, yeah, lasagna from Costco, it's just perfect. It's just amazing. It's better than mine, obviously, because, it's professional cooks. But anyway, I'm gonna stop talking because who was ready? Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry, Maria. I don't know. I'm talking so fast right now. I promise I did not had an energy drink on break. I do promise. Um, so I was gonna say, who was ready to start the new trial? Wow, that is crazy. I'm kind of right, but but it's still valid, Maria. You're that camera stopped. No, that was not me. That was a funny position to stop. That wasn't me. But I am ready to start the new trial. We are on double verdict, for Karen Reid and Megan Jackson. Oh, is something happening? We're back here to the fan. I haven't had anything. Well, it's not half past yet, so probably not. Um, I'm ready for a new case. Yeah, see, Maria, I let you answer this time. No, I'm joking. Why are we back at the fan? What is happening? I'm scared now. Right. Okay. Never mind. We're gonna start. If something happens, we'll come back to give you a bit of a view if you haven't been here before with the new trial, but just very quick interview. We're gonna go to, let me try to say, Connecticut or something like that. Um. Oh, I'll turn on the camera in a second. Um. So Raul Valle, it's our defendant, is currently facing trial for the red rum of 17-year-old Jimmy McGrath in May 2022. At the time of the incident, Valle was just 16 years old. Police allegedly that he was involved in a fatal pokey event outside a home during a party attended by students from rival schools. The confrontations reportedly stemmed from a heated group text exchange between students, which escalated with a violent fight. Valle faces 1 count of red rum and 3 counts of assault. So that is the camera. Paula, what happened? Karen read questions, 3 questions. That is absolutely. Oh, sorry. Hang on. I'll take the fan. The 3 questions of the jury that Bev made a mess of. Verdict watch for Megan Jackson and Karen Reed that we are on right now, and we're about to start the new case. So what I was just saying was the recap for the new trial. We're gonna start now. We can skip a lot of stuff because I think they are already on lunch, so we can skip all of that. We're gonna probably watch at 1.25 speed to try to watch quicker, and yeah, and I'll be turning on the camera very soon. Just need to finalize organizing myself back to a human standpoint that it needs to be on camera and set up the new trial. So we already had a peek at the sound. The sound is very good. So yeah, this is our new judge. I need to figure out her name. And we are gonna put at 1.25 for now, and then we'll see what happens.
Determines that the use of such device is becoming disruptive to the proceedings. The personal computer, however, may not be used for any other purpose while you are in the courtroom, including.
Okay, I think this is the part we can skip. She's talking. Let's see what
the Superior Court to take pictures, to take videos, any violation limited here or any other actions on the court. Be mindful of graphic for any from the proceedings, or turn yourself away from the live streaming broadcast. So I do ask everyone to please follow these rules as they pertain to courtroom and courthouse decorum so that we can proceed through this trial in the fairest and most efficient way for all parties involved. So thank you so much for your cooperation. Does anything need to be addressed by counsel before the court brings the jury in?
Your Honor, just from the defense, we would be moving for sequestration of the witnesses pursuant to 42-36 and ask that the court enter such an order.
All right, Attorney Durso, do you wish to be heard on that?
I don't have an objection to that. I don't see. I do see one witness that was on the witness list. The defendant's mother was on the witness list. To the extent that she becomes a potential witness in rebuttal or on defense's case in chief, I think that needs to be addressed by the court. But outside of that, I don't see any other witnesses.
Attorney Smith?
Your Honor, I understand that she is a witness on the state's witness list. The defense certainly does not have any intention to call her. I would ask that she be allowed to remain in the courtroom and not be subject to that sequestration order.
So Attorney Smith, she's not on your witness list currently,
That is correct.
All right, so I just go back to you, Attorney Durso. Is it possible that if in fact there are segments of the trial that you believe would cause some sort of problem with the sequestration order and having the potential witness, that being the mother, the defendant being in the courtroom, would you be able to sort of carve those out and bring that to the court's attention?
I guess I can, Your Honor. I don't necessarily, I anticipate what the evidence is going to be. However, if certain things are mentioned during the course of the trial where the defendant's mother would become a potential rebuttal witness, that would obviously be the state's concern. So for her to watch the entire trial and maybe tailor her testimony would be problematic. That's the only concern the state has at this time. Obviously, I don't know what the evidence is going to be on the defense side, but that's the state's concern.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I am going to allow the mother to stay in the courtroom. I am going to ask the state's attorney to, at any point in time, that if you feel there is testimony that would create a tailoring issue with respect to that particular potential witness on your witness list, to please bring that to the court's attention, and we'll address it at that time. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And that's sufficient with you, Attorney Smith?
That is, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. So then the court did anticipate that this would be requested. I'm just going to read through this instruction quickly so that everyone has an understanding of what this means. So I am going to go ahead and grant the motion to sequester witnesses. This is the order that is going to be in place. All witnesses, defense and prosecution, including expert witnesses, shall be sequestered while another is giving testimony and shall be precluded from discussing testimony of any directly or indirectly. This continues to witness according in their testimony to that of other witnesses and to help to ensure a fair trial in the days of digital streaming, live media coverage, and
Skippy. I think the jury's coming in now, so we're gonna skip that part too. I love skipping stuff.
point in time, I am going to ask you to pay your attention to Madam Clerk. She is going to be conducting a jury roll call and providing an oath to you. Thank you.
Okay, skipping again. Obviously, this part is muted.
Based on the evidence given in court to do so, will not disclose as your name.
Skipping this part.
Thank you. Your deliberations and give you an idea as to how this trial will proceed, how long it's expected to take, and what our daily schedule will be. You will get detailed instructions of the law at the end of the trial before you begin your deliberations. Now, I will be reading from a set of documents to ensure that I do get all of the important information that I intend to get out to you accurately. So this is a criminal case. The state has brought charges against Raul Valle as follows. In the substitute information in the Superior Court of the State of Connecticut for the Judicial District of Ansonia Milford in docket ending 418T, Part A, June of 2025, Mark R. Durso, Senior Assistant State's Attorney, accuses Raul Valle of murder and charges that in the County of Fairfield, in the City of Shelton, on or about the 14th day of May 2022, at or near 43 Laurel Glen Drive in said city, the said Raul Valle, with intent to cause the death of one James McGrath, did stab and cause the death of the same said James McGrath in violation of Section 53A-54A, subsection A of the Connecticut General Statutes. Count 2. And said state's attorney further accuses the said Raul Valle with the crime of assault in the first degree and charges that in the County of Fairfield in the City of Shelton, on or about the 14th day of May 2022, at or near 43 Laurel Glen Drive in said city, the said Raul Valle with intent to cause serious physical injury to one Ryan Hines, did cause serious physical injury to the said Ryan Hines with a dangerous instrument, to wit, a knife, in violation of Section 53A-59, subsection A1 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Count 3, and said state's attorney further accuses the said Raul Valle with the crime of assault in the first degree and charges that in the County of Fairfield in the City of Shelton, on or about the 14th day of May 2022, at or near 43 Laurel Glen Drive in said city, the said Raul Valle, with intent to cause serious physical injury to one Thomas Connery Jr., did cause serious physical injury to the said Thomas Connery Jr. with a dangerous instrument, to wit, a knife, in violation of Section 53A-59, subsection A1 of the Connecticut General Statutes. And count 4, said state's attorney further accuses the said Raul Valle with a crime of assault in the second degree and charges that in the County of Fairfield, in the City of Shelton, on or about the 14th day of May 2022, at or near 43 Laurel Glen Drive in said city, the said Raul Valle, with intent to cause physical injury to one Faison Teal, did cause physical injury to the said Faison Teal with a dangerous instrument, to wit, a knife, in violation of Section 53A-60, subsection A2 of the Connecticut General Statutes, dated at Milford, Connecticut, the 13th day of June 2025, signed by Mark R. Durso, Assistant State's Attorney. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the information which I just read to you is not evidence. It is merely the formal means of accusing a person of a crime and bringing him to trial. You must not consider it as any evidence of the guilt of the defendant or draw any inference of guilt because the defendant has been arrested and formally charged. Every defendant in a criminal case is presumed to be innocent, and this presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial, unless and until he is proved guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden is on the state to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and that burden of proof never shifts throughout the trial. Unless you find at the conclusion of all the evidence that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed every element of an offense, you must find him not guilty of that offense. On the other hand, if you are satisfied that the evidence establishes the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, you should not hesitate to find him guilty. Now, the defendant may or may not testify in this case. An accused person has the option to testify or not to testify at the trial. He is under no obligation to testify. He has a constitutional right not to testify. You must draw no unfavorable inferences from the defendant's choice not to testify if the defendant chooses to not testify in this case. The procedure of the trial is as follows. After I finish this instruction, the state will present its evidence, then the defendant may present evidence. The defendant has no legal obligation to present evidence. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or to produce any evidence. If the defendant does present evidence, the state may then present rebuttal evidence if it so chooses. When all the evidence has been presented to you, the lawyers will then make their arguments to you. Bear in mind, argument is not evidence. You may consider argument of counsel during your deliberations, but it is not evidence. Under our rules, the state argues first, then the defendant through counsel argues, and then the state argues a second time. But the defendant does not argue a second time. Each counsel is, however, given the same amount of time for argument. It is only the state that breaks its argument into two parts. When arguments are completed, I will then instruct you as to the law that you must apply in this case. At the conclusion of the instructions, I will send you to the jury room to begin your deliberations. That is the first time you will discuss this case with anyone. Up until that time, you will not discuss this case with anyone, not even each other. Once deliberations start, all deliberations must be conducted in the jury room and only when all jurors are present. When you deliberate, you apply the facts that you find to the law as I instruct to reach your verdict, and your verdict must be unanimous. My responsibility as judge is to conduct the trial of this case in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner, to rule on questions of law that arise during the trial, and to instruct you as to the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept that law as I state it to you, whether you agree with it or not. My actions during the trial in ruling on claims or objections by counsel, in comments to counsel, in questions to witnesses, or in setting forth the law in instructions to you are not to be taken by you as any indication of my opinion as to how you should determine the issues of fact. If you come to believe during the trial that I have expressed or intimated any opinion as to the facts, you should disregard it. As I've told you, my job as judge is to ensure there is a fair trial so that you can decide this case. During the course of the trial, I may occasionally ask questions of a witness. Do not assume that I hold any opinion on the matter to which my questions may relate. Remember at all times that you as jurors are at liberty to disregard all comments of the court in arriving at your own finding as to the facts in this case. You must not take anything I may say or do during the trial as indicating what I think of the evidence or what your verdict should be. Your function as the jury is to determine the facts. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts, and you alone determine the weight, the effect, and the value of the evidence, as well as the credibility of the witnesses. You must consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who appear before you, and you alone are to determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which any witness should be believed. It is your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that may arise during the course of the trial and to determine where the truth lies. In the course of evaluating the evidence, you are entitled to draw any and all inferences that you find reasonable and logical from the evidence you hear. You will decide what the facts are from the evidence that is presented here.
I'm going to try to skip this part so we can try just to hear the schedule, the final part. So I'm going to try to skip it a little bit.
Here in this court, admitted into or the evidence in substantial block proved by sense. Adjudicate now stated for limited. In the facts of this case, you are the sole judge. Equal basis. You are police in standards as special or excluded, and man should neither believe. It is the responsibility of counsel to object to evidence which he or she believes is not properly admissible, and you should not be prejudiced in any way against a lawyer who makes objections. When that happens, I will rule on the objection. If I sustain the objection, you will not hear an answer to the question, and you should not wonder why it was asked or speculate as to what an answer would be. If I overrule an objection, you will hear an answer to the question, and you may give it whatever excuse eventually properly admissible. Took an oath that entered a verdict, made other things solely on the evidence presented, what this verdict will be on the law, and after that, you've had an opportunity with your fellow jurors to discuss the. Going to go over those individually or as a group. Do not for general information about this. The lawyers do not go to maps or Google Earth or other trials. Only on the investigation or information true of any reports that contain in it to avoid it. Discharged as juror. Wish you may tell them you are serving as a juror, but may not tell the person you have who works related to the communication logs. Defended yourself, been dismissed, fired to do this to the fans until and you've heard only natural things they take permitted to report all the your verdicts or verdicts have resulted in reports. Please report it to the clerk immediately. If you see or hear matters required to take do so by themselves, you will relatively on that should listen to him or her and to size him or her up. That is to properly evaluate the witness. You should not be so preoccupied with taking notes that you overlook what the witness is saying and how the witness is saying it. You may find that note-taking may distract you from giving full attention to a witness. You will need to observe the demeanor of a witness while he or she is testifying. You will be able to get testimony played back to you during your deliberations, so you do not need to make down collected them. So whatever notes you take are confidential. Your notes if you choose during the so too. No requirement not to take notes. Not permit notes are only fairly more accurate. I take notes because influence hesitate to see to formed of any down, give it to the marshal or counsel. Do you wish to be heard regarding preliminary instructions at this time?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. With that, then I will direct the state to please call its first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The state would call Lonnie Blackwell to the stand.
Please watch your step. Please remain standing as you enter the witness box. Pay attention to Madam Clerk, who will be putting you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or competency of perjury?
I swear.
Please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record, as well as your badge number and business address.
Lonnie Blackwell. Last name is Blackwell. And what was my
Badge number and business address.
currently I don't have a current badge number. My business address would be 150 Court Street in New Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Blackwell.
Good morning.
Mind just keeping your voice up? It's a little loud in here with the AC, okay?
No problem.
Can you please tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you currently do for a living?
Yep. So currently I'm employed by the Department of Homeland Security. I'm awaiting to go my training to become a special agent in about 2 months. I've been employed by them for about a month. Prior to that, I was a police officer for the Shelton Police Department for about 4 years.
And when you were a police officer, did you have any training that you had to go through to become a police officer?
Yes, I attended the Milford Police Academy for about 8 months in 2021.
And I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. Were you working that day for the Shelton Police Department?
Yes, I was working the evening shift, 4 p.m. to midnight.
And what were your responsibilities that night?
I was on the patrol division at the time, so I was responsible for responding to calls that were in my area that was assigned to me.
Did you receive a 911 call that night to report to an area of Shelton?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, so around 11:53 p.m. that night, dispatch reported that there was multiple stabbing victims at the address of 43 Laurel Glen Drive. I immediately responded to the area, arrived to the area of the scene in about 6 or 7 minutes.
Your Honor, I don't think there's an objection. We have some exhibits that have been pre-marked. Maybe asking for maybe full exhibits at this time. I don't know if we can
All right.
No objection.
Have they been marked full? Yeah.
Your Honor, I have reviewed these in advance.
All right, give me one moment. Once they're marked. Guess what number has that one? Thank you. Thank you. Attorney Smith, you've had an opportunity to review exhibits 1 through 9.
I have, Your Honor. I'll take a chance to
Thank you.
go through them one more time now that we've got the numbers on them.
Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will go ahead and accept into evidence states exhibits 1 through 9.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Blackwell, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 as a full exhibit. Can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you responded to in State's Exhibit 1?
Yep. So when I initially was going to the call, I turned on to Adams Drive here, and I drove up to the intersection of Laurel Glen and Adams. When I approached Laurel Glen, I could see from my cruiser that there was a large group of juveniles. At the time, I approximated maybe 30 juveniles right in front of the yard of 43 Laurel Glen. And I was flagged down at the corner of Adams and Laurel by a small group of female juveniles who waved me down and started pointing me towards the direction of where the incident occurred. So I exited my cruiser at the time and began jogging over to the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
And just for the benefit of the record, is 43 Laurel Glen located where that red mark is on top of, in the middle of States 1?
Yes.
And when you got to the scene, what was the scene like?
It was chaotic. As you can imagine, a large group of juveniles, pandemonium. I would describe it as that. That's best.
Around what time did you arrive there?
Right around midnight.
And what were the lighting conditions out that night?
It was dark, but I could clearly see, probably due to the mix of.
Charge. Is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
The defense position is not certainly not the question for it. I agree. can't ignore to your question. However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, which was literally before the court had answered the other 3 note card questions. I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's been clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than one count, but they're hung on a separate count, they are to report those 2 counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right? So this is at this point.
Right.
It's premature, it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later. The way the question's worded, if I find this, if we do this. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would endorse that.
Yeah, I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
But I would strongly suggest that we find some other way. If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps prevent that.
Whatever those steps are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position, Ms. Giannetti. I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel, John?
1 minute.
How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
We just need 1 minute. Thank you.
Oh my God, this is crazy. So I know they said it's an hypothetically, but that probably shows what they say. So they want to not guilty on 2 counts and hang on the other one. They are clearly saying what they want to say if they can find like that. But no, this judge wants. Oh, I'm getting pissed off. Sorry, I'm getting very angry right now. This is infuriating me. No, so Hannah, question of the jury. So they want to give a verdict on 2 counts, and they are hung on a 3rd one. For example, 2 guilty, 2 not guilties, and 1 hung. They want to say if that, they are asking if that is possible. This judge is saying, no, we cannot make that clear for them. How is this fair? How is this? I'm getting very angry. I'm getting very angry. It's just so obvious. Yes, Judge. The question is, yes, to make it clear.
A very slight tweak with the court's language. I don't have a principled objection to the court's language that we not answer the question this time. I would simply ask that the court answer the question as you suggested just now in open court. It's premature to address this question at this time.
No. What do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer for the reasons I stated. It's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what you would be asking me to endorse. What's the Commonwealth's position on the proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah. I'm going to send it in like this. Your objection's noted.
Your Honor, if I could make my record a little bit clearer, the court's indicating that it doesn't answer questions about the consequences of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course, you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict. It's how do they report a verdict. So I think saying I can't answer this is sending a false message to the jury. If the court would simply indicate this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that.
Well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same thing. Is there an objection? I understand, Mr. Jackson.
Add the clause at this time.
Is there an objection to me putting this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer?
No objection. I'm not looking forward to finish writing, but at this point, that is over our objection.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question that could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights. I
Okay.
think this way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So
I didn't
is
tell
that.
you to ignore anything, Your Honor.
All right, we are all set. So let's send this in, please.
All rise.
Are you absolutely kidding me? So, Bev, I am trying to not swear on stream so we don't get demonetized or kicked out. Or anything, because I've worked way too hard for our channel and I don't want it to go away because of this lady. But this is absolutely outrageous. This is absolutely crazy. I'm sorry, but Hannah, I need one. And I sadly, Garden Party is probably coming. I might vote before it comes home. I just, I can't with the judge. I cannot with this judge. Okay, who's playing with the audio? I think the I hope so, because the thing is, they might just quit on all of it instead of hung on it. But yeah, I think they might be just unhung. She's not. She's not accepting the verdict because she thinks that's what they decided. They said, not pathetically. It could have been guilty. Who knows? It could be exactly the verdict, but crying out loud. Why is this judge not like I need my vibe. 1 second, I'll be like I really want to go. I really need it. I'm desperate. I'm dying here. I need to calm down. This is absolutely crazy. This is absolutely insane. Never seen this thing. I know. I same Maria, and it just doesn't make sense. The judge, because this is what happened last year, right? Last year, this whole situation happened again, and this is what happened. They had the verdict on some of the charges, but because of the verdict form was so complicated for the jury to understand, and for all of this to happen, they got hung on over because they could not get an opinion. So now it's happening exactly the same thing. They have a verdict for some of the verdict of the charges, but are hung on one. And this is exactly what happened last year. This is a repeat of last year. Like this is absolutely insane. This is absolutely yeah, they are saying not guilty on 2 counts and hung on a third, or hung on 1 and not guilty on 2. But no, the judge is not accepting that because she wants a verdict overall. But that can't be it. There wasn't? Wow, that is incredible. But still, like, this is making me very, very angry. This is making me very upset and very angry at the same time. But honestly, this is infuriating. I can only imagine how she's not, but she's very biased on this one. No, because I think when there is multiple charges, Hannah, you can render guilty on some and not guilty on others because they are different charges. If it was within the same charge, yes, they wouldn't have to have a verdict on all that charges of the same charge. But because it's different, 3 separate charges with lesser included, they can give different verdicts. But that's not what this judge is giving, and that's what they're trying. I think that's my opinion. I think that's it. She was the same judge as last year, Maria. Absolutely same judge, same basically courtroom. The only difference is some witnesses, lead investigator was fired, and yeah, probably yeah, it's just rewarded. Oh, this is this is absolutely insane. Oh, got it. Thank you, Stephanie, for that. This is absolutely insane in my opinion. My days, what is happening? So either they come back with the hung, they're gonna get told by the judge to go back and deliberate some more, gonna waste more time. They're not gonna come back tomorrow, and then Thursday and Friday they are gonna be off. The court is not working Thursday and Friday, so it's gonna drag this until next week because she doesn't know. She doesn't want to be more clear on whatever is happening. I know, yeah, she not. And then next year, we'll all be back into the same shit again. Sorry, I just really want to swear right now, and I need my vape. This is absolutely insane. Can he get crazier than this? Can he absolutely? I know. I agree. All my days, Maria. And people on X are exactly saying say same thing. Is this a repeat of last year? The people on X, and I'm not no expert or anything. Absolutely, it's like a red card full play. Is the jury gonna come in? What are we? Oh my days! Now are we waiting on what? Give me patience, because I don't have any. Because this is. Oh my days. Josh, I agree. Josh, I agree. I absolutely agree that she's ridiculous. I can only imagine how some chats are at the moment, and we did not follow this case fully together, and it's just I can't either, but I want to watch the verdict on this. There's something I don't want to miss, and but it's just absolutely ridiculous. Why wouldn't she make it a more easily, a more simple? It's just because it doesn't go to the verdict that she wants. Oh, sorry. Hello, Josh. Sorry, my friend. I saw your comment, talked about your comment, and I did not say hello, my friend. Sorry, my apologies. Hello. I hope so. I honestly hope so. A name here, because this is just too much, man. This is just absolutely too much. Yeah, you're watching Since I'm Mudding right now. I know. I understand. It's absolutely fine. I understand that probably that chat is going crazy right now about the whole situation. Here we are just in the peace corner of the world of the internet that no one knows about us, which is good. I like it that way. But this is just wild. Do you know, are we waiting to jury to come back? Do I have time to go grab my vape and because this really infuriated me. There's still no word on Megan Jackson, the verdict that we are waiting for. They're still deliberating. It's been an hour and 38 minutes of deliberation for that trial. So still no questions, still no nothing. They might have been just having lunch and now starting deliberating. We'll see. And this is, we are waiting on something. I don't know. Are we waiting on the judge to come back? There's on the well, yeah, judge to come back. Does anyone know? Because I'm not sure. I absolutely don't know. I want to go back to our new trial. I was enjoying that one. I want to go back to our trial. Really, please. We'll go back. We come back to Karen Reid if eventually they come back. We'll go back to the high school Stubby trial.
Lights on the house.
I'll be right back as well.
A ton of the juveniles had phones out, lights from the phones, as well as my own flashlight, but everything I could see pretty clearly.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 2 that's marked as a full exhibit. to that?
Yes.
Again, is this 43 Laurel Glen where you arrived at 12 a.m. on the 15th of May of 22?
Yes.
And is this states 2 kind of show the area, what it was like absent the individuals on the front lawn?
Yes.
And when you got to 43 Laurel Glen on the 15th, midnight on the 15th, where did you respond? Can you tell us where you responded to in states 2?
Yeah. So when I walked up on foot, I responded to this specific area of the grass area to the right of the house if you're looking at the front of the residence. And that's where a large majority of the juveniles were located, as well as the 4 victims that I later identified.
I'm going to show you states 5. This is a daylight picture that was taken, obviously, at 42 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
Okay. And the area that you responded, you see this green area here pointing to the middle section of the grassy area where there looks like there's some clothing items located just to the right of the basketball hoop, just below the red bush area here. Is that the area that you responded to?
Yes.
Okay. And when you responded there, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you encountered at that point in time.
Yep. So a few of the juveniles pointed me to the victims. So at first, within this area on the grass to the left, I identified 2 victims. One victim had a wound to his arm. He was responsive. He was standing. He was talking. Another victim was sitting upright on the grass, and I witnessed what appeared to be a stab wound to his torso area. He was still responsive at the time. Then I moved on to the right side of the grass area, where then I identified another victim with multiple stab wounds to his leg. At that time, I saw he was bleeding a lot out of the leg, and I applied a tourniquet to his left thigh area as high as I could. And then after applying that tourniquet, I moved on to the last victim that I identified as having a wound to his chest area and began providing medical attention as I could.
With regards to the third individual that you applied a tourniquet, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you did that?
Yeah, so for my training in the police academy, for our medical training, we're taught if you have a wound and are bleeding a lot from an appendage and you're able to place a tourniquet, that can assist in stopping the bleeding. So that's why I placed it as high as I could on his left leg, where most of the wounds I saw were, to assist in stopping the bleeding.
And based on your training experience, based on what you saw the wounds to be like, what gave you that impression that the tourniquet was appropriate at that point in time?
First of all, because they were on an appendage, and I witnessed a large amount of blood being lost from the wounds. So I was able to apply the tourniquet due to it being on the leg.
And we'll show you states exhibit 7. That's a marked exhibit. Again, this is the area that you responded to that night.
Yes.
Okay. And you see there's like a blue T-shirt here, what appears to be blue clothing, pointing to the middle of state 6.
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is that the area that you responded to after you applied the tourniquet to the third individual? Is that where you found the 4th individual, around that area?
Yes, in that area.
And when you found the 4th individual in that area, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed when you got to that person.
Yeah, so when I identified the 4th victim, I immediately recognized that he was blue in the face, which was indicating to me that he probably had lost a large amount of blood. And I did locate a wound to his chest area right near the heart, and did see a lot of blood coming from that wound. So at the time, I believe some other juveniles brought out rags or cloth or some sort, maybe a T-shirt, and me as well as them, we were assisting in just compressing the wound, just trying to stop the bleeding the best we could until EMS arrived.
And were you successful in stopping any of the bleeding before EMS arrived?
Partially, but from my observations, there was a lot of blood lost.
And how long would you say it took for EMS to arrive after your arrival?
Approximately 10 minutes.
When you got there, did anybody else from the Shelton Police Department arrive on scene prior to EMS's arrival?
I believe Officer Nemhard, or right around the same time.
And at the point where you and Nebhard were on scene, what were your responsibilities at that point?
First of all, to just secure the scene, make sure we identified all the victims, number one, and also if there were still suspects in the area or on scene, as well as in the house, which we had not cleared yet. So just a lot of moving parts and identifying what was going on.
Just want to go through these exhibits a little bit. Stage 3. This is just another angle looking towards the street of Laurel Glen that night. Does that reflect what the area looked like, minus maybe the headlights of the cruiser there?
Yes.
Okay. And again, stage 4, another angle of 43 Laurel Glen in the area where you responded to. Is this an accurate depiction of what that area looked like?
Yes.
And state six, again, this is just another perspective of that area on or about May 15th of 2022.
Yes.
And again, states 8, closer up perspective of the area where you responded to and found 4 individuals suffering from stab wounds that night, excuse me.
Yes.
And again, states 9, this is the area from the left side of 43 Laurel Glen, the area you responded to.
Yes.
Now, after police responded to the scene and EMS finally responded 10 minutes later, did your responsibilities change at the scene?
No, at the time, I still assisted EMS in providing medical attention. Like I mentioned before, with whatever cloth or rag I was provided, I kept compressing on the wound while EMS then began doing compressions, as well as with the assistance of a neighbor, I believe.
And during your time providing aid with EMS, how long would you say you stayed with the fourth individual at that point?
Approximately 10 minutes.
And at some point after 10 minutes, what happened after that?
EMS then transported him.
And did you follow EMS to where they were transporting him?
I did not. I stayed on scene.
Now, when the individuals were starting to be transported, well, withdrawn, at some point in time, were the other individuals who were suffering from wounds transported to the hospital? Do you have?
Yes.
And did your responsibilities at that point change once those individuals left 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
And what was your responsibility at that point?
At that point was to secure the rest of the scene and contain the large amount of juveniles that were there so then we can begin interviews.
And did you, in fact, begin interviews at the scene?
Yes, I did conduct a few interviews.
And the information that you received?
Sorry, movement in Maegan.
What to do is to just bring them back in and recharge them on the hand of ones and the balls. And we'll go with that. Let's mark this as
Court's
exhibit
3.
3. All right. All right, anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Your Honor, I'm concerned about this charge. Last time you gave me 2 charges that dealt with the freedom. So I can't recall if that's in the hand one or hand of all, but I believe the required plan or scheme needs to be in your charge.
Well, I think it is in there. As I recall, my hand of one is hand of all. I mean, this isn't the entire charge, but I think the part you're referencing to,
I believe it's on page 15, Your Honor.
yeah. Yeah, prior knowledge that a crime is going to be committed without more is not sufficient to make a person guilty of that crime. Your knowledge that another person is going to commit a crime, even if the defendant is present when the crime is committed, is not sufficient to convict the defendant of the principle. Guilt of the principle is shown by actual constructive presence at the scene as a result of a prior arrangement. Therefore, a finding of a prior arranged plan or common scheme is necessary for a finding of guilt as a principle. State must prove beyond a reasonable doubt by competent evidence the theory of hand of one is hand of all. And then later on in the charge, president at the commission of a crime mere presence at the scene of a crime is not sufficient to convict one as a principal in the theory of aiding and abetting.
Your Honor, I believe the question, it entails the mere presence. I believe that the jury's question entails the mere presence. If they needed further explanation on that, Your Honor, it seems good for you to about that as well.
Well, if that's all they asked, but they asked what were the parameters.
Yes, sir.
They don't lie, and then they went on to say it's mere presence.
Yes, sir. Your Honor.
So, if they had just said it's mere presence, then I would have said,
yes,
I'm
sir.
just going to charge them on the entire thing.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I understand the jury had a question on the law regarding the hand of one is the hand of all. So what I'm going to do is recharge you on that issue as it answers, the jury charges answers your questions, and I think will provide the answer you're looking for. If a crime is committed by two or more people who are acting together and committing a crime, the act of one is the act of all. A person who joins with another to commit an unlawful act is criminally responsible for everything done by the other person, which happens as a probable or natural consequence of the acts done in carrying out the common plan and purpose. For example, two people can be guilty of bank robbery when only one of the two enters the bank, takes money from the cashier, while the other acts as a lookout in the getaway car. If two or more people are together, acting together, assisting each other in committing the offense, the act of one is the act of all, or as it is sometimes said, the hand of one is the hand of all. Prior knowledge that a crime is going to be committed without more is not sufficient to make a person guilty of that crime. Mere knowledge that another person is going to commit a crime, even if the defendant is present when the crime is committed, is not sufficient to convict the defendant as a principal. Guilt as a principle is shown by actual or constructive presence at the scene as a result of a prior arrangement. Therefore, a finding of a prior arranged plan or common scheme is necessary for a finding of guilt as a principle. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt by competent evidence the theory of the hand of one is the hand of all. A principal in a crime is one who either actually commits the crime or who is present, aiding, abetting, or assisting in committing the crime. When a person doesn't act in the presence of and with the assistance of another, the act is done by both. Where two or more acting with a common plan or intent are present at the commission of a crime, it does not matter who actually commits the crime. All are guilty. The hand of one is the hand of all. Present at the commission of a crime needs to be sufficiently near to aid and abet and assist in the commission of the crime. However, mere presence at the scene of a crime is not sufficient to convict one as a principal on the theory of aiding and abetting. Intent is also a necessary element, for there must have been a common design or intent to commit the crime, and the crime must have been committed pursuant thereto, with the person aiding and abetting by some overt act. Intent means intending the result which actually occurs, not accidentally or involuntarily. Intent may be shown by acts and conduct of the defendant and other circumstances from which you may naturally and reasonably infer intent. The state must prove these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. All right, I'm going to ask that you return to the jury room and continue with your deliberations. All right, anything from the state before we recess?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess until we hear back from the jury.
Right. Okay. So sorry, guys. We had to jump on quick because I caught this a little bit late. But yeah, question on Maegan Jackson. They were confused about a charge on if this two people can be guilty of the same charge. Basically, yes, that was the answer of the judge, and I think she knows her fate. So I think within an hour, we're gonna have a guilty verdict. Hopefully before then, Paula. If not, well, we're gonna have to catch up. If you, it's crazy today. We've been jumping on between Karen Reed, Maegan Jackson. the new trial. I've even forgot his name already. What was his name? Raul, and it's just, yeah, I think they have them a guilty. They have to have her a guilty for this question, and I think within the hour we're gonna have a verdict on Megan. But without further ado, let's get back to our new trial, Raul Valle. Day one. We are still barely throughout the first witness. Yes, thank you. So many names I keep forgetting. So yes, let's get back to that and carry on until something happens in Karen Reed or on Megan or in something else, because I'm sure something else is gonna happen. This is crazy, y'all.
From those individuals, did you pass that information on to anybody?
Yes, it was all passed along to the detective bureau.
And did the detective bureau, based on your observations, respond to 43 Laurel Glen that night?
Yes.
And who responded to that scene at that time?
Detective Bango responded, as well as Lieutenant Kozlowski.
And at that point in time, in May 15th of 2022, did you have body-worn camera?
No.
Why not?
They were not issued to us yet.
Okay. And at some point in time later on in that year, was body-worn camera a requirement of all police departments?
Yes.
Was it a requirement of the Shelton Police Department on or about July 1?
Yes.
So do you know whether or not the Shelton Police Department, in fact, had a body camera at that point in time?
I believe they had one body camera issued.
And do you know what, if anything, that body camera was used for in relation to any investigation?
I believe it was used to record some of the interviews.
And do you know, in fact, whether or not that body camera was used in this case?
I believe so.
Now, how long would you say that you were on scene at 43 Laurel Glen conducting your witness interviews and securing the scene?
Approximately three or 4 hours.
And at some point in time, did you leave the scene?
Yes, I went back to the headquarters to type my report.
And based on your witness interviews at 43 Laurel Glen, not telling us what they said, but were you able to identify or develop a suspect that you were looking for from those interviews?
Yes, we were able to develop a group of suspects that fled in a vehicle from the scene.
And were you able to develop and identify a vehicle that they were seen fleeing?
Yes, I believe it was identified as a Honda SUV.
And was that information passed along to the detective bureau as well?
Yes.
They may have a moment. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Blackwell.
Morning.
Just want to go over your testimony here. You are currently training, but you haven't yet started with Department of Homeland Security. Is that true?
I'm employed right now. I'm awaiting to go to my training.
Okay. And where are you employed right now? Is that also with DHS?
Yes, with DHS.
Okay, but you are going to complete your training and then go on to do what exactly?
To be a Homeland Security investigator.
Gotcha. You told us that you arrived about midnight in response to a call from dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And you got to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. That's a house in the Shelton neighborhood that you've described there on that Exhibit 1 behind you, correct?
Yes.
And that is a neighborhood that is comprised of a few through roads and then a number of roads that end in cul-de-sac. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Were you familiar with this neighborhood yourself prior to going there?
To a degree, yes.
How were you familiar with it?
We switch assignments every day on areas that we patrol, so once or twice a week I'd be assigned to that area.
You described that once you got to the scene, it was fairly well lit due to the vehicles that were there, people using their own flashlights, your flashlight, your car, correct?
Correct.
As you were driving there, is it well lit along that path from Adams?
On the road?
On the road.
I couldn't say. I had headlights, obviously. I'm not super familiar with their street lights.
Would you say that it got lighter once you got to the scene than it was as you were driving there?
Yeah.
When you arrived, there were cars parked in the driveway.
Yes.
There were cars parked in the road, correct?
I believe so.
Both sides of the road, correct?
I believe so.
And you, in fact, didn't park.
Wow, hold your horses. Sorry, this is nothing to do with Karen Reed. This is nothing to do with Megan Jackson. Do you guys remember that I told, hang on, I'm going to turn on my camera for a minute. Right, I'm down here. 1 second. Hold your horses. So, do you guys remember that I told you this morning that there was 2 new trials starting today? One for a retrial and this one, right? And we decided for this one. Ultimately, well, even if we decided the other one, we would be watching this one, because guess what? The defense on the what's his name? On Michael Colucci trial, right, has just been squashed. So the judge in the trial just quashed the indictment against Michael Colucci without prejudice after hearing the defense motions to dismiss this morning. So basically, this trial is over for now until prosecution does bring or not bring charges against this guy again for the third time. What is happening today in the world of true crime? It's been wild day. So the trial's not obviously not going ahead because they got stopped. If the now I know I know what is actually happening. So I was just, getting a notification from X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, and I was like, I need to tell you guys because whoo, what today? What today indeed. So it was just this news, breaking news, crazy news that, well, the saga for this guy is gonna probably start. I imagine he's very emotional. He's crying, hugging people. Let me show you guys what's happening, because you guys probably there's no audio right now, but this is what's happening. So our defendant is the gentleman that is hugging the lady. I know. So that is the guy on the screen here. This one. That's the guy. I have not heard much about this trial. I have not watched the first one at all, from what I've seen. But yeah, so his trial just ended, and yeah, so I know nothing about the case either. But it was one of the possibilities we were gonna watch this morning. Well, it's not gonna happen either way, because well, it's over. But anyway, let's what did I do? Let's go back to our trial. I'm gonna have just a 5 more minutes of my break, and then I'll come back again for permanently on camera until the rest of the day. But I'm almost calm down. I'm good.
There at the house, you parked some distance away and walked to the scene, correct? Correct. When you got there, did you notice that there were any signs of drinking?
Initially, no. Initially, no.
When you say initially, no, at some point, though, you did come to see that there were signs of drinking having gone on at that location, correct?
Yes, later on in the night.
And what signs of drinking did you encounter?
I believe there was alcohol bottles found.
Was that inside the house, outside the house?
I can't recall.
Red Solo cups, kegs, bottles of liquor, what are we talking about?
I can't recall exactly.
All of that, perhaps?
Possibly.
Objection as to possibly. I mean,
Overruled.
Were there any signs of any adults on scene?
Initially, no, but some adults did respond.
So when you initially arrived, do you think there were maybe 30 people there in the yard?
My best guess was about 30.
All juveniles?
Yes.
And do you think it's possible that there were in fact more than the 30 that you saw? Were others in the house?
objection.
Sustained.
Possible, yes.
Has that be stricken?
The objection was sustained. I'll move to strike. Ladies and gentlemen, striking the response, so you're not to consider that as evidence. Thank you. Attorney Smith.
You believe you witnessed approximately 30 people in the yard?
Yes.
All juveniles?
Yes.
You told us at that point you had not cleared the house, correct?
Correct.
Did there come a time when you did clear the house?
Yes.
And were there more people inside the house?
I believe so.
How many people would you say?
I cannot tell you.
You told us that you began doing some interviews after you'd secured the scene, correct?
Correct.
What was the time that you started those interviews, do you think?
Approximately 12:45.
So about 45 minutes after you arrived on scene, you think?
Approximately.
And you told us that you spoke to, I believe, 3 different people on scene?
Possibly more, correct? Yeah, around.
You only took interviews or statements from 3 of those, is that correct?
Yes.
But you may have spoken to more?
Yes.
You told us you came to learn some information that you passed along to the Detective Bureau, correct?
Correct.
And that was information regarding possible suspects, correct?
Correct.
And information regarding the vehicle that some folks claimed they were in, correct?
Correct.
Did you learn at any point of the existence of any video or recordings that people had made?
No, I was not aware.
Did you learn that any of the people that you had spoken to had been involved in fighting or attacking either Mr. Valle or any of the other folks that were there?
I learned there was a fight.
Did you learn that any of the folks that you spoke to
There's noise coming from the Maegan trial. I think it's Maegan. I don't know. I think it is. I'm sure it is. Can you guys hear that? Because you guys know better than I do. Yes, it is Megan's trial. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it is a trial, verdict. I don't know, but we shall see. If it is, we'll play a little bit the music. I have the music ready. Not sure what it is. It could be. There's a lot of people in the courtroom. There's a possibility of a verdict. Uh, there's a possible verdict, probably. Stephanie, can you post on Facebook if it is? It's got to be verdict. Yeah, I know. It's got to be a verdict. A possible verdict. Yeah, there's a possible verdict. Thank you, Stephanie. There's a possible verdict. I don't know if it is. We'll play the music very briefly while the jury is entering and see what happens. But we might have a verdict on this trial. Don't know because no one on X is tweeting anything apart from Karen Reed. I've got no clue because not even Katya Russo is tweeting today about this trial or any other trial. It's all about Karen Reed. But yes, verdict confirmed. All right. So after 2 hours and 7 minutes of deliberations, the jury has reached a verdict for Megan Jackson trial. So we are waiting at any minute that they will come in. 2 hours and 7 minutes. That is a rather quick verdict. There's only a possibility that's the counter. 2 minutes, 38 2 hours, 7 minutes, 39 seconds, and 26 milliseconds. So there is absolutely a verdict. Let's go. One verdict down, two to go. We can do this. Jury, I think, is coming in. We'll get ready to hear. Do you think what's gonna be? Tell me right now. Tell me it's gonna be guilty, not guilty. You don't know. You can't be a honk because it's crazy. But what do you think it is? Um, tell me what you think. And name pretty quick. It is a pretty quick verdict. So I'm thinking guilty, even though I'm not 100% sure and I wasn't sure before, but I am thinking guilty. I do need to turn on my light. Hang on one sec. Sorry, I just had to turn on the living room light. I think she is guilty, yes. By the quickness of the verdict, it might be quick. It might be a verdict. Guilty. Guilty AF. Guilty AF. It is. It's been such a busy day, but and it's gonna be good to not have such a lot to do and just one verdict ongoing. That is gonna be very, very nice. Let me adjust the ticker going. Because we already have a verdict for Megan, which is crazy. It's wow. I think it's gonna be guilty. I'm not sure. I'll be yeah. I don't blame you, Nancy. I think it will be very surprising if it is not guilty with this quickness and with the uh yeah. I think we missed. Oh wait, missed it. We yeah, with the quickness of the verdict. Ari Kiabe will drag it on to Monday. Probably she will, yeah, that's absolutely KR will never once. Day trial. So there is a possible verdict. I know it's coming for me. Woo-wee. Oh, what are we waiting on? Are we waiting on more people to arrive? She's already there, so we only need her. Okay, this is good. So that means tomorrow we can just be on Karen Reed verdict watch and this and the new trials. So hopefully, uh. So yeah, I'm wait. I know. I think is the judge alive? Is the judge okay? Do we need to send someone? Um. Sorry, people just texting about the verdict. So it's just crazy today. Judge looks mad. No, no, sorry. No pickles. I'm so sorry. I should. I should have specified it's for Megan Jackson case. Not like sorry. No, sorry, I didn't. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, see, this is what the confusion is coming. It's for Megan Jackson, not Karen Reed. Karen Reed will put literally a bolo out to the stratosphere. There's a verdict, if a verdict ever comes. Okay, is he? I'm concerned about. Okay, he blinked. That's fine. He's fine. Yeah. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, of course. Love you too, girl. I'm so sorry. Huh? I'm sorry. I feel bad, Pickles. I did not mean to scare you or anything. It was just pure. Yeah, we covering way too many trials at the same time. Sorry, my bad. Okay, so I can turn off the counter because that we don't need anymore. I know you do. See, you got a good response time. Well done, Pickles. Proud of you, girl. Proud of you. That was fast indeed. Love that. Oh my days. What today? What are we waiting on? Come on. Oh, do not show the. Oh, we're waiting on her. Of course, we're waiting on her. Kind of need her.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been informed that the jury has reached a verdict.
There you go. Here we go. Here you go.
Anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are with us, I give this instruction every time before the jury comes in. And that is simply to let you know that we cannot have any type of outburst or anything of that nature, regardless of what the verdict is. This is just simply to let you know that if you're unable to contain your emotions, you need to excuse yourself from the courtroom now. Because regardless of what the verdict is, there's to be no display or no outbursts or any sign of emotion whatsoever. All right, so if you need to be excused, you can go ahead and excuse yourself now. All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
And bring the jury. Here we go. That's why probably the jury. Why is she dressed all black today? Well, I would be exiting now. Yeah. Oh, this is. I am nervous. Anyone nervous? I'm always nervous on verdicts. You guys know that. Try to put a lorry. Probably. She probably. Oh, she knows. It's a funeral. Oh, Robert, I love that. Love miss you today, girl. Grieving her freedom. Yeah, I think she is definitely. I think there's a high possibility that she is grieving her freedom. She's not gonna ever see it ever again. It's gonna be a bye bye forever. Because the soul is black. Also agreed, I Maria. Absolutely. That question from the jury was pretty telling of a guilty. Yeah, and the quickness that they come back with, like they literally come back with very very quick. So oh hey 80s music man, you and Kevin, welcome back. We have a verdict on the Megan Jackson trial, so we are following it. It's
Ladies and
coming.
gentlemen, welcome back. I understand the jury's reached a verdict. Is that correct? All right, and have you written the verdict on the indictment, signed it as the foreperson and dated?
Yes.
All right, if you would please hand it to the bailiff.
Indictment number 2021 GS 2601191. The state of South Carolina, county of Horry versus Megan Marie Jackson as to the charge of murder, we the jury by unanimous consent find this defendant guilty. Signed by foreperson Jeffrey Roberts, dated June 17th, 2025. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if this is your verdict, please so signify by raising your right hand. Thank you.
I let the record reflect that all the jurors raised their right hand. Any opposing of the jury by the defense?
No, sir.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your service. That'll conclude your duties as jurors in this case and for this term of court. And I want to thank you for your service. I know jury duty is not a fun thing to do, but it is an important thing to do and a vital thing to do. You have a 1-year disqualification from serving as jurors in state circuit court. You've got a 3-year exemption. I hope you don't exercise your exemption because we do need good jurors. And I want to thank you for your service. You're free to go at this time if you want to go. If you want to stay until the conclusion of the proceedings, you can do that as well. Just remain in the jury box. So it's up to you as to those of you who wish to go ahead and leave now, you can leave. Thank you very much. All right, anything before we impose sentence?
No, Your Honor.
Well, first, I guess at this point in time, I know the rules of criminal procedure do allow time periods for post-trial motions. Is there any post-trial motions at this time?
Your Honor, we move for a judgment NOV by you based on the adequacy of the evidence presented, and also that you impose a verdict as 13th juror. Having sat through the trial, heard the evidence, we make those 2 motions. We would like a little time to flesh those out if possible.
All right, well, I'm going to deny both motions for judgment NOV, and also the motion for the 13th juror. I think there's sufficient evidence presented to the jury that supports their verdict. As I said, the rules of criminal procedure do give you time periods to file post-trial motions, so I'll entertain any post-trial motions you want to do pursuant to those rules. I'll give you that time. All right, anything further at this time?
Your Honor, we are printing the sentencing sheet. We do have 2 victims who would like to address the court. Savannah Rice, who has been present the whole time, and then Zachary Rice, who is the victim's son from another relationship. With the court's permission, that would be WebEx because he's had help.
No, I'm not doing WebEx. Okay. All right, so once we get the sentencing sheet, I will give the victims who are present an opportunity to speak with them.
I believe Ms. Rice wants me to read her statement.
Well, I mean, we're not doing that right now. I need the sentencing sheet. I'll let you know when I want to hear from the victims.
She just went back to records to get it, Your Honor.
Oh.
Wow, this is crazy. So I didn't understand. Are they gonna do the sentencing now, or because they need a paper apparently? Now the courtroom filled. Look at that. Now, wow, that I think must be the biggest audience since the start.
Your Honor, I believe that Zachary Rice is emailing a statement that he must have already had prepared. So with the court's permission, I'll read that one as well. He's a statutory victim, Your Honor.
Yeah, but why isn't he here? He has a right to be here, but he's not here.
Because he was forced to take custody of the children when their father was killed, and he has had to struggle to find jobs to now all of a sudden care for extra children.
All right, anything in litigation from the defense?
Now, we asked that she be given credit for the time that she was in jail off of her sons, and credit for home detention. I don't have the exact figure, but I'd like to present that to you in our post-trial motion.
All right. Ms. Jackson, anything you want to say, or does anybody want to speak on your behalf?
Your Honor, she wishes not to speak.
All right. Any prior record?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll hear from victims this time.
And Your Honor, did you need me to address the issue of home detention or not?
No, I'm not.
Your Honor, this is from Zachary Rice, who is the older son of Gregory Rice at the time. Once Gregory Rice was killed, Zachary Rice took custody of the 4 half-siblings. And he did this fairly quickly since we did not have WebEx available to him. He says 5 lives completely shattered, showed no remorse, waited 5 years for this, just celebrated Father's Day without him again. I would like the maximum in sentencing, took my father's life, and I want her to pay eye for an eye and lose hers. And then, Your Honor, if I can have Ms. Savannah Rice come up. Your Honor, she's understandably emotional. She says, Your Honor, I believe that my opinion for how long she should be sentenced does not reflect what has already been done. This crime has torn apart my family, others' families, and friends beyond any measure. My siblings and I have all suffered greatly, not only from the loss of my father, but the loss of a mother too, the loss of our lives. We have been waiting so many years for just a bit of closure, and this is it. We will never have the chance to freely live our lives without the thoughts of what has been done following behind us. It has become a challenge to rebuild and grow from everything that happened. There are still days where I just cry and wish I could go back in time to maybe prevent what happened. I can't do that though, and I will forever have the thought that I can't change anything alongside me. This trial and getting up on the stand has been one of the most heartbreaking and painful things I've ever had to do. It has also been one of the most relieving and rewarding things. I finally got to say what has been sitting in my brain the last 4.5 years. It was a relief finally being able to tell the truth and to go towards a cause. I believe that 50 years to life would be a sufficient amount of time. I thank you for your time, for listening to what I had to say. Thank you. Does Your Honor wish the state to address sentencing?
Well, if there's anything you want to put on the record.
Your Honor, the state is asking for the maximum term of life imprisonment. We believe that there is clear evidence that this defendant not only plotted and planned this murder, but also tried to frame the victim for things that she was doing. As Savannah said, and as I said in explaining why Zach couldn't be here, this really did destroy a number of lives. Zach was forced to take in 4 children, his half-siblings, as a result of them being EPC'd after Maegan Jackson was arrested. We believe that there was nothing short of life in prison that would address this crime.
All right, Ms. Jackson, you have been found guilty of murder by a jury of your peers. The sentence of the court, I agree with the state. The sentence of the court is that you be committed to the Department of Corrections for the remainder of your life. You'll get credit for any time, sir. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, anything further from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right, court is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow. Shit. Bye-bye, Maegan. Life in prison. But the thing is, if someone from South Carolina, I think life in prison means life in prison, no possibility of parole. But bye-bye, Maegan. Yep, you are a convicted felon now. Goodbye. I think, yeah, I think a life in prison in South Carolina, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a life in prison in South Carolina is life in prison, no parole. I am not 100% sure, but she's gone. Ah, wow, that was fast moving. This is absolutely crazy. We got the verdict, we got the sentencing, we got the victim impact statements. Uh, William loved that. I think she's wow. Look at that. The prosecutor talking with Savannah and everything. That's done. I feel so bad for that girl, for Savannah. It's hard. She lost both of her parents, and a life, like she said, never gonna be the same. Um oh, wow. Oof. Give her age even 50. Yeah, exactly. That is true. I agree there, beginning crafter. I agree. Wow. This is crazy. It's been one crazy day. I know, definitely bye forever. And that is Megan Jackson's sentence, life in prison. I think in South Carolina it's life in prison, no possibility of parole. I might investigate that. I might ask people that live in South Carolina that know better than I do in terms of this. But it is an end of this case. Now, don't tell Christopher Dontel is going to be sentenced based on this because they got her conviction. He's going to get his plea. I think it's 20 years, the plea that he took. I know if only other courts would be like this trial, we wouldn't be in the predicament that we are in the terms of Karen Reid trial. I absolutely agree. Oh, what happened there? Oh, okay, I was watching something else. So yeah, yes, you can be legible. Okay, he did not say that. He just say life in prison. So we did not mention anything about parole. So I'm not sure about the difference between the two of them. Oh, Garden bought his home. Hey, Garden bought his home. I did not hear him coming in. That's scary. So yes, wow, that is crazy. So I'm just gonna go say hi to Garden Bot. This is a wrap for Megan Jackson. I hope all the best for her daughter. That's the one in pink that you see in drink. I hope that she can recover somehow and anything. She may not be eligible, but there's a possibility. Yes, true. I agree there. Jeremy, I absolutely agree with you. Well, it was very nice to meet you. I hope you carry on hanging out with us from time to time. We might cover another trial in South Carolina. We don't know. But yeah, and the crime and her remorse and everything will play a lot, and what she does and what she does in the prison. We've seen a lot of trials to know, um we see the parole hearings quite often. We know the work that put, and one of them is accepting the crime. Don't know if she will ever accept. We shall see. Will probably be around. Hey, I'm so glad that everyone is happy and the community is happy that it's safe from a crazy lunatic manipulated person. Well, that was a lot of words that I said correctly. Look at me. I can speak. But it's honestly, it was a good trial. It was a good 5-day trial, quick, easy. I hope the family can find some peace, some quietness. Can say without the possibility of parole, general sentence then is 60 years before she's able to apply the well then 60 years she's not gonna. She's like what, roughly about 40 ish now. So plus 60 years, that's gonna be 100 years. She's gonna be 100. Yeah, she's not gonna get there on a prison system for sure. So yeah, she's 40 now. Okay, then she's 40 now. Then she will be 100. Yeah, she'll be 100 by the time that she's eligible for parole. So she ain't never gonna get out. So there's no possibility there. But yeah, so a lot of emotions going on in court. It was a very good trial to follow, to and the rap, because we did follow the try to follow the coroner, the Christopher Dontel hearing and trial, but the sound was horrible. So when this one came up, I was a bit scared that the courtroom was going to be a long time. But yeah, oh yeah, she'll still be old. She'll be 90. Yeah, Robert, that's true. With good time, with good behavior, should be about 30 years. She would be 90. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna get to 90. But yeah, wow. That's a wrap on Megan Jackson, and she got the verdict came first than Karen Reed. Um, I would even say that the verdict for Raul would come before Karen Reed at this point in time. Uh, that is just a bit fun. Sorry. Wow, that was rather interesting and very fast, very quick. Prosecution did a good job. Defense team did nothing. And this is what I don't understand. They paid for this attorney, right? And this attorneys don't do anything. I would like, obviously, she's gonna appeal, but I would absolutely say ineffective counsel because, what this like they're not even there anymore. They're gone. They just like pack their bags and it's like, yeah, they're gone. Everybody else is still there. They're gone. Oh my days. Well, let's crack on. We have quite a lot of bit to do. I need to go say hi to Garden Bot. We're gonna put the Valle trial on. We'll say goodbye to Megan and carry on this trial. I'm just gonna say hello to Garden Bot and I'll be right back. I'll take my phone just in case there's something about on Karen Ray trial. I'll be right back, guys.
Were involved in that fight.
Hannah, behave.
Yes. When you were speaking with those individuals, did they show any signs of having been drinking?
Possibly.
Did you take notes while you were doing your interviews or otherwise on the scene?
Yeah, I had a notepad, as well as a written statement form.
When you cleared the house, did you notice any signs of drinking inside the house?
I do not recall.
You're shown here on the Elmo some photographs from the scene. I just want to take a look at those. Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 3. That's a full exhibit. You see that, sir?
Yes.
And in this photo that you're seeing here, there are cars parked on the street. You see those?
Yes.
Is that how it looked when you arrived on scene?
I believe so.
Did you take this photograph yourself?
No.
And you see that there's some tape there, correct?
Yes.
That's the tape that y'all used to secure the scene, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 9. See that same tape there, correct?
Correct.
Securing the scene?
Yes.
And those vehicles, those are the same vehicles that had been parked when you arrived the night before, correct?
I do not know.
Showing you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 2. Do you see that, Officer Blackwell?
Yes.
Would you agree that those same vehicles are there in the parking, in the driveway?
As the previous picture?
As in the daylight picture that we just saw with the secure tape around it?
I would have to look side by side.
Sure. You see what I'm showing you right now is Exhibit 2, correct?
Correct.
You see those same vehicles there?
Two of them, yes.
Can't see what was on the other side of those vehicles in the picture that was shown before. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you see that tape behind those vehicles, correct?
Correct.
From your training and experience, that tape is meant to keep the scene as it is, correct?
Correct.
Did you use that tape? Did you put that up yourself?
I do not believe I did.
I'm showing you now what is State's Exhibit 2. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
See that same tape that's corralling off the yard, right?
Yes.
Because that was the scene of your investigation and you wanted to secure that, correct?
Correct.
No tape used in the street. Would you agree?
I do not recall.
Did you ever use any tape to secure any of the vehicles that were parked there on the road on either side?
I did not.
I'm showing you now State's Exhibit 4. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
You see any tape that's in the street?
Just on the basketball hoop.
Nothing in the street, however, correct?
No.
And would you agree, sir, that vehicles that had been there the night before are no longer there in this daytime picture?
Correct.
Officer Blackwell, fair to say you've been called here today to tell us about what you witnessed when you arrived on the scene, right?
Yes.
And you've done that to the best of your ability.
Yes.
But if what these jurors want to know is why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't really be of any help to them at all, can you? No, nothing further.
Attorney Durso.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Oh, very good. So witness may step down. Thank you. Attorney Durso, I think this is a good time to take the morning recess, okay? So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I did indicate that we would be having a morning recess as well as an afternoon recess. So we are going to stand in recess for 15 minutes and we'll be back. If you wouldn't mind, please leave your notebooks on the chair. And again, don't discuss anything about this case with your fellow jurors as we take that recess. Thank you. Court stands in recess for 15 minutes. May I see counsel? Thank you.
What's the recess?
All right, so 15-minute break, but for us, means second, because what you can do, we can skip, zoom through the breaks. So let's go look at this. We can just, yeah, that says minus 53. That's not going to be minus 53. It's going to jump because we are so far behind. But it's okay.
Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, would you please stipulate to the return of all our jurors?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would stipulate.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you. So we will at this time proceed. I'll ask the state to please call its next witness.
State would call Michael Egan to the stand.
Thank you. Good morning. Please enter the witness box. Please remain standing. Madam Clerk will put you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon oath you perjure?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, as well as your business address.
Michael Egan, E-G-A-N. My place of business is Echo Hose Ambulance, 100 Meadow Street, Shelton, Connecticut, 06484.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you currently do for a living?
I'm a paramedic with Echo Hose Ambulance in Shelton, Connecticut.
And did you have to go through any training to be a paramedic?
We did. It's a pretty extensive program. It's broken down by didactic, which is classroom, and then a clinical portion. My program was just under 2 years, approximately 1,800 to 2,000 hours.
And as a paramedic, are you also an EMT?
You are. I was an EMT first, and then you start as an EMT, and then you can work your way up. And if you choose to go on further, you can become a paramedic.
And what's the difference between being an EMT and a paramedic?
So EMT is considered BLS, which is basic life support. A paramedic would be advanced life support, ALS. On the EMT level, they can do bleeding control, CPR, AED, assist patients with taking some medications, administer a very small amount of medications. Paramedics can do far more. We can go into cardiac monitoring, some invasive procedures. We have a lot larger range of medications that we're allowed to administer. Our scope is just a lot broader than EMTs.
You had mentioned AED with regards to EMTs. What is that?
So that's a defibrillator, an automatic defibrillator. That is where you would apply it to someone who's in cardiac arrest. It analyzes a rhythm and then will determine if the patient should be delivered a shock or not. The machine determines that, not the provider. And that's why EMTs don't have extensive cardiac training like paramedics do. So the machine will determine that for them, or a layperson or anybody who's using it.
And what would a paramedic do in an instance where an AED would be used?
Paramedic, they would be hooked up to their what's commonly referred to as a life pack or a monitor, and the paramedic would be interpreting that rhythm based off their knowledge versus the machine doing it. And the paramedic would make the decision to if the rhythm had to be shocked or defibrillated. The paramedic would make that decision versus what the machine making that decision.
Okay. Now, were you working back on May 15th of 2022?
I was.
And in what capacity were you working?
I was an EMT at that time.
And where were you an EMT?
At Echo Hose Ambulance in Shelton.
And EMT, what does that stand for?
Emergency medical technician.
And what shift were you working then?
I was working 6 p.m. that night until 6 p.m. the next morning. I was on a 24-hour shift.
So you started on the 14th into the 15th?
The night of the incident is when I started at 6 p.m.
Okay. And you were slated to get off at 6 a.m. the next
6 p.m. the next day. Yeah, 24. We call it a reverse 24 because you start later in the day.
Okay. And did you have an occasion to respond to a report of medical need at 43 Laurel Glen?
I did.
And I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 1 behind you. Is that the area in which you responded? That just for the record, the red dot there is 43 Laurel Glen?
That is, yes.
Okay. And when you got there, can you please just, actually withdrawn. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. Again, is this the house that you responded to that night?
That is.
On a report of medical, somebody needed medical attention.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you got there on May, what time did you get there?
I believe the call was dispatched just before midnight, and we arrived a minute or two after midnight.
Okay. So for all intents and purposes, you arrived there on the 15th of May.
Yes, sir.
So when you got there, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the scene was like?
Sure. So when we arrived, the police were obviously there. I think there was maybe 1 or 2 units. I can't remember specifically. And there was a large group of people on the front lawn. We pulled just past the residents to leave room for additional ambulances because at that point we had been told there was multiple patients. We got out of the ambulance. We were encountered with a very large crowd. It was rather chaotic. People were screaming and yelling. We knew there was, possibly four patients at that time, so we started our triage. We came across the first patient. In this picture, if you kind of see, there's a cluster of looks like kind of garbage. That's right around where we found the first patient.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 5.
Sure.
This is a daylight picture sent to the same area.
Yes.
Can you use States 5 to kind of describe what you did?
Yeah, so there's that red tree right there, just in front and to the right of that red tree. We found our first patient. He was laying supine on his back. He was completely unresponsive. His breathing was spontaneous but erratic, which is not a good sign. We immediately checked in times like that for triage, we immediately checked for a pulse, which he had a very weak 30 pulse, which is another bad sign. And he did not look well. You look at someone that's very sick and determine they don't look well. So we do a rapid trauma scan, which is we check for any major bleeding. So we did that. I remember his shorts were absolutely saturated in blood, and we found a puncture wound to his upper left abdomen, kind of his left lower chest area. So when we come across a wound like that, where there's suspected trauma, you apply what's called a chest seal. In the event that there is a punctured lung, it can help stop that lung from collapsing any further. So we applied that chest seal. At that point, we didn't see another major bleeding, so my partner broke off and continued to triage the rest of the patients. And when I went to reassess that patient that was laying there, we noted that he had stopped breathing at that point. I reassessed the pulse, and he had no pulse.
So you mentioned triage. What is triage? Can you just explain?
Yeah, of course. So triage is when you get onto a scene and you're overwhelmed by patients for the amount of resources you have immediately available. You have to determine who is in the worst shape and who could benefit most from the help. So if you come across someone that is in cardiac arrest and deceased and you have 4 other patients, you're not stopping to help that patient, unfortunately. You're moving on to someone who can still be helped. Because if you stop to help that person, their odds are very slim. Now someone else who had another chance to survive, their odds are going down because you're spending time on this person who really has no shot.
Okay. So on the night in question, when you got there, is it safe to say, based on what you've told us so far, when you got there, you attended to the first patient that you saw?
We did, yep.
And that patient, based on your assessment, was still breathing and had a pulse?
Yeah, it was a very weak 30 pulse, and his respirations are very erratic, but they were spontaneous, so he was still breathing.
And when you applied the chest seal, I think you said, what, if anything, did that do for the patient?
In this case, I don't believe it did much because when we went to reassess him right after that, he was in cardiac arrest. So I don't think it did anything.
So when he went into cardiac arrest, what, if anything, did you do next?
So when someone goes into cardiac arrest, we immediately apply the AED. The AED will analyze a rhythm. While we're setting up the AED, we'll start CPR. But in a witness arrest, you want to get the AED on as quick as possible. The witness arrest meaning he went into cardiac arrest right in front of us, because odds are he's probably in a rhythm that can be shocked. So we started CPR. I had 2 bystanders there. One said she was a nurse. One said he was a neighbor that was trained in CPR. Because at this point, my partner was triaging the rest of the patients. So I directed them to start CPR. We applied the AED. You step back and the AED analyzes. It told us that there was no shock advised. And then we retrieved a BVM, which is a bag valve mask. It's called bagging. We applied it to him, and we began delivering respirations and CPR in 2-minute cycles.
Now, when it was no shock advised, what does that mean?
So the AED will analyze a number of heart rhythms, but there's only 2 rhythms that you can shock: ventricular tachycardia and ventricular fibrillation. And the AED will only deliver a defibrillation. Fibrillation. I meant to say fibrillation. Atrial fibrillation and ventricular tachycardia. Sorry. Ventricular tachycardia and sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Ventricular fibrillation. Sorry. Those are the only 2 rhythms that can have a defibrillation delivered to them. So the AED won't deliver a shock to anything else besides that. So when it says no shock advised, it means it wasn't in one of those rhythms. I can't tell you what rhythm it was. It doesn't tell you what it was. It just means it wasn't one of those.
Okay. So when you applied the AED, you received that information. What, if anything, what steps did you take to continue to render aid to that individual?
Sure. So we insert an OPA, which is a small piece of plastic that's curved that helps keep the tongue forward to help deliver ventilations a little more effectively. And then we do CPR at a rate of 30 compressions to 2 ventilations. And we do that in 2-minute cycles. And the AED will count down and it will tell you to stand clear and analyze. It will analyze, tell you if there's a shock advised, no shock advised. And then you just continue doing that in 2-minute cycles.
Now, what was the scene like around you when this was going on? Did you recall what the scene was like, or were you completely?
Yeah. So it was as I mentioned before, it's pretty chaotic. There was quite a few people that were screaming. A lot of people in distress. I remember it was dark. One of the police officers was providing light to us with a flashlight, but even then, that wasn't like there 100% of the time. So it was fairly chaotic.
Was it so dark where you couldn't see what you were doing in front of you?
No, I could see what I was doing, but it was dark. But I wouldn't say it was like pitch black where I couldn't see anything. I believe there was I feel as though there was light coming from the house as well. We have seen lights on the side of our ambulance that we turn on as well, that are kind of like floodlights that provide light. In this case, the ambulance was fairly close to where we were working on this patient.
And looking at this exhibit here, State's Exhibit 5, was your ambulance parked somewhere in the area of this, on the street here? Interstate 5?
It was, yeah. If you look at that reddish tree, I'd say we were just past that.
Okay. Now past it to the right? Or
To the right.
Okay. And with regards to Stage 5, can you tell where you were working on the patient you just testified to in Stage 5?
Yeah, so there's a cluster of looks like white garbage. Yeah, right there. I'd say it was right in that area because that looks like the remnants of kind of what we leave behind sometimes in emergent situations. A lot of the wrappers of things that we use.
Your Honor, if the record can reflect that, I'm pointing to what appears to be the lower right-hand corner of the grass area where there is white, looks like maybe gauze pads or debris or medical material.
All right, thank you, Attorney Juror. So the record shall reflect that. Thank you.
Now, you said you were an EMT back on May 15th of 2022.
Yes.
Did a paramedic arrive to the scene at some point?
He did. I would say just over 5 minutes, anywhere in the 5 to 10 minute range. A paramedic arrived at that point. Our primary paramedics were from a service called VEMS, Valley EMS, and they are out of Seymour. So anytime that there's a call that is considered advanced life support, they will also come in addition to us.
And when that parent, do you know the name of that individual? That
Jeff McKee.
And when Jeff responded to the scene, were you present when When Jeff responded to the scene, did he take over care of that patient?
He did. We give a short handoff report of what we encountered, what we've done, and then he assumes primary patient care.
And when you handed off care to Mr. McKee, what, if anything, did you do or did you observe at that point in time?
At that point, I believe we did not spend much time working on him there. We moved him onto the stretcher. We moved the stretcher into the ambulance, and then we started transporting a short time later.
And what were your responsibilities with regards to transport?
During transport, I was driving.
Okay. And who went with you? Withdrawn. Did you go to the hospital?
Driving, I did, yes.
Okay. What hospital did you go to?
Bridgeport.
And who was in the ambulance with you while you were driving?
It was Jeff McKee and my partner.
And who was your partner?
Sophia Kaiser.
And what is the protocol when you withdrawn? How long would you say it took to get from 43 Laurel Glen to Bridgeport Hospital?
I can't recall the exact time. If I don't want to guess. I can't give you. It's hard for me to give you a number on that.
When you were driving from 43 Laurel Glen over to Bridgeport Hospital, does the ambulance you were driving does it have lights and sirens on it?
Yes.
Did you in fact initiate the lights?
We did.
Sirens?
Yep.
And okay. And when you get to the hospital, any given patient that you deliver to the hospital, what's the protocol for handing off to the hospital?
Yeah, so generally at Bridgeport Hospital, we touch base with what's called the EMS triage nurse. She'll check the patient in. You give a handoff report to them, and then they'll assign the patient depending on the acuity of that. In calls like this, we do what's called a radio patch, where you call into the hospital ahead of time and let them know what you're coming in with, and you try to impress on them the seriousness of the situation. So when that happens, a lot of the times you won't stop at EMS triage. You'll bypass them and go directly to the trauma room where the trauma team will be waiting.
And that happened in this case?
It happened in this case, yes.
And once you handed off the patient to the hospital at that point, what if anything, did you do in relation to this case?
At that point, I just removed the stretcher from the trauma room. We go back to the ambulance and we begin to decon so we can get back in service for if there's any additional calls coming in.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning. How are
Good morning,
you?
sir. I'm good. How are you?
Good. You talk a little quick, Mr.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I tend to do that.
So I'm going to maybe ask you to just slow down a little bit
I'll do
for
my
us. I
best.
just want to go over things, okay? Sure. You used a term right there at the end, which I was unfamiliar with. Maybe the jurors are unfamiliar with as well. You said after you took the stretcher out and went back to decontaminate.
Decontaminate.
Yep. Gotcha. Decontaminate. Thank you. All right. So you were telling us, Mr. Egan, that you arrived on scene and it was chaotic, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you said people were screaming, correct?
Mhm.
Yelling obscenities, correct?
Mhm.
And in fact, yelling obscenities at you and your crew member, Ms.
Yep.
Kaiser, correct?
Yeah, it happens frequently.
You said that the crowd was difficult to get to the patients.
Mhm.
Ultimately, however, you did get to the patients.
We
correct?
did.
And you said one of the patients was standing and able to talk.
I didn't write that in the chart. I believe Sophia might have written a addendum after she went and triaged, but I did not encounter any standing patients.
You didn't encounter any standing patients. You
No.
encountered one person who was laying down on the grass, correct?
Yes.
And then you rendered some aid to the person that you indicated or believed was the most in need of your care. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, he was the first one we came across. So we do a rapid scan. And then, yeah, after we did the rapid scan, applied that chest seal, my partner moved on to assess the rest of them. And then I began working doing the AED, CPR.
Any indication that these yelling, screaming folks had been drinking?
I did not witness any alcohol, so I can't comment on that.
Did you feel threatened at all?
I didn't feel threatened, no. I didn't feel the obscenities were being yelled like at us in a violent method. It was more like, hurry the blank up, he's blanking dying, things like that.
Okay. And yet they were still difficult for you to get to the patient?
Yeah, because it was very chaotic. So situations like this, people tend to move in on the patients. You have to be like, hey, excuse me, move out of the way, give us some room.
You mentioned that you parked up to the right of where that red bush is on the exhibit that you were shown. There were cars parked along the roadway?
I can't remember if there were cars parked like directly in front of the house or where they were, to be honest.
Do you recall whether or not there were cars parked in the driveway?
I do not recall, no.
You were solely focused on trying to get to the patients?
Yes. Yep.
And when you got to this patient that you have described to us, rendering a lot of aid to, you noticed that there was a puncture wound to the left lower chest, correct?
Yeah, left lower chest or upper abdomen, right in that area.
That was the only wound that you saw on this individual that you were treating?
That's the only one I observed at that time, yes.
And you described that it was rather dark in the area, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that an officer may have been providing some light to you.
I remember there being a flashlight at one point, but it wasn't consistent the entire time.
You also had a light you described to us that was on your vehicle itself, correct?
The scene lights, yeah.
The scene lights.
Yep.
Those, however, didn't provide a ton of light. Is that fair to say?
No, yeah, it's not adequate by any means to completely light the scene up, no.
Gotcha. And this night was also rainy and misty, was it not?
I don't remember the weather, to be honest with you.
Do you recall whether or not the grass was wet where you were?
I do not.
Do you recall, you said you were the driver, correct?
I was, yep.
Do you recall whether or not you had your wipers on as you were driving to the scene?
I don't recall.
And then you described for us rendering aid. At some point you were joined by Jeff McKee, correct?
Yes.
You handed off to him. Did he stay in the vehicle with you as you drove to Bridgeport Hospital?
Like, did he stay in the ambulance with us?
Yes.
Yeah, he was in the back working on the patient.
So in this vehicle was you, the patient, Ms. Kaiser, and Mr. McKee, correct?
Yes.
And sir, you've been called here today to tell us what you witnessed when you responded to the scene.
Yes.
You've done that to the best of your ability.
Yes, sir.
But if what these jurors are interested in is why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't really be of any help to these jurors.
No, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Did you say no?
No, Your Honor,
Thank you. All right, so you may step down.
Thank you.
Please watch your step. Thank you. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State will call Jeff McKee to the stand.
Thank you. Good morning. Sir, if you'd please enter the witness box, please watch your step. Please remain standing once you're in the box. Madam Clerk will put you to oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, as well as your business address.
Sure, Jeffrey McKee, MCKE is last name, and Valley Emergency Medical Services, 764 Derby Avenue in Seymour, Connecticut.
You may be seated. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. McKee.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do for a living?
So I'm a paramedic providing advanced life support. I've been working with Valley Emergency Medical Services for a little over 4 years. And prior to that, I was an EMT for about 10 and a combat medic in the Connecticut National Guard.
Did you have to go through any training or education to be a paramedic?
I did. I went through just about 18 months worth of didactic and skills training, as well as clinical at Capital Community College to obtain my paramedic license.
And what's the difference between a paramedic and an EMT?
So an EMT does what's called basic life support, where they can perform CPR, administer oxygen, basic medications, and do very basic assessments of patients.
And what does a paramedic do?
As a paramedic, we're a more advanced level of care where we can initiate IVs, we can intubate, provide advanced airways, and give a bunch of medications that we're trying to give.
And how long have you been a paramedic?
I've been a paramedic for just over 6 years.
And I want to direct your attention to May 15th of 2022. Were you working that day?
I was.
In what capacity?
As a paramedic.
And did you have an occasion to respond to 43 Laurel Glen on that day?
I did.
Okay, and I want to direct your attention to States 1, where that red mark is right behind you on that exhibit right behind you. Is that the home, the residence that you responded to on that night?
Yes, it is.
Around what time did you say you arrived to the scene?
I arrived at the scene shortly after midnight.
And what was the information that you had in relation to responding to that scene at that night?
I was dispatched for a possible assault with possibly multiple victims on a priority 1 as the first incoming paramedic from out of town.
And what does priority 1 mean?
So it means lights and sirens.
And why would you put on lights and sirens?
It was reported as a critical call that required a paramedic or advanced life support to respond.
So what time would you say you arrived there?
I believe it was shortly after 20 after midnight, somewhere in that time frame.
And when you got there, I want to direct your attention to stage 5. on your screen there. Is this the area that you responded to at 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, it was.
And when you got there, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you can, in States 5, where you responded to? What did you do when you got there?
So upon arrival, there was a lot of individuals on scene as well as police and care providers. I was directed to the patient that was on the lawn, sort of where all the trash is to the right of that red bush.
So just so we know we're on the same page, I'm pointing to, for the record, you're on the right side on the grass area where there appears to be medical material in States 5. Is that where you?
Yes.
So,
Thank you. And when you got there, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed?
So upon arrival, I observed a chaotic scene with a lot of younger individuals crying, screaming, upset, and I observed the Shelton ambulance on scene with a patient in the grass there performing CPR with a bystander as well as PD officers around, and that's the patient I was directed to. I know there was another paramedic on scene who had triaged, and that's the patient, my most critical patient I was directed to.
So were you aware that there were other patients at the scene?
I was told there was en route to the scene, and there were providers on scene that directed me to the patient that was in the front lawn that you mentioned right there.
Okay, and when you got to that patient, can you tell us what care, if any, you provided to that patient?
Sure. So I got the report from the EMT that was performing CPR on the patient, and he had placed an AED and an oral airway in the patient on finding out that the patient was pulseless. So I had them continue CPR and connected them to my cardiac monitor via the AED pads that were previously placed. Did a brief pause, checked for a pulse, checked for breathing on the patient, as well as checked the initial heart rhythm, which was asystole. Upon doing that and determining there was no pulse and no breathing, directed CPR to be continued, as well as ventilation with oxygen.
What is asystole?
Asystole is essentially flatline, where there's no cardiac electrical activity originating atop the heart or in the heart whatsoever.
When you got to the scene, what did you observe about the patient outside of your assessment of the patient medically? What did you observe about the patient?
The patient was a young male in his teens. The patient appeared to be in good shape, healthy.
Did you observe any wounds on the patient?
I did. Observed a small puncture wound right under the patient's left nipple in the area of the chest with a chest seal that was placed on there prior to my arrival.
Was there any active bleeding at that point?
There was bleeding in and around the site. The chest seal was doing a decent job of controlling that bleeding, and there was direct pressure being held on that upon my arrival.
And when you medically, when you assessed the patient at that point in time, and you said they were in asystole,
yes.
What steps did you take at that point when you determined that CPR should continue and there was a flatline?
So at that point, I continued my trauma assessment on the patient to determine if there were any other wounds or hemorrhage that needed to be stopped, while the EMT partner and the other provider provided quality CPR to the patient. And then if there was any additional bleeding that needed to be rectified before moving the patient.
How long would you say that you were on the scene providing medical care to that patient when you got there?
No more than 15 minutes from the time I made patient contact to getting the patient in the back of the ambulance and starting transport.
Why did you withdraw? Did you determine that the patient needed to be transported to the hospital?
I did.
Okay, and why did you determine that?
I determined that because upon arrival of the first responders, they said the patient still had a pulse, palpable pulse, and just prior to my arrival, that had been lost. So it's technically what's called a witnessed arrest, which a provider witnessed the cardiac arrest. So there's still a chance for us to provide life-saving measures, and that's what I did.
And at some point, you transported the individual to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do between the time you placed them on a
backward,
put them in the back of the ambulance and transported them to the hospital? What life-saving measures, can you explain what you did at that point?
So once we got the patient off of where they were found into the back of the ambulance, I noticed that the chest seal was not holding well. So I replaced that to stem the continued bleeding. CPR continued. I attempted to get IV access on the patient. However, his vasculature did not support IV access, which I went to what's called intraosseous infusion, which is a drill through the tibial tuberosity on the left leg, where you can infuse medications, fluid directly into the bone marrow.
So you're in the back of the ambulance. Who's driving?
So one of the EMTs was driving to the hospital.
And you tried to administer medication in the patient's veins?
And through the intraosseous infusion.
No, why did you do that? Why did you do an intraosseous? Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, so I did an intraosseous infusion because the patient did not have veins or vasculature that was apparent to me, either due to hypovolemia, which is lack of fluid or blood, or poor vasculature. So in an emergency situation like that, the next choice is to do an intraosseous infusion in through the bone marrow.
Okay, and how do you do that? Can you just explain that to the jury?
So it is a needle attached to a drill, and you use the drill to drill through the outer layer of bone in the select spot. And once it is through that first layer of bone, you stop and you're able to flush into the bone marrow with fluid or medication.
And why is that? Why are you trained to do it that way?
So we're trained to do that way in the instances that you cannot get an IV and that there's no vasculature available to obtain an IV while still being able to provide care, to provide emergency care.
And when you provide medicine in that manner, How does that get into does it get into the body faster?
It does. So it travels through the bone marrow directly into the heart and then to the rest of the body once it's pumped through the vasculature.
And you did that in this case?
Yes.
And what medication did you provide the patient at this point?
I provided epinephrine, which is our standard advanced cardiac life support drug to try to resuscitate a patient that's in cardiac arrest.
And in this particular instance, after you applied that epinephrine, was it successful in reviving any type of heart rhythm?
It was not.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you continued to do on the ride from 43 Laurel Glen to the hospital?
Absolutely. On the transport down, I continued to give epinephrine every 3 to 5 minutes, with a total of 4 doses to try to restart the patient's heart. I also continued CPR on the way down, and when the chest seal was no longer effective, applied a pressure dressing, which stemmed the bleeding that was continuing and stopped the bleeding. With that, I also intubated the patient to get a definitive airway, which was confirmed on my cardiac monitor and listening to it as well. So ventilation while after being intubated, as well as CPR continued, as well as a normal saline drip to try to put some volume back into the patient.
Now, when you initially got to the scene and you assessed the patient, did the patient have a pulse on the scene when you saw?
When I got to the patient, they did not.
And from the time you left 43 Laurel Glen to the time you got to Bridgeport Hospital, did you assess the patient for a pulse during that period of time?
I did. Every 2 minutes I assessed for a pulse. I also assessed for any cardiac rhythm or activity on my cardiac monitor, which the patient remained in asystole throughout the transport at that every 2-minute interval.
And how long would you say, if you can recall, the ride to the hospital was from 43 Laurel Glen to Bridgeport Hospital?
It felt to be between 15 and 20 minutes.
And at some point in time, did you arrive at Bridgeport Hospital?
We did.
And can you explain what happened when you arrived at Bridgeport Hospital?
So when we arrived just prior, I had given a trauma alert patch to the hospital, advising them what I had found on scene, what interventions I had done on the way down, and what to expect when we arrived. When I got there, CPR continued into the emergency department. We rolled into the trauma room, and CPR continued throughout that process. I had the attending doctor and the respiratory therapist confirm my intubation and my tube placement, that it was accurate. And I gave a report to the attending physician and nurses that were there. And then the patient was moved over to the hospital bed, and the staff continued their resuscitation process.
And at the time that you handed the patient off to the hospital, at that moment, did you do any final assessment as to any type of pulse or activity with regards to
I did. Just prior to bringing them into the ED, I did a final pulse, breathing, and cardiac rhythm check. The patient remained in asystole, remained pulseless, and remained not breathing. So we continued CPR from the ambulance in through the ED, with the ED staff taking over CPR.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Attorney Smith, any redirect? Any cross?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKee.
Afternoon.
Just want to go over what you've told us here and make sure I got this correct. When you responded to the scene, you encountered a chaotic scene. Is that fair to say? People screaming?
Yes, crying, yes.
And did you have any trouble getting to the patient?
I did not.
Okay. Path was cleared for you at that point?
Yes.
You were directed to this patient by other responders that were already on the scene?
Yes.
You told us that you did an initial trauma assessment, correct?
Yes.
That included trying to find whether or not there were any other wounds, correct?
Correct.
You didn't find any other wounds, did you?
I did not.
You also looked for other bleeding, correct?
Yes.
Didn't find any other bleeding, correct? You looked for other trauma, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you didn't discover any other trauma?
No.
Just what you've noted as being a small wound, one small puncture wound to his chest under the nipple, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Did you see any signs of alcohol or drinking when you got to the scene?
I did not notice.
Do you recall the conditions that evening? Was it rainy, misty?
It was misty. The roads were damp.
The grass itself, do you recall whether or not the grass was wet?
It was damp.
That caused you to slip or anything while you were setting up?
No.
And then you described for us the level of support that you gave to the patient, correct?
Yes.
And that, I believe you told us, at some point you determined that he needed transport, correct?
Correct.
And you determined he needed transport because it was what you described as a witnessed arrest, correct?
Correct.
Meaning that the people who had responded to the scene had gotten some indication of a pulse, correct?
Yes.
And some heart activity, correct?
Yes.
And however, by the time you arrived, there was this witnessed arrest, which means that there was still a chance to provide life-saving measures, correct?
Yes.
And that's why you determined it was time to take this patient, transport him to Bridgeport Hospital, correct?
That is why. Yeah.
Which you did, and then you transferred care once you were there over to the attending physicians, correct?
I did.
And so, Mr. McKee, you've been brought here today, fair to say, to tell us what you witnessed and observed when you arrived on the scene?
Correct.
But if this jury was interested in knowing why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you wouldn't be able to help them at all, would you?
I would not.
Thank you.
Does the state have any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. Sir, you may answer the question
Thank you.
also. Thank you. So much.
Wow, I'm loving it. Quick witnesses, even though we are watching it.
Gentlemen seated in the gallery, as well as anyone watching live stream, it's been brought to the court's attention that the next witness is going to be from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. Sensitive and/or graphic material may be discussed and/or displayed in terms of the evidentiary portion of this testimony. So at this point in time, I would ask you to use your own discretion as to whether or not you would like to remove yourself from the proceedings or turn away from the live streaming. Thank you. All right, this time the state can go ahead and call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State calls Dr. James Field to stand, please.
All right. Good afternoon. If you could please step into the witness box and remain standing. Madam Clerk will put you under oath. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or not guilty of perjury?
I do.
State your full name, spelling your last name, as well as your business address for the record.
James Gill, Gill, 11 Shuttle Road, Farmington, Connecticut.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gill. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. Dr. Gill, where do you currently work?
I work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Farmington
And for how long have you been with the Office of Chief Medical Examiner?
since July of 2013.
And what is your current position with that office?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Connecticut
And how long have you been in that position?
since July of 2013.
Please tell members of the jury what your educational background is, as well as the experience that qualifies you to have the position that you hold.
I received a degree in biology from MIT, followed by my medical school at the University of Connecticut. I did an internship in medicine in Vermont, followed by my pathology training at Yale. I did a fellowship in cancer pathology at Memorial Sloan Kettering, and then a fellowship in forensic pathology at the New York City Medical Examiner's Office. I'm board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology and licensed to practice medicine in Connecticut and New York.
And what are your duties as Chief Medical Examiner?
I have administrative duties as well as investigative duties. So I'm kind of the commissioner of the agency, but I also do medical legal death investigations. So that includes performing autopsies and certifying deaths.
And please explain generally what the term pathology entails.
So pathology is that area of medicine that deals with the laboratory aspects of the body. So things that can go wrong with the body. And typical pathologists usually work in the hospital and they'll examine different tissue samples from the operating room and so forth to determine if there's cancer or what have you.
And is there a difference between pathology and forensic pathology? And if there is, what is that difference?
Yes, so forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology that requires additional training, and it's that specialty that deals with the investigation of sudden, suspicious, or unnatural deaths. So deaths that are related to trauma, injuries, intoxications, things like that.
And up to date, if you can approximate how many post-mortem examinations you have conducted?
I've performed over 4,000 autopsies and many thousands more of examinations of bodies.
Do you primarily oversee the autopsies of other members of your office, or do you conduct them independently?
I do both. Yesterday I did 2 autopsies yesterday, but I also oversee the office.
In your career, have you conducted or overseen autopsies or examinations where the cause of death was a stab wound?
Yes.
And can you approximate how many times?
Many dozens of times, both homicidal as well as suicidal self-inflicted injuries.
And prior to today, have you testified in court on the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Prior to you coming to court today, did you have an opportunity to review any records from your office to prepare for your testimony?
Yes.
And did you review the postmortem report that was prepared for this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you review any additional reports that may have been part of that postmortem report?
Yes.
And which reports would that be?
Those would include the toxicology report and some other laboratory and investigative reports.
Do you have the opportunity to review any photographs with relation to this case?
Yes.
And are photographs always taken during forensic examinations or withdrawn postmortem examinations?
It's a routine part of a forensic postmortem examination.
And what's the reason for that?
It's to document findings as well as sometimes the absence of findings, so other people can look at it and evaluate it as well.
Now, did you personally perform the autopsy on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
No, I did not.
And to your knowledge, who performed the autopsy?
It was Dr. Jones.
And to your knowledge, what position did Dr. Jones hold with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
She was I believe, an assistant medical examiner. She was in her training year as a forensic pathology fellow.
And were you present and overseeing Dr. Jones when she performed that postmortem examination?
Yes, I was.
And why the oversight?
Because she's still in training, and so we supervise them, kind of work side by side with them so they can learn forensic pathology.
And to your knowledge, is Dr. Jones still employed by your office?
No, she's not.
And do you recall what date Dr. Jones performed that postmortem examination?
I'd want to look at the report just to refresh my memory, but it was May 15th, 2022.
And to your knowledge, where was that examination conducted?
At the office in Farmington.
And how do you know that?
I was there, and there's a record in the autopsy report describing the location and the time and the place.
May I approach the court, Your Honor? Certainly. Oh, may I approach the Attorney Smith?
Yes, you may.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Yes, you may. What number is this? It's okay.
States 10 for ID.
Thank you.
Dr. Gill, I'm showing you what's been marked as states 10 for ID purposes only at this point. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, who prepared this particular document?
Dr. Jones prepared the autopsy report, and the toxicology report was prepared by the laboratory, and she also prepared the lab request form.
And was this report primarily the report from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner prepared in the regular course of business of that office to prepare such a report?
Yes.
And is it in the regular course of business for your office to prepare such reports on a daily basis?
Yes.
And was that report made at or near the time that postmortem report was withdrawn? Was that report made at or near the time the autopsy on James Thomas McGrath was performed?
Yes.
I would just ask for 3 minutes as a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, court will accept into evidence as a full exhibit, states 10. Thank you.
Dr. Gill, I'm going to be asking you some questions based on states 10 approaching the witness, Your Honor. You may read from this report now that it is a full exhibit. Dr. Gill, who was also present at the postmortem examination in addition to you and Dr. Jones?
Dr. Vincent, one of our medical examiners.
And in addition to members of your office being present, do you recall if anyone else was present during that postmortem examination?
I don't recall anyone else being present.
Is it typical for members of the police department to come in and view the autopsy?
Usually, yes. It depends upon the type of death and the case and so forth, but it's not unusual for police or investigators to attend the autopsy.
If someone from the Shelter Police Department were present, would that be noted in that report?
It may or may not. Some doctors don't always include the police who are present or not.
Prior to the postmortem examination done on James Thomas McGrath arriving, prior to the examination being done on James McGrath, did you or any of your coworkers have any knowledge of what the extent of the injuries were?
Yes.
And where did you get that information from?
The death was called into our office from the hospital, and so we get preliminary information from the hospital.
And looking at exhibit number 10, how old was James Thomas McGrath at his time of death?
He was 17 years of age.
And to your knowledge, do you know where James Thomas McGrath was pronounced dead?
I have to look at the death certificate or Bridgeport Hospital.
And to your knowledge, were any operations or procedures conducted on James McGrath prior to his arrival at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And how do you know this?
From the autopsy report.
And how was the body of James Thomas McGrath transported or brought to the office of the chief medical examiner's office?
We have a transport team that will pick up remains at the hospital and bring them to our office.
Typically, and in this case as well, do you recall how the body was brought in? What condition?
The body was brought with resuscitative equipment still with the body in a body bag.
And was there an ME case number assigned to this examination?
Yes.
And referring to exhibit number 10, can you recall or can you tell the members of the jury what that ME case number is?
Yes. It's 22-10921.
And what is the significance of that ME case number?
So 22 is the year, and then we give each death that's reported to our office a unique sequential number. So it's a unique number for Mr. McGrath.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury generally what goes on in a post-mortem examination? If you can give details as to what is conducted.
It depends a little bit on the type of death, but generally in a case like this, we would do x-rays of the body. And then we would do what's called the external examination, where we look at the outside of the body, looking for identifying features, color of the eyes, length of hair, any evidence of injury or medical treatment. And we would take photographs. And then we would do the internal examination, where we make a Y-shaped incision and examine the internal organs to determine largely why the person died.
I'm going to direct your attention to States 10, where it says external examination. What is the purpose of that section?
So that, again, is to document the different physical characteristics of the body, color of the eyes, scars, tattoos, things like that.
And where it says under postmortem changes, what does that paragraph indicate? This is page 205.
So that's where we would describe any changes that we see from occurring after death, like rigor mortis, stiffening of the body temperature, lividity, the settling of the blood, change in color of the body after death.
And as indicated before, you said that there was some medical intervention that was done. In looking at States 10, can you please explain what was done or what was present on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
He was received with a breathing tube in his airway, as well as two catheters, intravenous type catheters actually in the bone on both lower legs.
And is that what is referred to as therapeutic interventions on States 10?
Correct.
Again, referring to States 10, under where it says injuries, external and internal, what evidence of injury was present on the body?
So there was evidence of both sharp injury and blunt injury. So sharp injuries are injuries that are caused by sharp objects like a knife, a piece of glass, and you can either have a injury or a cut injury. The difference is that stab wounds are deeper into the body than they are long on the skin, while a cut or an incised wound is longer on the skin than it is deep in the body. Blunt injuries are different types of injuries. Those are injuries caused by blunt force, where a person may fall down and bruise their.
Okay, hang on. It jumped to live. Let's go find where we are, where we were. We were on the Emmy. Where's the Emmy? Oh, sugar. Man, are you kidding me? Hang on 1 second. I need to find where we were. Hang on. It might have been. Don't tell me that this has been deleted. Hang on. Hang on. Where? Let's off. 1 second. Sorry. So that's the morning. That's. Go straight to the witness. Oh man, no, it started 6 hours ago. So hang on, that's a gazebo, that's the same person, that is not it. That one has been there for a long time. What the heck happened? I hate this is why I hate watching a trial on rewatch, because this stuff can happen. Because I think that what Law and Crime does is, if they show anything that they shouldn't, they cut and restart again. But it says that this one started 6 hours ago is the one where we are. Might have jumped. Okay. It's okay. It's all right. It's okay. I think we're gonna have to miss the Emmy, the rest of what the Emmy said, and just jump to this witness. I think after lunch, because it jumped and we need to catch up. This is gonna bug me a lot indeed. But let's stop before they jump again. That's so annoying.
Stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are ready to proceed. I'll ask the state to call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Sergeant Richard Bango to the stand.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please take a step up into the stand, remain standing. Madam Clerk will put you to oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, as well as your badge number and business address.
Sergeant Richard Bango, Bango, badge number S10. Business address is 85 Wheeler Street, Shelton, Connecticut.
Thank you. You may be seated.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Certainly, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you're currently employed by?
The Shelton Police Department.
And how long have you been employed by the Shelton Police Department?
A few months shy of 25 years.
And what's your current title?
Right now, I'm a patrol sergeant.
And did you have to go through any training to be a police officer?
Yes, I was hired in 2000 where I went to the police academy. After graduating, I went to patrol. In 2010, I was promoted to detective, where I served in the detective bureau for 14 years until I was promoted to sergeant.
And what kind of things did you investigate? What kind of crimes did you investigate in the detective bureau?
In the detective bureau, mostly felonies, for the most part. Things a little bit beyond what patrol can handle.
I want to direct your attention to May 15th of 2022. Were you working for the Shelton Police Department on that day?
Yes.
In what capacity?
I was a detective.
And as a detective in the Shelton Police Department, are you on call 24 hours a day?
Yes.
And did you have an occasion to be called to 43 Laurel Glen on that day?
Yes.
And can you please describe the circumstances surrounding your responding to 43 Laurel Glen?
I got a call a little after midnight. I believe it was the 15th of May. I got a call a little after midnight. I was asked to respond to 43 Laurel Glen. I was told that 4 persons were stabbed, 1 potentially fatal. I did respond off duty. Upon arrival, I was briefed by the patrol sergeant what occurred. It was a very hectic scene. There was dozens of juveniles, party attendees running around. The yard was already cordoned off with police tape. There was clothing and random items scattered across the yard. There was also patrolmen guarding the yard to make sure that area stayed secured.
Now, I want to direct your attention to States 1 that's behind you. Is that the, you see the house with the red circle on it? Is that the area that you responded to on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
At what time did you arrive at the scene?
I can't give you the exact time. It was somewhere shortly after midnight, maybe 12:30. So I got a call right at around midnight.
And showing you States Exhibit 2. Is that the home that you responded to on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
And what were the lighting conditions like that night?
It was dark. It was dark in the yard. Most of the light that we had was illuminated through what we illuminated.
Was it pitch black though?
Not pitch black.
Could you see?
Yes.
Somewhat?
Yes. Yes.
Show you States Exhibit 5. You had mentioned just now in your testimony that when you arrived, there was some debris in the yard.
Yes.
Is this the debris you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And who taped off the yard?
That was cordoned off before I arrived.
Okay. Why would the Shelton Police Department tape off a certain section of an area? What would be the purpose of that?
Well, those items there is potential evidence. So to cordon it off, we don't want all the witnesses or the attendees to walk through it and trample the evidence.
And when you got to the scene, what was your main purpose when you got to the scene initially?
After finding out what occurred or what the other Shelton Police Department members found out, I was trying to locate witnesses of what occurred.
And with regards to the items of, you determined those to be evidentiary value potentially?
Yes.
Do you know if those items were seized from the lawn?
Yes, they were. So the night of, photographs were taken where they lied in the dark. They stayed that way till morning until Detective Nugent arrived to assist me. He took daytime photos, and after taking the daytime photos, he seized everything in the yard.
Here, may I have a moment, please? If there's no objection, I would offer these as full exhibits at this time.
No objection.
Questioning.
Oh, okay, so let me just take a look at them and refer to them, please. So I'll just note for the record that States Exhibits 21 through 29 have been shown to Defense Counsel. Defense Counsel has no objection at this time to these particular exhibits being marked as evidence as for ID only, counsel, or for full?
No, Your Honor, it's full.
Well, all right, court will take the exhibits in as full exhibits at this time then.
Thank you.
Are they marked appropriately?
I believe they're marked full.
All right, so let's get them marked as full and then we'll move forward. Thank you.
Sergeant Bango, with regards to the pictures that were taken in this case, specifically Stage 5, did you take these pictures?
I did not.
And what would be the purpose in taking pictures of the scene when you go to a scene?
Illustrate where everything was before it was seized.
And do you have information as to whether or not the items that were on the front lawn were in fact subsequently seized, subsequently to this picture being taken?
It was seized that morning.
Okay, so the pictures were taken, then it was seized?
Yes, pictures were taken first.
And when items of evidentiary value are seized by the Shelton Police Department, can you just speak to what is done to, I guess, establish some type of chain of custody and how you take it into evidence?
So we would first take a photograph of where it lies undisturbed. Like I said, it was protected all night. After they're photographed, they would be, you'd put gloves on and you would put them in an evidence bag and seal it. You would date and time, exactly what time you seized it, and then you would enter it into evidence at the police department.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 21. It's been marked as a full exhibit. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's 21?
That's a shirt that was seized in the yard that morning.
And obviously, this is a picture of what was seized, not at the yard. This picture wasn't taken at the yard, right?
That picture was not, no, I'm sorry. That was taken after the fact at the police department.
My approach, Your Honor.
Turn.
Showing you State's 22. Do you recognize State's 22?
I do.
And what is State's 22?
That's the shirt that's illustrated in the picture.
And this was the shirt that was seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen on May 15th of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I would ask if it's appropriate if you allow the witness to open the bag and reveal its contents.
All right, sir, you can open the bag, reveal the contents. I do see that you have gloves available for your use, so that's fine. If you feel comfortable, go right ahead.
Now, with regard to this particular piece of evidence that was seized from the front of 43 Laurel Glen, why was this seized? Is there anything on this piece of evidence that would indicate some type of disruption in the fabric?
Yes, there's a defect in the shirt.
Counsel, are you able to see?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can feel free to relocate if you want.
Thank you.
And the shirt on the lower left side, right?
Can you kind of hold up?
Yeah.
So right to the left side of the shirt, so it would be mid torso potentially?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. It's been marked as a full exhibit. Again, is this a T-shirt that was seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And again, was seized in the normal course of packaging, how you would package items of evidentiary value?
Yes, it was seized, photographed before it was seized and put in that bag, and then later at the police department, it was photographed again.
And when things go back to the police department, how are things secured? Does anybody have access to your evidence?
No, only the evidence officer. It would go from the seizing officer, detective, right to the evidence officer into evidence.
Let me show you State's 24. It's marked as a full exhibit. Again, with these items that were seized from the area of the yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And with these seized, again, in the same manner in which the previous two exhibits that we just spoke about were seized by the Shelton Police Department.
Yes.
Show you State's 25. these items in states 25, items that were also seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you states 26. Does this appear to be the same sweatshirt and t-shirt, just maybe flipped over from states 25?
Yes.
In states 27, again, same t-shirt and sweatshirt.
Yes.
Now I want to direct your attention to this area here where you see this, the individual who took the picture, I assume their hand is here.
Mhm.
Can you see whether or not there are defects in the clothing there?
Yes.
And again, that would be, for the record, I'm pointing to what appears to be a defect in a black shirt where the individual who has a black glove on middle finger, just north of the middle finger there. And there's also a defect on the green fabric just north of the index finger of the person's gloved hand in the picture.
Court will let the record reflect same.
States 28. That would be a picture of the same black t-shirt that was in states 27.
Yes.
That's just an up close picture of the defect in that t-shirt.
Yes.
In states 29, again, up close picture of the green sweatshirt that was in states 26, I believe. Again, the defect in the shirt.
Yes.
Now, when you got to the scene, you said that you were there to investigate a stabbing that had occurred. What things did you do that night when you got there?
So that night, myself and other members of the Shelton Police Department interviewed witnesses, attendees of that party.
Now, when you interviewed these witnesses, let me take you back. When you got there, what was the scene like?
It was very hectic. There was dozens of kids running around, their parents showing up looking for them. Hard to keep everybody, kind of trying to keep them off the yard, trying to ascertain who saw what, who was at the party, if anyone arrived afterwards. So we did our best to try to speak with everybody there.
Did you have it when you spoke to many witnesses there?
Yes.
And when you spoke to the witnesses there, did you have any indication that alcohol may have been present?
Yes, so there was a bottle, I believe it was a bottle of whiskey, if memory serves, in the yard. Also, upon speaking with a lot of the juveniles, it appeared they were drinking. I didn't feel sobriety anybody, but I was more concentrated on the stabbing, but it appeared they were drinking.
And prior to you interviewing any witnesses at the scene, did the Shelton Police Department have body-worn camera at that point?
So this was right at the time, just before the body-worn cameras was mandated by the state, and they were just coming into our department. So even though we had them, they weren't issued to all the members of the department. They were equipped in a few cars, and a few of the administration had them, where we can use them if we needed an interview or something like that.
And did you in fact use any body-worn camera when you interviewed witnesses in connection to this case?
In this case, yes. That night, no. This I didn't have one assigned to me at that point, so I would have to use only audio.
Okay. So how many interviews would you say that you conducted that night when you got to the scene?
Me personally, or all of us?
You personally first.
Me personally, that night, 2.
And collectively, how many of these interviews did you say you would?
Dozens. Me personally.
And based on your interviews of those witnesses, what, if anything, did you do next?
So I interviewed a witness at the scene. I believe his name was Enrico Fiola. After interviewing him and his mother, we ascertained that just prior to the incident, a Honda Pilot arrived on scene with a group of St. Joe's kids. Also, after the incident, they fled in that car. So we were able to get the occupants of that car. From that point, we went and interviewed Mackenzie Trafficante, who was also an occupant in the car. After members of the police department spoke with everybody else there, and I spoke with those 2 witnesses, we developed Raul Valle as a suspect.
And is Mr. Valle in court today?
He is.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a blue jacket.
And can you point him out for the court, please?
I can. He's sitting right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Court will let the record reflect that the witnesses identified Mr. Raul Valle as the defendant. Thank you.
Now, based on your interviews and your development of a suspect and identified a suspect vehicle, what efforts did you take at the scene prior to leaving the scene?
So before we left the scene, we knew that a knife was used in the stabbing. We did look for the knife on the exterior property of 43 Laurel Glen and the road and the surrounding roads. Very difficult that night. It was dark. There was a lot of people around, and we didn't have any information exactly where the knife was at that point. But we did look with our flashlights, with our car spotlights. That carried on into the next day. Moving fast forward, we We had 2 state police cadaver dogs arrive in the daylight, and they searched the entire area, the surrounding streets, the property, with members of the police department looking for the knife.
And if I direct your attention to States 1, can you indicate on States 1 where the general area you conducted the initial search for the knife you just described?
Sure. So here's the property with the front yard. We started here, but we actually looked all up and down the roads. This entire area. We also did a neighborhood canvass and spoke to all the neighbors. 1, did you see a knife? And number 2, if you do find a knife, please not touch it and call us.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, if the record can reflect, the witness has indicated on States 1 the area including all of Adams Drive, all of Laurel Glen to Farmhouse Lane, and up Farmhouse Lane in that general area.
Any dispute with that summary, Attorney Smith?
No, Your Honor, no
All right,
objection.
court will allow the record to reflect. Thank you.
Now, after you did the initial search that night and the next day for a knife, what did you do next?
So after we did our interviews that night, the sun was coming up. I interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery at their residence with their parents present. After that interview, we were able to develop probable cause for an arrest warrant for Raul Valle.
And was an arrest warrant applied for and signed?
It was applied for that following Monday.
And contemporaneous with the signing of the arrest warrant, were you able to locate the Honda Pilot that was the subject of your interviews?
So we were. So that night, if I can back up a few of the steps we took, after we knew who the occupants of the Pilot were, we went to Milford and we attempted to speak with Mr. Valle, but nobody was home. No one answered the door. So then we went to another occupant's residence, Tyler Da Silva. When we arrived there, we were unable to speak with him also. We reached out to the driver of the Pilot, Jack Schneider. We were unable to speak with him. So then we went back to Mr. Valle's house and still no answer. I obtained his cell phone number and I called him numerous times. I wasn't able to get a hold of him. So we moved on with the investigation. The next day, we sent Norwalk Police Department out to Jack Schneider's residence and asked if they can locate the car. When they arrived, it was there, so we requested they tow it, and they towed it back to our secured sally port at the Shelton Police Department.
Your Honor, I have first.
Certainly.
States 30 through 33. I don't think there's an objection to being marked as a full exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, you've had the opportunity to take a look at them, Attorney Smith?
I did, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So court will go ahead and allow in as full exhibits with no objection 30 through 33. On behalf of the state, I will properly marked as full. No ID, we'll just hand it back to Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Now, when you were able to secure the Honda Pilot that was the subject of the investigation, you said you secured it in the Sally Port?
Yes.
And do you know what pictures were taken?
Yes, well, we applied for a search warrant first when it was granted. Then once we executed that search warrant days later, we took photographs, the interior and exterior of the Pilot.
Show you States Exhibit 30, that's marked as a full exhibit. You recognize States 30?
I do.
And what is States 30?
That's the Honda Pilot.
And what is the purpose of taking pictures of the exterior and interior of more vehicle that's seized?
Well, to show this, the condition it was in when we seized it. And
Showing you States 31. Again, what is States 31?
that's a picture of the windshield of the Pilot.
Showing the defect in the windshield?
Yes,
States 32. Picture of, what is this picture showing?
it's the interior of the Pilot.
What would be the purpose of showing a pink?
Jury's entering on Karen Reid trial. This might be just to dismiss them for the day. And oh wow, they're still against civil suits. Oh, I was assured that that's going to happen. Wow, that's just crazy. Right, we are just on the Karen Reid at the moment. I think it's just going to be a dismissal for the day. It is 10 to 4, and we all know Judge.
All right, jurors, I know you want to go home. So it's been a long day for everybody. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. We know you've all been working really hard and we appreciate it. So please just clear your heads. Don't think about this case at all as best you can. And we'll see you tomorrow morning when everybody's fresh to start again. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. They're following.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. So 15, just under 15 hours of deliberation. Let's see if she says anything.
Jury's exited the courtroom.
Okay, Tori. All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you. Court is adjourned.
All right, another day, another no verdict for Karen Reid, another dumbness from Miss Beth there. Oh, they just went home, Robert. Sorry. So Karen Reid is gone home for the day. They are done. They are done. I am tired. They are going for the home for the night. I think we are going home for the night. Well, we are probably all at home, but I'm going to bed. It is almost 9 o'clock. I am absolutely shattered. Need a bit of a rest. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll finish the day one that I know where we are. We'll finish that off. Unless Robert wants to take over, it's up to you. Oh no, it's all right. I mean, Robert can take it over if you want and finish the day. I'm just throwing it out there. Bev, they're gonna email the juries a third party in China. Yeah. So definitely tomorrow's a new day. Tomorrow we'll come back fresh, ready for another day, and carry on this trial. It's actually quite interesting, but I'm so tired that I'm not really paying attention. But I'll see y'all tomorrow. Oh no, it's all right. We'll be ready for tomorrow. Well, don't worry. I was just joking, throwing it out there. We'll come back tomorrow. Normal time. Stream is already up. I'll do whatever I need to do tomorrow morning as well on it, while I'm at work or something. But thank you very much for you guys to hang out with me again. Have a good evening, morning, wherever you are, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, and I'll see everybody soon.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.